Part II, Chapter 9 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 9. "This is all on my ranch," said Isabel, "so there is no danger of being peppered. The rest of the marsh is owned by clubs, and as there was no shooting here last year, the ducks should be thicker than anywhere else. We should get our 50 apiece in no time." They were entering a narrow slough hardly wider than the boat. It cut its zigzag way through the marsh for many miles, and they could follow its course with the eye but a few feet at a time. Gwynne shipped the oars and began to scull, his gun across his knee. Isabel, in front and with her back to him, sat with her own gun ready for a shot. On one side of them was a large piece of marshland, on the left smaller patches, and little islands caught in the long grasping fingers of the tide. Gwynne had attired himself with an ill grace in a pair of his cousin Hiram's rubber boots that completely covered his body below the waist, and an old shooting coat with capacious pockets. Isabel wore a similar costume, and but for her hair might have been mistaken for a lad. She possessed no interest for Gwynne whatever at the moment, nor did anything else but the prospect of a new and exciting sport. The October evening was mellow and full of color, the entire reach of the marsh steeped in a golden haze shed from the glory in the west. Even the forests and the lower ridges rising to Tamalpais had something aqueous in their vague outlines, swayed gently in the golden tide. Only the tide lands were green, the very water was yellow. Here and there, but far away, a mast or sail rose above the level surface of the marsh. From the distance came the sound of constant shooting. Gwynne sculled silently, but with some impatience. They had left the open creek far behind, and had not seen a duck. Suddenly Isabel's gun leaped to her shoulder. They rounded a sharp point, and the whole surface of the narrow slough between them and the next bend was black with sleeping ducks. Gwynne's knee moved automatically to the seat in front of him, and as the startled birds rose he and Isabel fired to right and left. The scattering shot played havoc, and the second charge brought down at least half as many on the higher wing. Isabel reloaded the guns while Gwynne went for the ducks that had fallen on the land. He fell into several holes himself, and returned covered with mud, but waving his birds in triumph, and once more they stole softly along their winding way. The shot had roused neighboring flocks, several dark clouds had risen simultaneously, but in a few moments they settled again. "You had better use both guns," whispered Isabel, "and I will do the reloading. We can't do much with these old-fashioned things at best." Gwynne accepted this act of sacrifice with a matter-of-fact nod, and it was but a moment later that they came upon another flock. He fired with an accuracy of aim that won him an admiring mutter, although to miss would have been almost as noteworthy. But after repeating this experience several times, he shrugged his shoulders and announced himself blasé. "I'd like something a little more difficult," he said. 10 minutes of this, and we can glut the market." "All men are children," said Isabel indulgently. "Tie up the boat and we'll go after widgeon." They landed and stole softly over the larger reach of marshland, Isabel in the lead, as she knew every hole. It was 10 minutes before she raised her hand and pointed to a wilted but still effective screen. Under cover of this they crawled towards a large pond on which ducks were resting, but by no means asleep. Before the guns were shouldered they had taken flight. So few were brought down on the wing that Gwynne's interest revived, and he followed Isabel eagerly towards another pond with a better blind. Here they were more wary and more fortunate, and Isabel took a curious pleasure in watching the manifest bliss of her companion. She had never seen him look really happy before. Upon his return to Capheaton from his triumphant battle on the hustings, he had been as impassive as his traditions demanded. On the morning of his engagement he had looked rather silly to her detached eye, and immediately after, tragedy and trouble and infinite vexation had claimed him. But this evening, with his cap pushed back, his nostrils distended, his eyes sparkling, he looked like any other young fellow to whom the present was all. Isabel reflected somewhat cynically that it was the opportunity to kill something that had effected this momentary reconciliation with life. But she was too good a sportswoman not to understand his mood, and when he had waded into the lake and returned flushed and triumphant with his bag, she complimented him so warmly that he laughed aloud in sheer delight. "We have enough for once," she began, but he would not hear of returning to the boat even for the refreshment of tea, and they went on and on until their feet were as weary as their shoulders under the burden that was Isabel's part to string while her partner enjoyed himself. "But we must really go," she announced finally. "We have a long stretch out in the open creek after we leave the slough, and it is not so easy to keep the channel after dark. I have lost track of things, and don't remember what time the moon rises. You can come every day if you like, and 4 in the morning is the best time if you are energetic enough." "I would get up at midnight, stay up all night. But I am quite willing to return now, and not for tea. I should like several of these ducks for supper, if your Jap is less haughty than mine." Their way lay through the middle of the marsh land. It was not until they reached the slough that she uttered a loud, sharp cry. The boat was at least 3 feet below them, and there was nothing at either end but mud. Isabel stamped both feet in succession and flung her burden to the ground. Why did I take Mac's word?" she exclaimed furiously. "He always makes mistakes about the tide. He hasn't an inch of memory left. Why didn't I look at the calendar? Or think? This comes of going off for 3 weeks instead of staying home and attending to business. I had a confused idea that this was the good week. Great heavens!" Gwynne had watched her with considerable interest and curiosity, but he answered soothingly: "Well, what of it? The tide turns, doesn't it?" It happened that he had had no experience of marsh lands. "Yes, in 6 hours." "6 hours?" "Well, what of it? It's all in a day's work. Look at it as a jolly adventure." It was his first opportunity to console, and he hastened to take advantage of it. "We have tea and sandwiches, warm enough clothing, and the weather is perfection. If we get stiff and chilly, we can walk." "Walk? In these rubber boots? I'm nearly dead already." She had a wild impulse to drop her head on his shoulder and weep, but her pride flew to the front, and she shrugged her shoulders and remarked, airily: "I don't really mind anything much except being an idiot. However, I'll make it up to you. I can cook ducks better than ℌ𝔶𝐻. You make the tea." Gwynne made a fire out of decayed tool–weed and driftwood, then climbed down into the boat and brought up the provisions and utensils intended for an earlier interlude. The tea warmed and stimulated both, and they knelt by the fire and toasted the ducks at the end of the boat–hook, scowling with a preternatural earnestness both were too hungry to observe. Then they fell to, and it is doubtful if either had ever eaten with a keener relish. They were obliged to use their fingers, and as they had no salt, to shred the ham and wrap it about the morsels of duck, but to such minor matters they gave not a thought, and consumed 4 teals and every scrap they had brought from home, as well as another pot of tea. Isabel, recalling the injured air of her father, uncle, and brother–in–law when their comfort was rudely disturbed, warmed to Gwynne, who was good–humoured and amused. Even the reflection that he had roughed it in far worse straits than this, or that had he the legal right to grumble he might possibly use it, did not alter the pleasant impression he made as he tramped about the fire, washed his hands in the marsh–grass, and then stretched himself full length with his pipe. She lit a cigarette, but had not smoked half its length when she sprang to her feet. "Look!" she said. "We must get into the boat. It is getting damper every moment, and the fog will make us feel as if we were in our graves if we don't sit on something dry." She had pointed northward, and Gwynne saw a phantom mountain moving along the level surface of the marsh, with the quiet plodding motion of a ship under full sail in a light breeze. The curious combination of images fascinated him, and he watched the stealthy, silent progress of this night visitor from the tule lands of the north, that looked as if it might have obliterated the world. As he jumped down into the boat he saw before him, on three sides of him, the sparkling night. Then, as Isabel laid her hands on his shoulders and he lifted her down, the fog swept over them, and there was nothing to do but sit and watch the glow of pipe and cigarette. Even their own outlines were barely visible. "I fancy it will go home when the moon rises," said Isabel, with a little shiver. "Are you cold?" she asked solicitously. "No," replied a tart voice. "Why didn't you let me ask that? You are not my mother. We can make tea at intervals. How long do you suppose the tide has been out?" "About 2 hours." "I am quite comfortable, and have never resented any adventure. And this is the appropriate time and place for a certain story. As I remarked before, I shall not know you until I have heard it. Pasts are dead walls." "It is not necessary that you should know me." "I think otherwise. You are my one friend among 80 millions of aliens, or ought to be. I shall continue to feel a superior sort of acquaintance until you have taken me into your confidence." There was a movement of the fog that he inferred was a shrug. "Very well," she replied, without a break in her cool, even voice. "I suppose I shall enjoy talking about myself. It is not often I have the opportunity to indulge in a monologue in my family, and you certainly are at my mercy. If you attempt to flee, you will be mired like the boat, and I could not pull you out." He had never felt the least curiosity about the past history or the inner life of a mortal before, and in normal circumstances Isabel's would not have appealed to him. But her instrumentality in changing the whole current of his life had alarmed his masculinity into a resolve to demonstrate his superiority if it came to a contest of wills, given birth to a subtle assumption of proprietorship, indifferent in material things, but pressing towards the guarded chambers of the spirit. Isabel, vaguely uneasy earlier in the day, began to appreciate the advance of an outer and powerful force upon her precious freedom, and resented it. And while she made up her mind that if it came to a silent contest of wills, hers at least should not be conquered, she reflected that the deeper intimacy certain to ensue if she gave him her confidence, would ensure her a firmer and subtler hold upon his destinies. Chapter 10 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 10 Of course, I lived 2 lives before my father's death. My days were sufficiently filled with him, to say nothing of making both ends meet. But even after my uncle's death, I had only a small income until the day of my complete liberty came. I slept soundly enough when I was not following my father about the house with a candle, or about the hills with a lantern, but such a life preyed upon my spirits. I imagined myself both melancholy and bitter, and grew unhealthily romantic. But from the conditions of my life I had 2 escapes, in books and in dreams. My father hated company more and more, and I rarely left him for a dance or one of those church festivities where all the young people of my set were sure to meet. I knew that I was regarded as rather a tragic figure, and this enhanced my morbid egoism. I wonder if I shall ever be as really happy again. During the year following my father's death, I lived out here alone, but with my hands tied by the executors of my uncle's will. I felt myself quite the enchanted princess, and put in most of my time dreaming about the prince. I suppose no girl ever had such wild and impossible notions of love. That is to say, most girls have, but I had peculiar opportunities for indulgence and elaboration. At the same time I despised or disliked every man I knew or ever had known, with the possible exception of Judge Leslie. Not only had I found all the men of my little personal world weak, or selfish, or tyrannical, but those I knew almost as well were narrow or commonplace, or uninterested in anything but local politics, or making money, or both combined. Not but that Rosewater is a world in little. You never read of an old Italian duchy where there was more jealousy and intrigue, more silent and tense, or open and gnashing struggle for supremacy than is centred in these three banks. They have prevented the town from increasing in size and importance, in spite of its prosperity, through their machinations against one another. If a stranger comes to the town intending to invest his money in some one of the flourishing industries, or to introduce another, the banker to whom he brings a letter, or to whom he happens to meet first, terrifies him with tales of the rapacity and dishonourable methods of his rivals, and the other two, who fear that the first will get the stranger's business, warn him that Mr. Colton, for instance, never gave an hour's mercy. The three have made slow, sure, dogged fortunes, but each has prevented the others from becoming millionaires, and Rosewater from taking its proper place as county seat. They are all afraid of newcomers, new capital, of authority passing out of their hands. They are careful not to charge exorbitant rates of interest, and every farmer and merchant in the county borrows from them, partly from habit, partly because the banks are uncommonly sound. They foreclose without mercy, but that does not frighten their old patrons, who have the perennial optimism of the country. The only capital they have not succeeded in frightening off is that controlled by the great corporations. One or two have wedged their way in, and others will follow in time. Doubtless when the younger men get the reins in their hands they will trim with the times, but the older seem to be biblical if not Christian, and the consequence is that most of the younger have left for a wider field. Finally the day came when I could turn my back on California, and I felt sure that I should remain away for 10 years at least. I thought that the liberty I had longed for all my life was mine at last. In a conducted tour I soon discovered there was little liberty, to say nothing of privacy. Before I had been 2 days in the train, I was made to feel that there was something wrong with a person that showed a disposition to retire into herself. She was either aristocratic or had something to hide, unless she responded to the confidences natural to people of that class. As there were just 18 in the party, of course I always had a room partner, and there was not a woman in the entire company that I would have known from choice. However, it was excellent discipline, not unenlightening, and the end came in 6 weeks. They sailed from Naples, and I wandered about by myself. In a way, the liberty was intoxicating, but of course the sum of it was lessened by the daily irritations of travel in Europe. The rapacity of the Italians and French, the wretched trains, the hordes of vulgar tourists, mostly of my own nation, the absurd primness, quite foreign to my nature, I was forced to assume when alone with a man who was neither English nor American, the awful fatigues, the ennuis of long rainy days in the second-rate hotels and pensions I had to frequent. Still, I was too young for any unpleasant impression to take root and discourage me, and there was much that was wholly delightful. I spent weeks in a city or even a village that took my fancy. But even so it was not long before I realized that my liberty was as far off as ever, because my soul at least was possessed by the image of the prince, the more tormenting and insistent as his outlines were so remarkably vague. In the intervals when novelty ceased to appeal, when my very eyes refused to look at things, I pictured inexpressibly thrilling and romantic futures. Then I would fall into a panic at the passing of youth, for a woman never feels so old again as between 18 and 25, her first quarter century. And I did not lack opportunities. I met many people, some of them quite charming, but they left me cold. Then I lived the student life in Paris, studying art just enough to give me the raison d'être. It was very gay, very irresponsible, very educating to a provincial miss. The restaurants with their sanded floors, and the cosmopolitan mixture of students, generally eccentric to look at, brandishing temperament until the poor thing must have been worn out before its harness of technique was ready. All was a perpetual source of delight to me, and I used to let my mind dwell on Rosewater for the sake of enjoying myself with the more wonder and gratitude. But of course in such a life I had to have a companion. I could not long go to students' restaurants alone. I had taken a tiny flat in the Latin Quarter, at the top of a house and overlooking a convent where the nuns were always walking in the garden. A femme de ménage cooked my breakfast, and kept my rooms in order. But although I was quite comfortable, and never lonely, I had not been established a fortnight before certain experiences at restaurants and on the street, which you can imagine for yourself, convinced me that I could not live alone. So I looked hurriedly over the field, and decided that an American girl in my class suggested fewest complications. Moreover, she interested me. She had a pale, tense face, rarely spoke to anybody, and worked as if her life depended upon every stroke, although her talent was not conspicuous. It was not easy to approach her, but one day, after I had dined alone in my flat 5 times in succession, I noticed that she was paler than usual, and that her hands were trembling. Then I felt certain she was in trouble, and it would have been my instinct to help her in any case. I joined her as we left the atelier, and asked her to walk a bit. It was not long before she admitted that her money was practically gone, and that her family would not send her any more. They had never approved of her coming to Paris to study art. They were not at all well off, and as she had a facility in trimming hats, they had thought it her duty to contribute more immediately to the support of the family. She had not advanced as rapidly as she had hoped to do, and it would be insupportable humiliation to return. Here was my opportunity. I exultingly invited her to share my apartment, told her that my income was quite enough for 2, that I was merely studying life, and that her protection would more than compensate me for the little extra outlay. She declined at first, hesitated for a week, but in the end she came. I grew very fond of her, and she interested me more and more. Her real bitterness taught me what a purely youthful symptom mine had been, and she was rather a clever girl, often entertaining. She was about 26, I fancy, and had received a good education at the academy of the western town in which she had been born. Her grandparents were Italian emigrants, and she had fine black eyes and a beautiful mouth. Well, before many months had passed, I knew that she was in desperate straits, and she offered to go away, reiterating that she had only intended to take advantage of the temporary haven while she fed her courage and painted something she might sell. I knew that if she left me she would throw herself into the Seine, and I persuaded her to stay. It is not difficult to persuade a stricken woman to remain under a friendly roof. I was full of sympathy for the poor little thing, but I don't deny that I was immensely interested, and fairly palpitated with the thought that I was actually seeing life at first hand. Who the hero of her romance was I never discovered, except that he was of her own race and married, a fact he had concealed until ready to leave Paris. She told me enough to make me hate all men so violently that the prince took himself off and left me in peace. But I had trouble enough in my household. As time went on, Veronica's alternate attacks of melancholy and hysteria were terrible. I sat up night after night to keep her from throwing herself out of the window. At times she seemed to be quite off her head, and then she still loved the wretch, and would maunder by the hour. But it ended, as everything does, and the poor girl died. I have no desire to linger over the climax. If anything was needed to set the final seal upon my disgust with life at first hand, it was the mean and sordid details that attend death and burial in Paris. The landlord behaved like the mercenary fiends they all are. I was obliged to call in the assistance of the American consul before I could get the body out of the house, and between all the trouble and fuss, poor Veronica's story was published from the housetops. As soon as it was over I left Paris, and started to travel slowly through Germany, feeling now a real sense of liberty, inasmuch as I was sure I could be all intellect henceforth, dependent upon nothing so unsatisfactory as human happiness. I never wanted another real contact with life. I would travel and study and develop my mind, possibly some latent talent. Many talents are manufactured anyhow, and the world is always hailing them as genius. But of course in time, and with constant change of scene, to say nothing of youth, the impression faded. The painful experience hovered faintly in the background of the past. The romantic imp in my brain, a little pale and emaciated from its long sojourn in the cellar, resumed the throne. Once more I began to realize that I was human, and to cast about for the mate that must surely be roaming in search of me. It was then that I arrived in Munich. I saw him first in the ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. You remember it, that wonderful imitation of a great stretch of open country, with fields where they make hay, and bits of wild woods, and crooked pathways, and bridges over a branch of the Isar, greenest and loveliest of rivers. And then the little beer gardens, where the people are always sitting and listening to the band, and beyond the tree tops, the spires and domes of the beautiful city. I was standing by the lake watching the swans when he rode by, and I am bound to say that he made no great impression. I hardly should have noticed him had it not been for his excessively English appearance, and a certain piercing quality in the glance with which he favored me. I should never have given him another thought, but a week later I met him formally. It came about oddly enough. That evening, in looking through my trunk for a business paper, I came upon a letter of introduction given me by a friend I had made in Italy. It was to a Baroness L. of Munich. I had quite forgotten it, and the sight of it inspired me with no desire for the social curiosities. I was infatuated with Munich, and its exteriors satisfied me. It has a large, courteous, grandly hospitable air, as if it were the private property of a king, to which, however, all strangers are royally welcome. It is the ideal king's city, life but no bustle, neither business as we understand the word, nor poverty. A city of infinite leisure and infinite interest, a superb living picture book, where one is ever amused, interested, both stimulated and soothed. I had been in it 3 weeks, and had almost made up my mind to live there, and dream away the rest of my life. Note Morena, Feinhals and Bender were singing at the Hoftheater. Mottl was conducting. Lily Marberg's Salome was something to be seen again and again. You forgot the play itself. And Bardou Müller's Mrs. Alving. I did not sleep for 2 nights. Well, I left the letter on my table, instead of returning it to the portfolio of my trunk, and it exercised a certain insistence. What are letters of introduction for? And should I not see the social life of Europe when the opportunity offered? So I left a card on the Baroness. She returned it in the course of a day or 2, then wrote, asking me to drink tea with her. I went. There were perhaps 50 people there. I have not the faintest idea who they were or what they looked like. Prestage, that was only one of his names, but it will do, asked immediately to be introduced to me, and we talked in a corner for an hour. Before we had talked for 10 minutes I knew that the great gates were swinging open. It is not possible for a woman to define one man's fascination to another, and I hardly know myself why this man so completely turned my head. He was not exactly good looking, but he had remarkable eyes, and a singular tensity of manner, which made me almost breathless at times. He was, moreover, brilliantly educated and accomplished, and the most finished specimen of the man of the world I had met. He was an American of inherited fortune, who had spent the greater part of his life in Europe, alternating between Paris and London, although he knew the society of other cities well enough. His contempt for the vulgarity of the huge modern fortunes, and his admiration for Munich, were the first subjects to discover to us the similarity of our tastes. We soon discovered others. I think he fell as deeply in love with me as he was capable of doing. He was 41, and had fairly exhausted his capacity, for he had lived the life of pleasure only. But no doubt I was something new in his experience, and penetrated the ashes like a strong western breeze. I have seen him turn quite white when I suddenly appeared at one of our trysts. Of course I lived in a pension. I had no private sitting room, and he positively refused to sit in the salon a second time. So we used to take interminable walks about Munich, lingering in all the quaint old Gothic corners, along the magnificent stretches of Renaissance, lunching on the terraces of the restaurants under the shade of the green trees, or in quaint little back gardens set in the angle of buildings as mediæval as Rothenburg, the people looking down at us from the narrow windows or the little balconies. We spent hours in the Englischer Garten, sitting on the banks of the Isar, often took the train to the beautiful Isartal, and spent the day in the woods, or sailed on one of the lakes with the tumbled glittering peaks of the Alps always in sight. We visited Ludwig's castles together, attended peasants' festivals in the mountains, lunching in some dilapidated old garden of a Gasthaus. And of course we went constantly to the opera. It was positive heaven for a time, and as romantic as the heart of any romantic idiot could wish. I was so happy I could not even think, even when I was alone. I simply sat like one in a trance and gazed into space, vague rose-colored dreams turning the slow wheel of my brain. No one paid any attention to us. Everybody in the pension was studying something. We avoided the American church and consulate, and even the Baroness L. We were determined to have our blissful dream unvulgarized by gossip. There is no doubt that for a time my young enthusiasm gave him back a flicker of the romance of his own youth, but of course it couldn't last. I hardly know when it was I began to realize that the whole base of his nature was honeycombed with ennui, and that any structure reared upon it might topple at a moment's notice. I had been steeped to the eyes in the present. I had no wish to marry. Marriage was prosaic. Life was a fairy tale. Why materialize it? I soon discovered that man's capacity for living on air is limited, and I had almost yielded to his entreaty to cross to England where we could marry without tiresome formalities, when one day, this was perhaps a month after we had met, he was late at a tryst. I lived a lifetime in 5 minutes. When he arrived he was so apologetic and so charming that if I had been an older woman I should have known that something was wrong. The next day, as it happened, I had to go to bed with influenza, and I wrote him that I might not get out for a week. He wrote twice a day and sent me flowers. On the 4th morning I felt so much better that I sent him a note by a Dienstmann, telling him that I should lunch on the terrace of the Neue Börse restaurant. He was not awaiting me. He did not come at all. Later I saw him driving with an astonishingly handsome woman, who looked as if she had been born without crudities or illusions. There are no words to express the tortures of jealousy and disgust that I endured that afternoon. But at 5 came a note stating that he had been out of town on a lonely voyage of discovery, and begging me to come for a cup of chocolate at the Café Luitpold, where we had gone so often to watch the motley crowd. I went, wrath and horror struggling in my heart with the sanguineness of woman. He had never been so charming and so plausible. I let him go on, exulting in the discovery that he was a liar, for I knew that it pushed me a step towards recovery. When he had finished I told him that I had seen him in the Hofgarten. I shall never forget how white he turned. But if he had been an adventurer his mind could not have been more nimble. He recovered himself instantly, admitted the impeachment, insisted that he had just returned when I saw him, had accepted a seat in the lady's carriage as he was entering his hotel, before he had time to go to his room and find my note. I knew that he was lying, but when he changed the subject to impassioned pleading that I would cross to England at once, I was forced to believe that he loved me. But I was miserably undecided. Moreover, I could not leave Munich. My quarterly remittance was unaccountably delayed. I told him this. He knew that I would not move out without my own money, but he sent off several cables. The reply came that the drafts had gone and must have been lost in the mails. Duplicates would be sent. There was nothing to do but wait. I suppose that money enters into all things. It certainly ruled my destiny. The fortnight that ensued I never think of if I can help it. He was desperately bored with Munich, but too polite to leave me alone. I saw him with the woman 3 or 4 times. She was an Austrian who did not visit the Baroness L., and she was staying at his hotel. There was no doubt that he still wished to marry me, but I was in even less doubt that his ruined nature would yield more and more to this sort of fascination when my novelty had worn thin. Before my money arrived my mind was made up. I dared not trust myself to the seduction of his manner and voice. He was a past master in the art of making love. I wrote him that I would not marry a man I could not trust, and fled to Vienna, telling my Munich bankers to keep my letters until I sent for them. For 2 weeks I travelled madly through Austria and Hungary. Never for a moment was I free of torments. Never before had I actually comprehended what love meant. I hardly ate or slept. I arrived at a place only to leave it. The hotel keepers thought I was the American tourist overtaken by that final madness they had always anticipated. When the fortnight finished, I looked back upon an eternity in purgatory. I surrendered. At least he loved me in his way. He had never ceased to urge our marriage. Who could say that I might not be fascinating enough to hold him? It was worth the trial, and I despised myself for laying down my arms without a struggle. I took the Oriental Express from Budapest, but during the journey, swift as it was, I underwent certain reactions. I knew that he must have left Munich, that all I could do was to take a letter to his bank and ask that it be forwarded. I wrote the letter as soon as I arrived, but decided to post it. My pride revolted at facing the sharp eye of the person that handled the letters of credit. I had gone to the bank with Prestige more than once. As soon as the letter was posted, I experienced a certain measure of peace, having done all I could. Nevertheless, to sit still was impossible, and I set out for a walk. It was one of those brilliant, clear, crisp days with which that high plateau can put even California to the blush. I saw that all the tramcars were crowded, and that carriage loads of people had flower pieces. I asked if it were a Feiertag, and was reminded that it was the 1st of November, All Saints' Day. Munich was on its way to the several cemeteries to decorate the graves. I had seen All Saints' Day in Venice, and felt a mild curiosity to compare the Bavarian festival with the Italian. So I walked out to the great Friedhof, where so many celebrities are buried, and where I fancied the scene would be most complete. When I arrived at the entrance, the frames that had been set up in the outer court were almost denuded of the flower pieces the countrywomen had brought in to sell. But I bought a wreath at the solicitation of a peasant in a picturesque headdress, and followed the crowd. The cemetery is on 3 sides of the entrance, and enclosed by a high brick wall. I stood a moment at the inner official entrance, hardly knowing which way to turn. But seeing a number of staring people in a corridor on my right that faced one great division of the cemetery, I was turning into it mechanically, when a policeman waved me back with the information that the entrance was at the other end. But not until I had seen, stared, and gasped. In an alcove was a figure, almost upright, that, in the first dazed seconds, I took to be a waxwork. but immediately knew to be a dead woman. As I almost ran out, I recalled that in Bavaria the dead are taken from the house within 6 hours, and are kept in a public mortuary for 3 days, or until all danger of premature interment is over. I do not think I should mind particularly seeing a ghost. I am sure my mental curiosity would get the better of my unwilling flesh, but I have a real horror of the corpse. I tried to forget the grotesque exhibition I had stumbled upon, in the novel and interesting scene about me. The long aisles of the cemetery were filled with well-dressed people, some strolling, others decorating, all apparently enjoying themselves. Almost all of the graves and monuments were bedecked, and presented a most Elysian appearance with the masses of bright flowers, the streamers of wide ribbon, the lighted lanterns, many of them antique and beautiful, above all, the tall flambeaux, whose flames looked white and unearthly against the bright atmosphere. Above was a deep blue sky, with those thick low masses of snow-white clouds one sees only in Bavaria. But that grotesque little figure, with its shrunken yellow face under the pitiless sun glare, its bony old hands, attached I knew to the string of a distant bell, did not leave my mind for an instant. I walked down every path, I examined every interesting monument, I even went into the other divisions where there are so many statues in the alcove tombs, but all in vain. I felt that I should see that old woman to the end of my days. I could recall the very pattern of the cheap black lace on her cap. There was but one way to rid my mind of the obsession, and that was to return to the corridor, stand in front of every earthen figure, remain there until my mind was satiated, in consequence delivered. I set my teeth and went to the ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥. Of course there were many to keep me company. I looked long and unflinchingly at 2 gentlemen in evening clothes, an old maid dressed for once on earth as a bride, a young woman and her infant. The coffins lay on an inclined plane, and the edges were so concealed by a mass of flowers and greenery that the ghastly company looked as if half rising to hold a reception. And then I stood for I do not know how long before the alcove next to the old woman beside the exit, not knowing whether I were turned to stone, or sitting by the Rosewater marsh indulging in some wild morbid flight of imagination. For there he was. For a second I did not fully recognize him. He was so yellow, his lower jaw had so hideously retreated, completely altering the slightly cynical expression of the mouth. The bright gay sunlight searched out every line carved by too much living, the little wrinkles about the eyes, the weakness of the handsome polished hands. He looked unspeakably aged and hideous. I had never dreamed that a brilliant mind could leave so miserable a shell behind it, that the body was such a mean poverty-stricken thing, a thing to be thrust out of sight as soon as it had fulfilled its work of balking and ruining the soul. I had never looked at Veronica after her death, and only once at my father, who had not horrified me, for here the undertaker has arts unknown, apparently, in Bavaria. My love died without a gasp. I shrank and curdled with horror that I had loved that hideous clay. What he had aroused in me was merely the response of youth to the masculine magnet, a trifle more specialized than I had heretofore encountered, the inevitable fever when infection appears. All personal feeling vanished out of me so completely that even while I stood there I felt the same pity for him that I had for the others, the helpless dead so mercilessly exposed to the vulgar indifferent crowd. If I could have hurried him into the privacy of the grave, I would have exerted every effort, but before the laws of the country I was powerless. As I was leaving the cemetery I discovered that I still carried the wreath. I went back and added it to the bank of greenery which his valet no doubt had provided. When I returned to my pension, I sent for the man and learned that he and the Consul General of the United States had done all that the authorities had left in their hands. The body was to be shipped to New York within the month. He had died of Bright's disease. It had declared itself a day or two after I left. After 10 days of intermittent suffering, during which the valet had felt no apprehension, he had died suddenly. I left Munich the same day. If I have failed to give you any adequate impression of my agonies, it will be next to impossible to describe my subsequent states of mind. Indeed, I have little remembrance of my mental condition during the weeks of travel in Switzerland and Italy that followed. I was deliberately living up on the surface of my nature, indifferent to what was awaiting recognition below, although I knew it to be nothing unwelcome. Then, finally, I felt the time had come when I could draw aside the black curtain which I had hung for decency's sake between my consciousness and my depths, and tell the new guest to come forth. The guest was the liberty I had waited for all my life. I felt indescribably free, light, strong. The tyranny of love, even while it was but the love idea, that had shackled me for so many years, narrowing my interests, warping my imagination, clouding the future, was dissipated at last. I had paid the tribute to my youth and sex. I felt really alive for the first time, existing in the actual, not in the dream world. There are women and women, and quite enough of the fine old domestic order to keep the world going. But there is a vast and increasing number that are never really alive and worth anything to themselves or life until they have worked through that necessary madness, buried it, and settled down to those infinite interests upon which matrimony, happy or otherwise, bolts 1,000 doors. Some day I will tell you my theory of what such women are really born for. But you have had enough for one night, and the story is finished. End of chapter 10. Part 2, chapter 11 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 11. Gwynne, between the fog and the story, felt congealed to the marrow. He leaned his elbows on his knees and stared at the bottom of the boat. It was the second time that the dark and carefully guarded recesses of the human soul had been opened to him, but Zeal's at least were a man's, and he had listened to him with a certain passive acceptance cut with lightning-like visions of his own ruined future. He had never been invited into a woman's crypts before, and he hardly knew whether he were gratified or repelled. She had been as brutally truthful as he would have expected her to be if she spoke at all, but he doubted if he understood her as well as he had expected. He had been assured that she had once at least possessed the capacity for intense feeling, but what was the result? And were the depths frozen solid, or merely buried alive? He remarked after a moment, "I cannot think of anything appropriate to say, so perhaps it is as well to say nothing. I certainly do not feel that you are in any need of my sympathies, for you are quite terribly strong. When did all this happen?" "About 8 months before I went to England." "What did you do with yourself in the interval?" "I climbed the Alps a bit, then went to Rome and studied the Campagna, then travelled somewhat in Spain. By that time the desire for California had grown insistent. The novelty of Europe had worn thin. I was tired of playing at doing things, and only at home could I really accomplish anything. I suddenly made up my mind to pay the long-delayed visit to England, stopping in Paris, by the way, for frocks. I doubt if I ever enjoyed anything more than those 3 weeks in Paris, where I completely forgot every unpleasant association. It was my first fine wardrobe, my first opportunity to experience to the full the delight of clothes. I have felt quite happy here. California is so far from every other place that it is almost like living on a detached planet. You forget the rest of the world for months at a time. For days after I returned I wandered about out of doors in a gay irresponsible mood, and carolled all over the house. Of course it was nothing but the electricity of the climate, and that I was in my own state once more, and took an insane pride in it. You do not even need to be born here for that. It comes with the inevitable sense of isolation. You will feel it in time. If I had not known that so certainly, I should never have dared to urge you to come." Gwynne smiled with a pardonable cynicism. But while he was not unwilling the conversation should turn upon itself, his curiosity was not satisfied. The fog had gone and the moon had risen. He could see Isabel quite plainly. She had turned her head and was gazing out over the great expanse desolated by the moonlight, and he studied her profile for the first time, often as he had observed it. To night, with the moonlight on it and against the dark hills, it was almost repellently unmodern in its sharply cut regularity. The classic modelling of the eye socket and chin, the nose with its slight arch. Her hair had fallen from its pins and hung in a braid, its length concealed by her position, and making the effect of a queue. She had long since taken off her hat and wrapped its veil about her head. The veil had slipped, and might easily have been mistaken for a ribbon confining the queue at the base of the head. For an instant Gwynne's senses swam. He recalled the portraits of their Revolutionary ancestors in the house on Russian Hill. It might have been a medallion suspended before him. He drew his breath. Then his eye fell to the short, thin, sensitive upper lip, rarely quiet for all her extraordinary repose, to the full, enticing under lip, and the little black moles. Then his gaze wandered down to the rough shooting jacket, to the rubber boots reaching to her waist, and he only restrained himself from laughing aloud because he feared to rush down the curtain before that secretive nature. "Then you have no faith in love as the best thing in the world?" he asked. She turned upon him her clear dreaming eyes. "I have faith enough in love, as I have faith in death, or any other of the uncontrovertible facts, as well as in its mission, but not as the best thing in life. Not for my sort, anyway. Not for my sort, at least. Not for even the domestic, for that matter, unless they are utterly brainless. I believe that from the beginning of time the misery of the world has been caused by the superstition that love was all. It must continue to be the fate of the child-bearing woman, I suppose, for a while at least, but others have blundered upon the fact that it is a mere incident, and are far happier in consequence. To women like Annabel, freedom means an indulgent husband and plenty of money. To others it means something of which the Annabels know the bare nomenclature, an absolute freedom of the soul, of which the outer independence is but the symbol. As I said, we only find it when we have finished with the bogey of love. It is a modern enough discovery. Think of the poor old maids of the generations behind us, who, failing to marry, collapsed into insignificance instead of revelling in their deliverance. And what humiliation to know that in your youth you are really wooed for the sake of the race alone, no matter what the delusions. If any one doubts it, let him compare the matrimonial opportunities of the ugly maternal girl with the ugly clever girl. When clever women realize that they are a sex apart, and wait until their first youth, at least, is over before selecting a companion of the sex that I am quite willing to concede must always interest us more than our own, and no doubt is necessary to our completion, then will the world have taken its first step towards real happiness." Gwynne repressed his gorge and answered practically. "Not a bad idea, if two were really suited, for no doubt companionship is one of the best things in life, and a woman is more useful in many ways to a man than a partner of his own sex. It is even apparent that she does equally well in certain varieties of sport." I suppose the more experience a man has had of life, the more he hesitates to define what love really is. One has attacks of such a severity, and one recovers so completely. Doubtless Schopenhauer was right. It is merely the furious determination of the race to persist. Spencer tells us that it is absolutely antecedent to all relative experience whatever. Companionship, yes, perhaps. It is necessary to a man, but by no means to all women. Not for yourself, you mean. You are still blunted and somewhat disgusted. I have dismissed the question. You cannot imagine how happy I feel every morning when I wake up, and every night when I go, always rather tired, into my comfortable little bed, knowing that I shall sleep like an infant. I love work. I love outdoor life. I love the long evenings with my books, and my thoughts and my plans for the future. All my own. I revel in the thought that I can never be unhappy again, because now I love no one. I loved my poor father, and suffered with him in his fits of repentance and shame. I loved, of course, that man. I have absolutely nothing in common with Paula, and my mother is merely a pretty memory. I am fond of Annabel, and perhaps several other friends, Mr. and Mrs. Leslie, but that sort of affection does not go very deep. Love is synonymous with selfishness and slavery. Slavery because you no longer own yourself. My brother-in-law adores my sister, makes a great point of his fidelity, because before his marriage he was always flaunting some painted female, without which possession, a few years ago, a San Franciscan felt that he would lose the respect of his fellow citizens. But Lister's reform makes him as exacting as a Turk. If my poor silly little sister smiles at some fugitive thought he demands to know what it is, and if she cannot remember he sulks for a day. He would possess her very thoughts. She dares not have a man friend, talk to a man for half an hour at a time. He won't let her belong to a club. Clubs are all very well for other women, but his wife is not as other women. On the other hand, he has long since let her persuade him that he is the most marvellous of men, and in consequence permits her to make every sort of mean little sacrifice while he spends his money on himself. Her eyes are in a measure open now, but it is too late, and she rebels in the usual futile feminine way. There are millions like them. You will meet Anne Montgomery. She is 35 now, quite plain, and makes a living as a sort of itinerant housekeeper and caterer. She was a most lovely girl, with a wild rose complexion and star-like eyes, and full of life and buoyant hope. Her great talent was for the violin, and she dreamed of conquering the world. Teachers told her that with the proper study she could at least become a professional of the first rank, although she lacked the genius of creation. Her parents and an older sister, one of the plain, domestic, unselfish kind, whose pleasure is in living for others, were horrified at the bare suggestion, not only because they were old-fashioned, some of the most old-fashioned people on earth are in San Francisco, but because it would mean separation from their idol. They surrounded her like a flaming belt. Not even a man could get at her. They worshipped her as if she was a being of another world, devoured her. All the treasures of life were centred in her. That there might be the less temptation, they never took her to Europe, and gradually induced her to lay aside the instrument altogether. She was very sweet and gentle, and she loved them and submitted. I would have throttled them all. But she faded rapidly, lost her lovely colouring and animation, and she had no other beauty. Then her father speculated and failed. While they were undergoing real privations, the influenza swooped down upon them and carried off the 3 older members of the family in a week. Anne Montgomery is the most conspicuous victim of what are generally supposed to be the higher affections that I know. They were just commonplace animals, those 3, nothing more. Real happiness may lie in forgetting that love is selfish, and in overlooking the bitter in the sweet. Isabel shrugged her shoulders. If one can be happy without love, why run the risks?" They felt that they had exhausted the subject for the present, and there was a long silence. Gwynne's eyes wandered over the inexpressibly desolate and sinister landscape. The intense brilliancy of the moon seemed to press darkness down upon the earth. It was true that every object was as sharp of outline as if cut against crystal, but they were a hard dark brown: the hills that jutted out into the windings of the marsh itself, the more distant mountains. It looked like a landscape upon which the sun had set for ever, smitten with death, or not yet born into the solar system. Some terrible formless menacing globe on the edge of the universe. As he had approached San Francisco on the afternoon of his arrival, standing on the forward deck of the boat in a high wind, he had thought it the most stranded, lonely city he had ever seen. He recalled the impression now, and in a flash he appreciated the Californian's attitude to the rest of the world. The effect of such isolation upon the character of a people that had created a great and important city out of the wilderness, and in half a century. In spite of the obstinate aloofness of his ego, he felt an involuntary thrill of pride in his connection with such a people, and hoped it might be premonitory. But again the eerie landscape claimed him, and he became aware of the weird night sounds that broke out with violent abruptness after intervals of throbbing quiet. The loud honk honk of geese, the shriek of loons, the noisy capricious serenade of the frogs. He experienced a feeling of such utter isolation that he almost started when Isabel spoke. "These waste places in California are almost terrifying by moonlight," said she. "They always look as if they were brooding, crouching, concentrating their energies for a convulsion. No earthquake country can be quite normal in any of its aspects, nor quite beautiful. Here comes the tide. How Mac will grumble at us! But he is sure to have kept the fire going, and you shall have a cup of hot coffee before you start for home." CHAPTER XII Chapter 12 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 12. Gwynne, on the following day, was making a late toilet, and in anything but a good humor, for he had grown accustomed to early rising, when he received a note from Isabel. It ran: "Dear Partner, Anabel has just told me over the telephone that Tom and Mr. Leslie and 2 other representative citizens are going out to see you this afternoon. I have the ghost of an idea that a friendly call is not their only object. Do be plastic. It is better in the beginning, until you know your ground. Above all, don't be too English. You are vastly improved, but you have lapses. I send you your share of the ducks. Mariana's roasting will explain our pride in one of the 2 most native of our products. The next time we go to San Francisco I'll take you to the market, and we will sit in a grimy little balcony restaurant, and you will be introduced to fried California oysters. Please consider the marsh your own, and whenever you come, remember that you are to have breakfast or supper with me. Are you quite comfortable? If anything is wrong I will go over and interview Mariana and the Jap. Of course the latter will appropriate your cigarettes and books. He is probably a prince, and far from condescending to steal. He will take them as his right, and his hauteur may match your own at times. Moreover, he may decamp any morning without giving notice. Lafcadio Hearn dwells upon the impermanency of the Japanese, and we can all bear him out. But on the other hand, the Jap will keep your house cleaner than any other sort of servant, and he can be both amiable and alert when he chooses. I merely warn you, for I know nothing of your present homme de chambre, beyond the recommendation of my Chuma, who is amiable to the verge of imbecility. If he disappears, let me know at once, for I really want to make you comfortable and contented in what must seem to you little more than a beautiful wilderness peopled by ambitious barbarians. But wait till you know San Francisco. Isabel." Gwynne smiled at the form of address and the expressions of concern in his welfare, but he scowled twice over the admonition to be plastic and American.
"I'll be what I damn please," he announced aloud, much to the surprise of 𝒅𝔁𝔁𝑘𝑖𝑠ＡBuro Hinomoto, who entered at the moment with his shaving water. Nevertheless, when his visitors arrived late in the afternoon, his natural courtesy, and the reflection that he had not come to America to fail, induced him to receive the four with something like warmth, and to place his cigars and whiskey—he already knew better than to offer them tea—at their immediate disposal. They sat on the porch facing the mountain, and for a few moments the conversation was confined to the weather and the scenery, giving Gwynne an opportunity to observe his guests with some minuteness. Judge Leslie and young Colton he had already met, and he liked the former, a pleasant, shrewd, tactful man, who was one of the chief ornaments of the northern bar, and universally admitted to be "dead straight." So straight, indeed, was he, that his term of judgeship had been brief. He had been carried to the bench on an independent ticket, but the reform movement subsiding, he could obtain re–election only by bargaining with political bosses, and this he refused to do. But after the fashion of the country he retained his title. He had a loose, hairy, benignant face, with a humorous but penetrating eye, and the usual dome–like brow. His body had grown unwieldy, from years and lack of exercise, and his clothes were old–fashioned and, generally, dusty. He voted the Republican ticket, and was not too well pleased with his son–in–law, who was a red Democrat, and rising daily in the good graces of the party bosses. This young man, who was sipping his plain soda and commenting on neither the scenery nor the weather, had inspired Gwynne with a certain interest and curiosity. He was 30, but looked little over 20, and his large limpid blue eyes were as guileless as a child's. He had a long pale face, with an indifferent complexion and the more common American lantern jaw. His hair and brows and lashes were paler than straw, and his long lank figure was without either distinction or muscularity. Nevertheless, there was a curious suggestion of cynical power in his impassive face and lolling inches, and Gwynne had made up his mind that he would be useful as a study in politics. Mr. Wheaton, one of the present city fathers, a position he had occupied with brief intermittences for many years, had hard china–blue eyes and a straight mouth, in a large, square, smoothly shaven face. He had crossed the plains in the '50s from the inhospitable state of Maine, sought fortune in the gold–diggings with moderate success, avoided San Francisco with a farmer's dread of "sharpers," and drifting to the hamlet at the head of Rosewater Creek, had opened a small store for general merchandise. Frugality and a shrewd knowledge of what men wanted and women thought they wanted had increased his capital so rapidly that in 5 years he had converted a wing of the store into a bank. To day he was power. His wife was the leader of Rosewater society, and attended first nights in San Francisco. Mr. Larkin T. Boutts was new to Gwynne, although his status was easily to be inferred from the constant references in the local press. He was a fat little man who sat habitually with the hand on either knee, which he clawed absently both in conversation and thought. Otherwise his attitude was one of extreme repose, even watchfulness. He was excessively neat, almost fashionable in his dress, which, Gwynne was to observe in the course of time, was invariably brown. He had a small pointed beard, and a sharp, direct, dishonest eye. He was the leading hardware merchant of Rosewater, and owned the hotel and the opera–house. His business methods had never been above criticism, and his politics drove the San Francisco correspondent, during legislative sittings, into a display of caustic virtue which gave the newspaper he represented just the necessary smack of reform, and did not hurt its inspiration in the least. For Mr. Boutts was too sharp for the law, and all his sins were forgiven him on account of his genuine devotion to Rosewater. Far from battening on her, after the fashion of the San Francisco cormorant, he had never taken a dollar out of her that he had not returned 100-fold, and he was the author of much of her wealth. This gentleman was the first to indicate that they had not driven out to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 to discuss the weather and the scenery. "Best come to business," he said abruptly. "Judge, will you do the talking?" But Judge Leslie, who was a modest man, waved his hands deprecatingly. "The idea is yours, sir, and yours is the right to state the case." The host hastily poured whiskey and soda lest he should look haughtily expectant. "It's just this, Mr. Gwynne," began Boutts, in his suave, even tones. "We have seen your ads. We know that you contemplate selling off a good part of your ranch. Well, there was a buzz round town when those ads were read, and I was not long passing the word that there would be a mass meeting that night in Armory Hall. That's where we thresh things out, and in this case there was no time to lose. We had a pretty full meeting. Judge Leslie took the chair, and I opened with some of the most pointed remarks I ever made. I was followed with more unanimity than usually falls to my lot. The upshot was that resolutions were passed before 9 o'clock, and a committee of 4 was appointed to wait upon you to day, and endeavor to win you to our point of view," he continued, suddenly lame, for by this time Gwynne, forgetting Isabel and his good resolutions, was staring at the common little man with all the arrogance of his nature in arms, and the color rising in his cheeks. Mr. Boutts's hands gripped his knees as if for anchorage, and he proceeded firmly: "No offense, sir, I assure you. This is a free country. The man who tells another man what he ought to do should be called down good and hard. Nothing could be further from our intention. The meeting was called only in the cause of what you might call both self-defense and patriotic local sentiment, although it's a sentiment that's local to about 2/3 of California. Only we do more acting and less talking than most. It's now some weeks since we adopted resolutions in a still bigger mass meeting, and got the best part of the country to subscribe to them, on the ground that an ounce of prevention, and so forth. And so we hoped that as you have come to live among us, you could be brought to see things from our point of view." He scraped his chair forward, and dropped his voice confidentially, at the same time darting a sharp glance through the open window beside him. "It's this Japanese business. The Chinese, back in the 70s, was not a patch on it, because the Chinee never aspired to be anything but house servants, fruit pickers, vegetable raisers, and vendors on a small scale, and the like. The agitation against them which led to the Exclusion Bill was wholly Irish. That is to say, it was entirely a working class political agitation, because the Chinee was doing better work for less money than the white man. The better class liked the Chinee and have always regretted the loss of them, and to day those who are left, particularly cooks and workers on the big reclaimed lands of the San Joaquin River, where they raise the best asparagus in the world, yes, in the world, sir, get higher wages than any white man or woman in the state. But these Japs are a different proposition. They're slack servants, unless they happen to be a better sort than the majority, and that unreliable. You never know where you are with them. And being servants is about the last ambition they've come for to this great and glorious country. They're buying farms all up and down the rivers, the most fertile land in the state, to say nothing of some of the interior valleys. You see, there were big grants like ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 at first over a good part of California. Then the ranches of thousands of acres were cut up and sold into farms of 300 or 400 acres that paid like the mischief so long as the old man stuck to business himself. This he generally did. But times have changed, and now all the young men want to go to town, and most of the big farms have been cut up into little ones and sold off to immigrants and the like. Well, that's the Japs' lay. They like things on a small scale, and know how to wring a dollar out of every 5-cent piece. No one's denying they're smart. They slid in and got a good grip before we thought them worth looking at. Now we're saddled with about 30,000 of them, and more coming on every steamer from Honolulu and Japan. Some years ago, when they began to find themselves as a nation, and to rebel at the foreigners that were ruling things through the open ports, they let it be pretty well known that it was going to be Japan for the Japanese. Well, now the sooner they know that it's California for the Californians, the better it will be for all hands. We don't go round looking for trouble, but if it comes our way, we don't mind it one little bit. We'll tolerate the Japs just in so far as we find them useful, and useful they are as servants, for if they don't hold a candle to the old Chinee, they're a long sight better than our lazy high-toned hired girls, who are good for just exactly nothing, and we need a certain amount of them for hire in other fields, but as citizens, not much. We've put a stop to that right here, in this county at least, and so, Mr. Gwynne, that's the milk in the cocoanut, and we hope that you'll see things our way, and not sell any of your land to the Japs." "You see," interposed Judge Leslie, that Gwynne might not feel himself rushed to a decision, "these little men, while possessing so many admirable traits that I am quite willing to take off my hat to them, are not desirable citizens in a white man's country. Not only is their whole view of life and religion, every antecedent and tradition, exactly opposed to the Occidental, so that we never could assimilate them, never even contemplate their taking a part in our legislation, nor marrying our daughters, but, and for the majority of the people this is the crux of the whole matter, commercially and industrially they are a menace. With their excessive frugality they can undersell the most thrifty white man, both as farmers and merchants, and the contempt they excite, particularly in this state of extravagant traditions, is as detrimental in its effects as their business methods. The more a man exercises his faculty for contempt, the more must his general standards sink toward pessimism, and pessimism is neither more nor less than a confession of failure in the struggle with life. I never was much of a fighter, so I believe in eliminating the foe whenever it is possible. At all events, we have made up our minds to eliminate the Jap, what with one motive and another, and I think we will. It may come to war in time, when the United States are ready, but we Californians have a way of taking matters into our own hands, and as war is a remote possibility, and we have little prospects of legislation, what with the treaty and the unpreparedness of the country for war, we just do what we can to freeze the Japs out. If we must have small farmers, and our own young men have other ambitions, there are plenty of good European immigrants, and it is our business to encourage them. We assimilate anything white so quickly, it is a wonder an immigrant remembers the native way of pronouncing his own name. But the Oriental we can't assimilate, for all our ostrich-like digestion, and what we can't assimilate we won't have. It is also true that we don't like the Jap. He antagonizes us with his ill-concealed impertinence under a thin veneer of civility, and superior as he is, still he has a colored skin. Now, right or wrong, Christian or merely natural, we despise and dislike colored blood, every decent man of us in this United States of America. Your sentimentalists can come over and wonder and write about us, reproach us and do their honest ingenuous best to convert us. It never will make one damned bit of difference. We are as we are, and that is the end of it. The antagonism, of course, only leaps to life when the colored man wants equal rights and recognition, something he will never get in the United States of America as long as the stripes and the stars wave over it, and the sooner the sentimentalists quit holding out false hopes the better. As to the Chinese, it is quite true that there was no objection to them outside of politics, and the reason was they kept their place. The antipathy to the Japanese extends throughout all classes. Every thinking man in the state is concerned with the question. California will be overrun with them before we know where we are, and we are hoping that other countries will give an ear to the wisdom and far-sightedness Mr. Boutts has displayed, in proposing that no more land shall be sold, or rented, to the Japanese. They can work for us if we have need for them, for a while, but they cannot settle." Gwynne had been thinking rapidly as Judge Leslie drawled out his homily. In his new apprehension of latent weaknesses in his character, He was indisposed to yield to pressure, but he was equally desirous not to let the turmoil into which his inner life had been thrown lead him to any ridiculous extremes, not only interfering with his prospects, but converting himself into chaos. He was extremely anxious to make no mistakes at the outset of his new career, beset with difficulties enough. Their words had every appearance of being a just presentment of a just cause. He didn't care a hang about the Jap. For the matter of that, he reflected with some bitterness, he didn't care a hang about California. At this point in his reflections he became aware that Colton was turning his head with a sort of slow significance. He looked up and watched a pale eyelash drop over a deep gleam of intelligence. Mr. Leslie finished speaking, and Gwynne replied with an elaborate politeness, which might be his vehicle for spontaneous sympathy or utter indifference. "Thank you all very much for your confidence in me, and also for preventing me from making what no doubt would have been a serious mistake. I have no desire whatever for the Japanese as a neighbor. I was one of the few to recognize the menace of Japan to Occidental civilization when all the world was sympathizing with it during its war with Russia, and they will get no encouragement from me. So the matter is settled as far as I'm concerned." "Shake!" said Mr. Wheaton in a deep, rumbling voice. The four shook hands solemnly with their new neighbor, then, with even a greater gusto, drank his health. Gwynne, suddenly remembering the California tradition and the ducks, invited them to remain for supper, but all declined except Colton, who sent his wife a message by his father-in-law. The other three climbed into Judge Leslie's surrey and departed, Colton remarking apologetically and somewhat wistfully, "She's dining at the judge's and won't miss me. I never leave her alone. I'll get back in time to take her home." Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Ancestors, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 13. Mariana cooked the ducks with the skill of the unsung chef she was, and enhanced them with other delicacies for which she alone had a name. Gwynne, faithless to Isabel's crude though honest effort, rose to gaiety, and wondered whether California was practising the insidious methods of the wife. Colton, absent of eye, disposed of his share of the repast as negatively as he did most things, and as soon as they had retired to the veranda, produced a bag of peanuts from his pocket, without which, he remarked, no meal was complete. Gwynne declined the national delicacy, feeling that diplomacy had its limits, and lit a pipe, wondering how he should lead his new friend to give him some practical political information. He detected the guile under that bland, almost vacant exterior, and Colton's prattle about duck shooting and deer hunting, although apparently endless, did not divert him for a moment. But he had less trouble than he had anticipated. Colton's mind seldom roved far from politics, and it required little tact to lead him to the trough. "As I am necessarily in your confidence, I will take you voluntarily into mine," he announced in his clear, high pipe. "I don't in my heart care a hang more for the Democratic party than I do for the Republican, but the Republicans own the state at present, and there's no chance to get your name up and really do things in that party. They're out for graft, every last one of them. The chance is on the other side. It's a big chance, for the laboring class, what with unions and being rotten spoilt with easy living in this state, is becoming more and more dissatisfied every day. If they were let alone, it would never occur to them they weren't the chosen of the Lord. But we, the Democratic party, can't afford to let them alone, unless we want to go out of business altogether. They are just about the only dough we've got to work on, and for the last few years we've been systematically sowing the seeds of discontent by means of the press, metropolitan and local,
abusing the rich, the trusts, harping on the segregation of capital by a favoured few, to the unjust and illegal impoverishment of the many, painting gaudy pictures of what the working man's lot will be when he gets his rights, emphasizing that in this state, of all others, man was intended to be happy, and share equally in her abundance. We sail pretty close to anarchy, but they are an ignorant, foolish lot, and we keep a tight hand on the reins and will drive them in a straight line when the time comes. I am qualifying for the position of district leader hereabouts, although I'm not announcing it from the housetops. But the present one is getting old, and I'm on the inside track. I dress in these battered old clothes that make my little wife weep. She'll never have any other cause from me, just to impress the farmers what a good Democrat I am. Not a bit like Hilliard Wheaton, who is a dude. All he is waiting for is his father's death so that he can move to San Francisco. But I drive round in a dusty old buggy, with candy for the children in my pocket, and chin with the farmers about the crops and any old thing. When this country turns Democratic, as it shall in the next 5 years, likely as not sooner, we have so much raw material to work on in these immigrants. I intend to go to Congress, hold on in the House until there is a vacancy in the Senate, and there I'll be for life, and the boss of this state to boot. I can't say I care about the presidency. It's only a chance that there may be anything doing while you're in. It's largely luck. And then, when you're out, if you survive the White House, which most presidents don't, you're as good as dead. I don't care about going abroad as a consul general, or even ambassador, for I wouldn't hold any office under the United States government that was dependent upon the favor of a small group in Washington. You're no better than a servant, and you never know where you are. Political enemies at home, liars abroad, somebody with a little more influence, or any low political business, and you're fired without being heard in your own defense. You've got no redress, and may be disgraced for life without ever knowing where you were hit. None of that for me, although I'd like a big position of that sort for my wife. But she can cut all the dash she wants as a senator's wife, and I'll wield the big stick. That's where the fun comes in. I have a natural turn for politics, and then it's the only road out of Rosewater. The old gentleman is dead set upon my succeeding him in the bank, and he'll never give me a lift, although if I made a hit at anything he'd be so proud it would be easy sailing after. He's not a bit displeased that I've turned over a few thousand an aunt left me, but I'm after bigger game than that. She also left me 2,000 acres of land that look hopeless because there's not so much as a spring on them, and they're in one of the droughtiest sections in the state. She got them as a bad debt. Now, just over the border of that ranch is a big lake, and the owner of it won't sell or rent me water rights, thinking I'll sell out for a song. But he don't know Tom Colton. I'm a member of the present legislature, and that isn't the least of the reasons why. A few hundreds in a few hungry pockets, and we'll run a snake through the legislature, declaring that lake state property. Then I'll ditch from the lake, and I am the proud owner of a large tract of valuable irrigated land. I sell off in small farms, and clean up $100,000. That I'll invest in a Class A building in San Francisco. I'm also in this projected electric railway of Boutts. Would advise you to buy a block of that stock. I can let you in on the ground floor. Money and political power, boss of this state, that's what I'm after, and no idle dream either. I know the ropes, and all I have to do is to hang on. I'll build a house on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, and my wife shall have dresses 4 times a year from Paris." He turned to Gwynne with glowing eyes. "You've barely seen her, and you haven't had a sight of the kids. She's Isabel's great friend. I wonder you haven't been round. I've got the nicest little shanty you ever saw, and we'd always be glad to see you." Gwynne thanked him absently, then, while his guest, dismissing politics, indulged in domestic rhapsodies, relating several anecdotes the while he consumed another bag of peanuts, Gwynne's brain worked rapidly. He boiled with discouragement and disgust. The cynical frankness of this young provincial with his serene confidence in his star, and in his power to handle the millions he despised, bore a primitive and humiliating likeness to his younger self, Americanized by the lower standards of his country perhaps, but painfully like in its elements. All he could claim, it seemed to him at the moment, was a higher personal sense of honesty and honor, and how long would he keep it in this country? While he was hesitating between taking a possible rival into his confidence and an arrogant desire to announce his reason for coming to California without regard to consequences, Colton dropped the subject of his family, scattered the mass of shells on the floor with a sudden sweep of his foot, and tipping his chair back against the wall, produced a large red apple and his pocket knife. "I can't say that I like the seamy side of politics," he remarked absently as he performed a delicate operation without breaking the skin. "My wife always maintains that I'm the most honest man alive, and I shouldn't wonder if that was the way I really was made. Anyhow, I know I'd a heap sight rather do a man a good turn than an ill one. But when he gets in your way, what are you going to do in a country where politics are machine made, and every cog has to be oiled with graft? I'm thankful I'll never be forced to accept a bribe. There's a lot of difference between giving and taking, and I guess I'll have to do a lot of the first. But it's politics or nothing with me, aside from having a natural genius for them. I'll never get out of Rosewater otherwise. My father is likely to live for 20 years yet, and I hope to God he will. But I want the big game while I'm young. If the country was better, I'd be too, and like my job. But you've got to play the game in your shirt sleeves. Kid gloves, and you sit on the fence and watch somebody else wallow in after the prizes." "It seems to me that the best chance for fame and power lies in that superior strength which is allied with honesty. A man who is at the same time a clever manipulator of men, and whose aim is statesmanship, should be able to reach his goal by a clean road." Gwynne had been long enough in the United States to blush uneasily as he delivered these sentiments, and his color deepened as Colton gave a little snort. "Can't be done, not in this state, anyhow. You've been talking to Isabel. She looks like the Pilgrim Fathers, and has inherited all their antiquated notions. Honest, now, are your politics so much better than ours?" "A long sight, and they are by no means perfect. We have our machine and our compromises and all the rest of it, and even a few wholly rotten boroughs. 50 years ago we were blatantly worse than you are to day. As long as the game lasts and there are two parties, there must be more or less chicanery. But we are snow white compared with the mire of this country, and it is an anomaly I cannot understand. I have now been a year in the United States, have talked with hundreds of Americans, studied them and their institutions. Few have struck me as personally dishonest, as we interpret the word in England. Human nature, in this country, indeed, has at times appeared to me almost elemental, utterly without the subtlety that makes for crooked dealing. There is 1,000 times more petty trickery in Europe, and, with us, more hypocrisy, certainly. But politics we have at least elevated. Here the best man in private life seems to become transformed the moment he enters the political atmosphere, and if he is not a scoundrel, he sails pretty close to the wind." All you say may be true. I don't agitate my gray matter over problems. I know what we are, and the work cut out for me if I want to stay on top. I have known reformers. We have lots of spasmodic attempts at reform right here in this district. When the reform is directed at some glaring evil, something that makes us uncomfortable, then it goes through. When it is directed against politics in general, then the reformer falls so hard he never gets up, unless, to be sure, he scrambles up PDQ and trims up the wind. And that, I'm bound to say, he generally does. We've had our idealists talk till your mouth waters. One session in Sacramento generally cures them. When it doesn't, we have no more idea what becomes of them than of an ant that butts in on a procession of other ants. Ever watch ants?" It was Gwynne's turn to snort.
I take my boy up on the hills every Sunday afternoon when it's fine, and we watch ants and grasshoppers and birds and all the rest of it. Why don't you get married? There's nothing like it. I may have some hard hoeing ahead of me, but I always have that cosy pretty home at the end of the day, and the sweetest wife in the world, who doesn't know the Republican party from the Democrat, and never opens a newspaper. Isabel is too high and mighty. She's a wonderful girl, all right, but the last woman I'd want for a wife. I know a girl who would just suit you, Dolly Boutts. She's as pretty as a peach, and as domestic as Annabelle. I'll have you both in to supper as soon as we get a new cook. We've had 4 this month, and my wife warned me I was not to ask you to anything until she was perfectly satisfied. She's the best housekeeper you ever saw." Gwynne maintained an infuriated silence. It was some moments before he could trust himself to articulate. Colton, munching his apple and twirling the long spiral of skin he had peeled off without a break, detected nothing unusual in the atmosphere. It was characteristic of him that he took no interest in his new friend's future. Isabel had told him that Gwynne had not sufficient income to maintain his rank in England, and had resolved not only to drop his titles, but the name by which he had so long been known, being averse from notoriety. Colton, who had barely recalled the name of Elton Gwynne, he usually skipped the telegrams unless a war with picturesque details monopolized the foreign columns, had been somewhat amused at the precaution, but respected it. He would never have thought of betraying a confidence reposed in the bank. He assumed that Gwynne intended to become a rancher, like so many other Englishmen, and that he purposed reading law merely as a secondary occupation. He could have thought of several more interesting methods of putting in time, but every one to his taste. Gwynne spoke finally, and when he did, Colton, whose chair was still tipped against the wall, sat forward with a square planting of his feet. "I came to California with one intention only," said Gwynne, "to have the political career that my elevation to the peerage deprived me of in England. I had intended to work with the Democratic party, but I am free to state that your account of it has turned my stomach. My reasons for selecting it were, partly, that in principle at least it more nearly approached the Liberal party in England, partly because of its weakness in strong men. But if it is as rotten as you say, I am afraid it would be a waste of time to qualify for it. I certainly would not work in harmony with it. However, there is an abundance of time for close observation. I cannot vote for 4 years, and if I finally decide in favor of the Republican party, at least we shall not be rivals." "Jiminy!" exclaimed young Colton, ingenuously, but Gwynne could see the glitter of his eye. "Well, I'm glad to hear it. Not much you don't go over to the Republicans. There isn't 5 cents worth of choice between the two parties when it comes to a square deal on any measure ever put up. And this slow wave of reform that's trying to crawl over the country, against trusts, graft, and the like, it's just strong enough to swamp the Republicans and give us our chance. Rivals? Not a bit of it. There's room for all, and you're just the man we want. Isabel told me you were a wonderful speaker. I'd forgotten. That's just what we want. I can't speak for a cent. There's no one in the district that can carry a crowd. The boss was wailing over it the other day. You can do a lot in the next 4 years. You go to all the conventions and county meetings with me and make my speeches. I'll introduce you to everybody that can put you on. You've fallen into clover with the judge because his only son, who was practicing with him, has had to go to Southern California to live. Nerves all broken up. He'll push you all right, and as soon as you have swallowed the California codes you can practice in the courts by courtesy. Then I'll take you to Sacramento with me next year I'm a senator this term as my private secretary, and you'll learn a lot. Your hair will stand up straight, but never mind. All that will pave the way for whatever office you want to begin with when your papers are ripe. I'll see that it's a good conspicuous town or county office, and the legislature will follow as a matter of course. That will fill you in while you are waiting a chance for Congress. You must be 7 years in the country for that, 9 for the Senate. Only you must swallow us whole. You can't make us over. We Democrats are determined to get on top again, and have our chance at the pickings. We'll talk reform, of course. That's where your eloquence will come in, and the more you believe in it, while you're holding forth about the Republican party robbing the widow and orphan, more particularly the farmer and the laborer, the better. We'll promise the working man a sort of sugar–coated socialism, but we won't inspire him with any higher ideals than pecuniary profits, if you please. That would mean content, and the end of the Democratic party. Well, think it over. I must go. My little old woman doesn't like to sit up late. Mind you drop in and see her the next time you're in town." Gwynne rang for his guest's buggy, thanked him for his advice, then ordered his horse and rode about the ranch half the night. CHAPTER XIV. Chapter 14 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 14. A fortnight later, Isabel announced to Gwynne that she intended to give a party, and introduce him to the young people of Rosewater. "All the girls want to know you, Annabel tells me, and as it is a relief to hear that they are interested in something besides cards, and as nobody else seems disposed to take the initiative, I have concluded to play the grande dame for a night. In a way it is my duty to introduce you formally, although it would be more so if they had done anything for me since my return. However, I will ask them for next Saturday evening, if you have nothing better to do." "One day is quite the same as another to me," said Gwynne, dryly. "What do you fancy are my evening engagements? I have not even begun to read law with Mr. Leslie. He has gone off to Southern California to see his son. He says he is always restless in the autumn, as young people are in the spring, but has promised me his attention before the middle of the month." They were rowing down the channel of the wider portion of the creek towards Isabel's landing, their boat filled with spoil. The little steamboat was winding proudly through the marsh. There were a dozen sails in sight. From the south came an incessant sound of firing. The distant mountains looked as hard as metal, and there was a new crispness in the air. Little rain had fallen, but it was no longer summer. Gwynne had exchanged his khaki riding clothes for corduroy, and Isabel's habit, although still dust–coloured, was made of cloth instead of pongee. To–day they wore light–covered coats over their canvas and rubber. With the passing of the heat, and the advent of the daily electric breezes sweeping up the valleys from the sea, Gwynne felt a slow lifting of the dead weight on his spirits, although he was only happy when he had his gun in his hand. California seemed less like a voluptuous leviathan, blowing poppy–dust that blunted the memory of all things beyond her borders. At first he had been vaguely uneasy at the insidious suggestion that he had transferred himself to another planet, but he was beginning to suspect that California, true to her sex, might have surprises in store that would quicken his blood at least. He still disliked her at night, the high unfriendly arch of her sky, the sinister atmosphere that brooded over her spaces, suggesting illimitable reaches where no man dwelt, or would long be tolerated. But her days seemed full of promise, and they certainly were full of beauty. He still fought with a longing to confide in Isabel, his apprehensions and doubts, his haunting interrogation of inherent greatness. But he turned from the temptation in a panic of spirit, sure that he would fail unless he fought his battle alone. He had pondered more and more upon his possible debt to his mother, and the doubt that she might have been the foundation of his courage and self–confidence was as bitter as that he might have owed the extraordinary rapidity of his career to the influence of his family and name. And Isabel's very strength alarmed him, the more so as he felt her subtle fingers among the leaves of his new destiny. So he merely smiled into her eyes and made a gallant remark, a purely masculine method of emphasizing that woman is charming in her proper place. "I shall be delighted to dance again, particularly, it seems odd, as I have never danced with you. And it is a year since I have seen you in an evening gown. I have a vivid remembrance of how you looked that night at Arcot, when you turned so many heads." Isabel coloured, and whether with pleasure or resentment she had not the least idea. But she answered hastily. "I feel that I have been very selfish to do nothing before, but really it seemed hopeless until Annabelle told me yesterday that there was a vast amount of interest in the young English rancher. I am afraid the girls here will not interest you, only you should have the opportunity of deciding that question for yourself. But what will be really delightful will be to show you San Francisco. I have not been able to leave the ranch for a day since that 3 weeks' outing I had no business to take, but I have had half a dozen resentful letters from Paula, who has persuaded herself that you are her cousin too, and asserts her right to know you. But neither she nor Lyster has the remotest suspicion of your identity. Elton Gwynne might have a dozen brothers, nor is it likely they have ever heard the name. If you were an artist or actor or litterateur or composer, you might be as well known in San Francisco as in London. There is no city in the United States one half so artistic, nor so given to fads. But in European politics the young people, at least, take as much interest as they do in the canals of the moon. So you are quite safe, and Lyster is the man of all others to show you Bohemian San Francisco and give you a thoroughly good time. We might go down a few days after the party." "That will be very jolly. I will confess that although San Francisco did not inspire me with enthusiasm, it has occurred to me that it might be an improvement on Rosewater. Oh, by the way, I had a letter from my mother not long ago, in which she said she had met some San Franciscans at Homburg, Hofer, I believe the name was, and had promised I should call on them, mentioning me, of course, as John Gwynne. I have wondered if the risk would be worth while. The amusement to be derived from provincial society is very doubtful." "Provincial! What arrogance! Do please call on the Hofers. They have the old Polk House, whose history I have told you, and entertain like princes. Besides, Mr. Hofer is one of that small millionaire group that is trying to clean up San Francisco municipally. He is quite worth knowing. And I want you to know San Francisco. It is my ambition to be a great figure in San Francisco, and I have seen other cities, and might be enjoying myself in England this moment." "Yes, I know," said Gwynne, smiling, and admiring her pink cheeks and flashing eyes. "And of course I don't forget that you have spurned a great position for the sake of your beloved city. That is really at the root of my desire to know the place. If it has a fascination, I should like to feel it. Fascination is a strong word, and means a considerable amount of enjoyment, up to a certain point. But I am glad to have heard the declaration of your ambition. Is it the final one?" "It is the pedestal," said Isabel enigmatically. "Some time, when you give me your confidence, I will give you mine." "I have no confidences to make. None, at least, that can compare with the rich experiences of your past. I told you all about Mrs. Kaye before I left England, and, so far, America has left me well, unfascinated. By the way, Colton informs me that he and his wife have picked out some one to cheer my loneliness, and—" "Who?" "I do not remember the name. Doubtless she will be at the party. I am curious to see all your friends together. I have seen an astonishing number of pretty girls in the street, and I am wondering how they will stand the test of lighting up. The great test, to my mind. I don't know which I like least, the manufactured animation of the European woman of the world, or the too natural animation which makes the American girl's features dance all over her face. You, if you don't mind my saying so, are one of the very few Americans I have met that has something of the Englishwoman's faculty of looking, at the same time, statuesque and glowingly alive." "You excite my suspicion. I see no indication that you are out of practice. It is quite true that American women's faces, like their voices, lack cultivation. Well, you will see a good many pretty girls on Saturday night, and with no particular advantage of dress. Money has nothing to do with social position in these country towns. Perhaps 20 families, besides the bankers and Mr. Boutts and the Leslies, are well off. But many girls who are in the best society earn their living. Typewriters, clerks, bookkeepers, and the like. One has carried on her father's drug store since his death. Most of the young men that could get away have gone, and there are not half a dozen left with any money behind them. The majority of beaux are either clerks or in some small business, although there are always the doctors and clergymen. Very few young lawyers. Snobbery barely exists. There are lines, but purely theological. All social groups centre about the churches. The first here has always been the Episcopalian. It had occurred to me that society of any sort had ceased. Of the famous California hospitality I have seen nothing. A number of men have driven out and called upon me, and I have returned their calls, and found their houses very well appointed, although some member of the family usually answered the bell, and one morning I saw Miss Wheaton sweeping off the porch, her head tied up in a towel. All I meet appear to be very cordial and friendly, but I have not been asked to take so much as a cup of tea in a house in the county, and I have now been here something like 5 weeks. California hospitality is a mere legend, except in San Francisco. In the small communities it has never existed in my time, although they used to dance a good deal before cards turned their heads. You will find just as much haggling over a 5-cent piece here as in any small New England town. These rich men have made their money by hoarding and wary investments, rarely speculating, and that tells immensely on the character. I doubt if the state itself has ever known the meaning of hospitality since the old ranch days, when, of course, it was prodigal. It is the San Franciscans that have kept the tradition alive. They are so reckless, as extravagant, as royally indifferent to mere money as in the famous '50s. If you happen to call too close to a meal time in one of these towns, the meal will be postponed until you leave. In San Francisco they would give you 2/3 of their last crust. At the old Rosewater dances we never had anything but cake and lemonade, ice cream in very hot weather. I think it would be a good idea to give them a shock and have a supper from town." "I believe you are socially ambitious," said Gwynne, smiling. "No doubt it is your intention to make a fortune and lead San Francisco society." "Perhaps, but not in the way you mean." CHAPTER XV Chapter 15 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 15 The long-closed bar-room of Old Inn was aired for a week, denuded of cobwebs, delivered of mice, canvassed by the invaluable Chuma. The Rosewater Hotel promised to contribute its Sunday band of 4 pieces, manipulated with no mean skill by worthy but unprosperous young citizens. Not one of Isabel's invitations was refused. The girls suddenly discovered that they were still young, and were as much excited at the prospect of a night's dancing as at meeting the English rancher. The men accepted as a matter of course, thankful to be asked to anything. The older people, surprised at an invitation to a dance, assured one another that Isabel Otis, being absurdly extravagant, and living 2 miles out in the country, was almost certain to regale her guests with fried oysters and ice cream. One or two of her mother's old friends wrote and offered to contribute a chocolate cake, but were relieved when she refused to trouble them. Gwynne and Isabel hung the walls of the big room with palm leaves and branches covered thick with small yellow oranges, the first of the year. When they rested from their labors, Isabel declared that it looked like an exhibit at a county fair, but Gwynne, never having attended a county fair, was proud of his handiwork, and thought the effect an improvement upon the average ballroom. The day before the party Tom Colton and Hilliard Wheaton rode out to Lumalitas and demanded of Gwynne if he intended to wear a claw hammer. Colton was averse on principle from being too swagger, and they finally compromised on what the Americans called their tuxedos, and Gwynne called his smoker. Annabel Colton, Dolly Boutts, and Serena Wheaton, after half a day's telephoning, decided to wear their necks, and their hostess agreed to keep them in countenance. Every team in Rosewater was bespoken for the distinguished occasion, and the reports of the Weather Bureau were consulted daily. But the rains held off, and the night of the party was brilliant with starlight, and not too cold. Gwynne, who had no intention of receiving with Isabel, and learning from Colton that everybody would have arrived before 9 o'clock, did not make his appearance until 10. He found the big room full of young and elderly people, even the latter chattering with an extraordinary animation, induced no doubt by the surprises that had greeted them. They had forgotten the existence of the old bar room. From the dancers Gwynne received a general impression of pink cheeks, fluffy hair, delicate features, gay simple gowns, the usual lack of background. A curious transientness, as if they had been born for the night like summer moths. The men for the most part made a good appearance, the more favored looking college bred and irreproachable. Hilliard Wheaton, who was really handsome, with his broad shoulders and cool, smooth, well-cut face, wore an orchid in his buttonhole, and was devoting himself to Isabel. The hostess wore a gown of black chiffon trimmed with pale blue that looked quite simple and was not. Her neck and arms were bare, and Gwynne noticed at once that she had another little black mole where the bodice slipped from her shoulder. She reproached the guest of honor for being late. "You will dance this waltz with me," she commanded royally, "and then I will introduce you to the prettiest of the girls." For the first time in his life Gwynne felt self–conscious in putting his arm about a woman's waist for the waltz. He had seen Isabel in full evening dress many a time in England, in rubber boots to her hips, in divided skirt astride her horse, in overalls among her chickens, and in pretty little house–gowns when he had remained for supper. Nevertheless, in surrendering her slim waist, she seemed to descend, significantly, from her pedestal and become warm flesh and blood. He held her awkwardly, barely touching her, wondering there should be physical shrinking from such a beautiful creature, one, moreover, that had shown him more kindness and disinterested friendship than any he had ever known. He reproached himself, but even while he admired the luminous whiteness of her skin, he found himself scowling at the tiny black moles that gave her an oddly artificial provocative look, as black patches may have deliberately enhanced the charms of their coquettish grandmothers. "Humph!" said Mrs. Wheaton, raising her lorgnette as became a leader of society. "He is not so fond of her, for all this friendship we have been hearing so much about. Well, it is natural enough. Isabel is far too independent to be really attractive to men, for all her good looks. These advanced women will have to step aside into a class by themselves, and as the men won't follow them, that will mean they will die off naturally, and the world wag its own way once more." She was a tall, stout woman, with a pale, heavy face, and a curious elevation of nose, as if sniffing an unpleasant odour, but which was really meant to express pride of carriage. She wore a somewhat old–fashioned but handsome gown of lavender satin trimmed with point lace about the bodice, and a pair of diamond earrings. On one side of her sat the elder Mrs. Colton, in black silk with a point–lace collar, a sweet–faced, frankly elderly woman. The third member of the group was a woman who might have been any age between 35 and 50, very thin and dark, with the curious virginal look peculiar to childless women tainted by a suggestion of morbid sensuality, very difficult to locate. Sometimes it seemed to twist across her thin restless mouth, at others to gleam from her deep–set black eyes with a fleeting wildness. Ordinarily she was smiling with an affected cynicism, and it was plain to be seen that she respected her intellect. She was abominably dressed in a frock of purple merino trimmed with black velvet ribbon, but she wore a gold comb in her hair and a diamond brooch. As the leader finished her remarks, Mrs. Haight brought her teeth together with a snap, and shot through them a little hiss. Mrs. Wheaton turned upon her with the gleam of the bird of prey in her little grey cold eyes. All the gossip of Rosewater was very old, scandal rare. "What is it, Minerva?" she asked, eagerly. "Are they engaged? And you know just why he has come out here?" "I only know what everybody says about his coming here, that his health isn't good, and he wants to make the ranch pay by running it himself. But that other—" She paused and lifted her thin shoulders significantly. "Well, all I can say is, that if they ain't engaged, they ought to be." Mrs. Wheaton leaned forward eagerly, but Mrs. Colton said severely, "That is just your evil mind, Minerva. You are always imagining things. Comes of having nothing to think about but cards and novels. 6 children were what you needed." "I guess I have as much as anybody to think about, what with having no help half the time, and a husband who wants his meals on time whether or no. And I guess I worked as hard in the City Improvement Club as anybody until we got all those concrete sidewalks for the town, let alone the parks. What if I do read novels and play cards for recreation? Too much thinking ain't good for anybody." "Oh, never mind," interrupted Mrs. Wheaton, hastily. "But what did you mean, anyhow?" "Well, as you know, I don't sleep very well, and I often get up and sit at the window, watching for the boat 'bus, and just imagining where the people who are out late, or up early, are going to, and what they have been thinking about. Well, I've seen him," jerking her shoulder at Gwynne, who was now dancing with Miss Boutts. "I've seen him riding home from here as late as 10 or half past, many a night. He may have been duck shooting and stayed to supper. That's all right, but he could go home just after. I for one don't think it's decent, a girl living all alone like she does. If he wants to shoot ducks, anyhow, why don't he join a club? And if he does all his shooting here, it's to be with her, and no mistake. I've said from the very first it's downright indecent for a girl to live alone on a farm, no chaperon, not even a woman servant. I for one think that Isabel Otis has done just as she pleased long enough, and ought to be called down." "It's only natural that she should do as she pleases now that she has the chance, poor soul," said Mrs. Colton. "She never had anything but trouble and sorrow in her life until James Otis died. I wish he could have died when she was little and I could have brought her up. That life, and then her sudden liberty, have made her independent and advanced, but I can't say that I like it myself. I wish she were more like Anabel. It's odd they're not more alike, being such friends." "I quite agree with Minerva," announced the leader. "Isabel ought to have a chaperon. I don't doubt she's all she should be, or I shouldn't be here to night, friend of her mother's or not, but I suggested to her only yesterday I had a little talk with her on Main Street that she get some respectable old maid or widow to live with her." "What did she say?" asked Mrs. Colton, with a smile. "Say? The insolent young minx! She just looked at me, through me, as if I had not spoken. Her mother always put on airs. That's where she gets it from. I had half a mind not to come to night, but I wanted to see things for myself. If she does anything really impudent, I'll make her suffer." This last phrase was famous in Rosewater. Mrs. Wheaton employed it seldom, but when she did, her friends understood that she was not far from the war-path. Her color had risen with the memory of yesterday's grievance, pushed aside by curiosity for some 28 hours. Mrs. Haight regarded the radiant young hostess with a malignant stare, prudently veiled by drooping lids. She envied Isabel with her whole small soul. She had never known the sensation of liberty in her life, and she stopped short of the courage that might snatch it. Mr. Haight, the leading druggist of Rosewater, and an eminent and useful citizen, was a large, stolid, elderly man. He was at present in the little dining room, with other gentlemen of his standing and a punch bowl. As regular as a clock in his habits, and devoted conscientiously to his wife, whom he took for a buggy ride every Sunday in fine weather. They had been married for 22 years, and for at least 15 she had yearned to be the heroine of an illicit romance, nor ever yet found the courage to indulge in a mild flirtation. She really loved her husband, and in many respects made him an excellent wife, but her depths were choked with the slime of a morbid eroticism which her husband was the last man to exercise. The earlier fever in her blood had gradually dropped to the green sickness of middle age, so that she was vaguely repellent to men, particularly the young. This she had the wit to detect, as well as the incontrovertible fact that her youth and her chances were gone. As a natural consequence, her repressed but still rebellious passions diffused their poison throughout her nature. There were times when she was seized with a frantic desire to inflict injury upon some other woman, and at all times she found relief in sharp criticism, in flinging mud at mantles spotless to the casual eye. She passed for being very piquante and clever in a town where so little happened except the turning over of money, and where the conversation alternated between chickens and cards. She was sure that she scented a scandal here, and her very nostrils quivered with anticipation, the while she hated Isabel more bitterly for taking a lover instead of an eternal husband. "Looks as if she didn't mean to introduce him to us," she remarked, with an attempt at frigid criticism. "He don't dance so well but what the girls could get on without him. Isabel might give him a chance to exhibit his conversational powers. My, if he ain't going to dance again with Dolly Boutts! I'd like to know how Isabel fancies that!" Gwynne, who liked any sort of exercise, and had been reading the United States statutes the greater part of the day, danced with the girls to whom Isabel introduced him, returning no less than 3 times to the exuberant Miss Boutts, whose step suited his, and whom he thought one of the prettiest girls he had seen in America. Mr. Boutts's mother had been the daughter of an Italian restaurant keeper in San Francisco, and his heiress inherited a fine flashing pair of black eyes, a mass of black hair, and a voluptuous but buoyant figure. She had inherited nothing of the languor and fire of the Italian race, but chattered as incessantly as any American girl, and had the mind and character of 16, in spite of her almost full–blown beauty. Having an instinct for dress in addition to a liberal allowance from her father, she was always a notable figure in Main Street, and when in San Francisco was pleasantly aware that she was by no means unnoticed in the fashionable throngs of the hotels and Kearny Street. To night she wore a gown of black net revealing her superb shoulders and arms, and bunches of red carnations that emphasized the red of her full pouting lips. She danced with a graceful energy, and looked unutterable things out of her great black eyes while talking of the weather. Gwynne thought her a creature of infinite possibilities, beside whom Isabel was a statue in ivory. Just before supper he was introduced to the older women, and offered his arm to Mrs. Wheaton, when 2 waiters, unmistakably from a San Francisco caterer, threw open the doors upon a hall that separated the ballroom from the old hotel dining–room. The startled guests filed hastily across to find a dainty but sumptuous repast served at little tables. Even the ice–cream was frozen in graceful shapes, instead of being ladled out of a freezer in full view of the company. And there was such an abundance of all things, served with dispatch by the professional waiters, that Mrs. Haight was permitted to consume 3 plates of oysters à la poulette. "This must have cost a pretty penny," she muttered to Mrs. Wheaton. Gwynne was dancing attendance on Miss Boutts once more. "Much money she'll save. One would think this was San Francisco, and some swell house on Nob Hill. I don't believe a thing was cooked in her own kitchen." "I should think not. This supper is from the St. Francis, or the Palace, or the Poodle Dog." Mrs. Wheaton ran off the names of all the famous San Francisco restaurants, to the ill–concealed spite of Mrs. Haight, who did not dine in San Francisco once a year. "But as you suggest, I cannot imagine how she expects to make a fortune in chickens if she throws about money like this. No wonder Mr. Gwynne isn't good enough for her. But perhaps that's the reason he's selling off so much of his ranch. Mr. Wheaton says he thinks of putting up an office building on some land he has south of Market Street. To my way of thinking, Isabel Otis and matrimony don't gee. She's altogether too advanced. Just you wait." The young people, meanwhile, were very gay, and there was little doubt in Isabel's mind that if she lived in Rosewater, and chose to revive and lead the old social life, she could drive cards to the wall in the first engagement. She had been much elated with her success, but, of a sudden, as her eyes roved benignantly over her chattering delighted guests, ennui descended upon her, those ancestral mutterings in the soul that stir dim memories of great moments of a greater time, inviting a vague contempt and distaste for the petty incidents and achievements that make up the sum of life. Isabel had experienced this faint sensation of futility and disgust many times before, and although she was wise enough not to let it paralyze her will, and to turn it to account in holding her to her higher ideals, still she often envied the Dolly Boutses with good red plebeian blood in their veins, and no voices in the subconscious brain but those that bade them eat and drink and feed the race. No, she decided, Rosewater could work out of its present inertia by itself. And she began to wish her guests would go home. She was tired of their inanities. Her disappointment in Hilliard Wheaton, whom she had admired from a distance ever since her return, but who had never succumbed to her charm until to night, had much to do with her sense of futility. He had read nothing, seen nothing, experienced nothing. He had no ambition beyond living in San Francisco and enjoying life there. His fine, well-bred face, with its high brow and smiling, slightly superior gaze, had suggested, the more particularly perhaps as his fine figure was superb, possibilities both intellectual and romantic. Isabel told him politely never to ride out without using the telephone first, and had her excuses already coined. At least 10 men besides Gwynne were hovering about Dolly Boutts, like humming-birds about the nectar of a full–blown rose. They were blind to the fact that her voluptuous suggestion was but a caprice of nature. Although, no doubt, she would make the best of wives and mothers, she was as incapable of any depth of passion as the frail, fluffy creatures about her, and quite indifferent to anything in man beyond his admiration. Up to the present she had found cards far more interesting, particularly as she had known all the Rosewater men since childhood, more particularly, perhaps, as this was her first large party. She chattered, partly by instinct, partly in deference to the traditional animation of the American girl, and it was quite likely that the ultimate man would lead her to the altar under the delusion that she was a brilliant woman with a genuine temperament. Isabel wondered somewhat contemptuously at Gwynne's evident enthusiasm. She would have given him credit for more experience and perspicacity, but concluded that at a party a man could only judge a girl by her exterior charms, and certainly Dolly had all her goods in the front window. After supper they danced the old Virginia reel with great zest, and even a few stray waltzes, then all left together at 2:00, the older women assuring Isabel formally that they had had a very pleasant evening, but the girls and young men exclaimed that they had had a keen time, a dandy time, and that their new hostess was too fine and dandy for words. Chapter 16 of Ancestors, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 16 Judge Leslie returned on the following day, and, sending for Gwynne at once, announced that he was ready to settle down for the winter. A partner attended to the business of the office, and the judge shut himself up with Gwynne in the large light room containing his fine law library, and examined his promising pupil. Gwynne was well read in the English common law, and in comparative jurisprudence, particularly in the history of treaties and the comity of nations. So much he had regarded as necessary to the education of a future cabinet minister. Judge Leslie sketched out a course of study which embraced Cooley and Kent on constitutional law, compilations of leading cases, Story on contracts, the California codes, civil, penal, and political, and corporation law. "The money is in the last," he remarked, dryly, "but even if you never succumb to these monstrous corporations, more aptly named cormorants, the more you know about their methods and needs the better, should you ever be called upon to fight them. And I have an idea that that is just where you will show your strength. All the great statesmen of this country have been great lawyers, and the great statesman of the future is going to be the lawyer that checks the power of unscrupulous capital, without at the same time delivering the country over to the mercies of that equally unscrupulous tyranny, the Labour Union. There is a solution somewhere, and some man is going to find it. I don't see why you should not be the man. I have followed your career very carefully. You have always interested me. You come here with a magnificent political training, a mind uncorrupted by a lifetime of contact with the contemptible methods of machine politics, and a really great ambition. Your eyes are wide open. I don't see why you should make any mistakes, particularly as you have 4 good years in which to ponder the great question before committing yourself. 4 years are a long span. No man can tell what may happen in that time, what new party may evolve. All you can do is to watch events and be ready for the forelock when time shakes it at you. If it so happens that you can insidiously mould a new party meanwhile, so much the better. The wisest and most suggestive writer on our national life is a Briton. I see no reason why England should not send us a statesman, in the old sense. God knows, all that we have now are a bitter disappointment to those of us with any of the old ideals left. Should the presidency be your ambition, the fact of your having actually been born on American soil may be the cause of a legal battle in the Supreme Court of the United States that will pass into history. Meanwhile, as all apprenticeships must be humble, you will be a sort of unofficial junior of this firm, sharing the office business for the first year with Cresswell, and the second year helping me with court practice in St. Peter. You can read in the intervals and at home, and once or twice a week I should advise you to attend lectures at the State University. I can see that your memory and powers of assimilation are very vigorous, and the more quickly you imbibe, and the more varied the quality, the better. All the odd types of human nature you meet in this office won't do you any harm either. Study the American character above all things. Get in sympathy with it. It is as opposite from the English as pole from pole, but you won't find it a bad sort. The country's politics are the worst part of it, because circumstances have forced them into the hands of a class of men that make their living out of them, and whose natural destiny was pocket-picking and the rogues' gallery, and if the best of us combine one day to do you honour, we can carry you to places as distinguished as any in your own country. Great and disinterested men have succeeded against tremendous odds, in times as parlous as these, and others have the same opportunity here and now." The judge wound up his homily with a little peroration on Abraham Lincoln, and then left Gwynne to the California codes. The large new stone office building of which Judge Leslie was the chief tenant stood at the corner of a street a block above Main. Gwynne, glancing over the top of his tome, could see a procession of teams, men lounging in the doorway of a grocery store, and the spars of fishing boats waiting for the tide. His mind played him a curious trick. Piccadilly was before him, with its great hotels, its splendid old stone houses upon which the fogs and the grime of London had demonstrated their poetical mission, the classic entrance to the Park, the crowds of smart men and women. Piccadilly at 8 on a summer's evening, choked with broughams and hansoms, in which the light mantles barely concealed the shoulders and jewels of the women. He had loved the outside life of London, returning to it from afar with an ever fresh and boyish pleasure, the keener perhaps because he knew that all doors were open to him, and that he was one of the great lions, not of those for whom the stranger must search "Who's Who" upon his return from a function where half the guests had made their little mark. He saw the lofty towers with their delicate tracery, cutting the smoke on the banks of the Thames, the little room below, where he had made men, old and bored and suspicious, listen to him, the more confident in his powers to command their attention because he knew that they had read and discussed, agreed with and denounced, his sound contributions to colonial literature. The scene dissolved into a wave of homesickness that made him choke and spring to his feet. Then he swore at himself and returned to his codes. When Judge Leslie learned that Hiram Otis's law library had been moved out to Lumalitas, he suggested that Gwynne should read at home until he had mastered the laws governing the State of California, and the student was far better satisfied out there in the quiet and the fresh air of his veranda. When a point needed expounding, a horseback ride into Rosewater was not an unwelcome diversion. His will had triumphed in its first bout with memory, so subtly liberated by the written word, and before 3 days of close study had passed he had the sensation of having found a new and individual patch upon which squarely to plant his feet. The future seemed more definite, more assured. Moreover, his avid brain, its energies too long in abeyance, settled upon the new and absorbing study. It was 8 years since he had opened a law book, although he had forgotten little he had read at that plastic time, like a swarm of locusts. He recalled that a clever woman had once said in his hearing that whenever she felt blasée she took up a new language, and at once felt young and eager again. This remark had passed him by at the time, but he recalled it as he devoured and stored away the statutes that in many ways differentiated California from the other states of the Union. The mere fact that his was not the order of brain that took kindly to monotonous application, but inspired him with a more ardent desire to conquer, the sense of being on any sort of a battlefield again gave a color to life. He realized that in 6 months more of inaction he should have fallen into a constant and morbid habit of self–analysis, and although his soul–sickness could not be healed in a moment, the sense of danger gave an added zest to the impersonal nature of his studies. He subscribed for all the San Francisco newspapers, and for those of his own and the adjoining counties. He was not conscious of any mounting love for California, but here his lines were cast, and California was as good a stepping–stone as another. If her politics were hideous, he had not made them, and his reviving faith in his star suggested that he may have been born to redeem them. With the polishing up of the rustier parts of his mind even his eyes grew brighter. He moved more quickly. He began to feel all intellect once more, propelled by a body that was daily gaining in red and vigorous blood. Judge Leslie was so delighted with his rapid progress and his exceptionally retentive and classifying memory that he assured everybody he met in Rosewater and St. Peter that he was training a second Alexander Hamilton for the bar of the United States. Chapter 17 Chapter 17 of Ancestors, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 17 It was 4 days after the party that Isabel, walking over the low hills among her chickens, in deep converse with her Abraham, was informed by Chuma that Mrs. Thomas Colton had driven out to call upon her. She found Anabel not in the house, but seated before the front door in a smart new basket–trap, and as smart herself, in coat and hat and gloves, uniformly dust–coloured. She made a wry face at Isabel's overalls, but kissed her affectionately. "This is my birthday," she announced, "and this is a surprise from Tom, horse, harness, and all. I only had to give him 3 broad hints. I wanted to show it to you first, and besides, there is something I must talk to you about, very important." She assumed a matronly and mysterious air, and dropped her voice. "I suppose Mr. Gwynne does not call so early?" "Rarely. Won't you get out and stay to lunch?" "Tom would never forgive me. He is sure to bring me another surprise at noon. It will arrive on the 11:30, a long chain made of every variety of tourmalines set in silver. But I couldn't wait any longer to have a talk with you about Mr. Gwynne. Until I saw you two together the other night I had all sorts of romantic plans in my head.
It seemed just the right thing. You are so different from everybody else. And then having met him in England among all those old castles and everything, I was sure he would have enough of California in a year, and then I should visit you in England, and after a while you would marry Frances to a duke. But I see that was all nonsense. You don't care a bit about each other, and are not in the least suited. I couldn't get up any sentiment for him myself. He is much too cold-blooded and, well, English. They never can be like us, no matter how hard they try. But in a way I like him, and Tom says he is worth any 10 men he ever met. I feel awfully sorry for him, out there all alone. And it's a magnificent ranch, to say nothing of the fact that he must be worth a lot of money besides. It would be perfectly shameful if some San Francisco girl snapped him up, and you know what they are. He belongs by right to us, and I for one shall see to it that none of those man-eaters in San Francisco gets him. Did you notice how attentive he was to Dolly the other night? Well, he actually called the next day she was out, and sent her flowers. Mrs. Haight saw him. She says he looked dreadfully disappointed as he rode off. I take that with a grain of salt, knowing Mrs. Haight. Besides, he wouldn't break his heart if a girl was out for good. But the fact remains that he did call, and he hasn't called on another girl in Rosewater, much less sent her flowers. Serena Wheaton and 1 or 2 others were at my house yesterday. We are immensely excited over it. I'm sure that if we manage them both properly, there will be a wedding in the spring. It would be too delightful, for there hasn't been a bang-up wedding in Rosewater since mine. And think of Dolly's trousseau! Every stitch would come from New York. The San Francisco papers would be full of that wedding, and St. Peter would be green with envy. And she would make him such a good wife. Such a beauty she is, and such a dear, good girl. Just the kind that wouldn't mind a man being haughty and overbearing. You two would murder each other. But Dolly— The more I think of it, the more enthusiastic I am. We formed a plot last night, but as in a way he belongs to you, I maintained that you should be consulted. But tell me first, what do you think of it?" "Of the match? I cannot imagine a better. What is your plan?" "Last night Mrs. Colton had a bridge party, and I went over just as they were finishing hissing at one another over a spoon that cost 75 cents. After some of them had gone, the rest began to talk about Dolly and Mr. Gwynne. I don't think the town has talked about anything else since your party, except those everlasting cards, of course. Well, the upshot was that I suggested we should revive the old weekly dancing club. Otherwise they might not meet again for months, now that Mr. Gwynne has settled down to his studies and hasn't been near Rosewater since Monday. They agreed, but of course no one would offer her house. They are all too mean, and mine is too small. But we can hire the old hall, and all the men will be glad to subscribe. A few of us can make up the deficit. Dolly always looks her best at night. She has the loveliest neck. And she would be glad of an excuse to get more party dresses. Well, you see, you can always sleep at my house." "What fun it will be to have a weekly dance! I am going out to Lumalitas this afternoon, and I will demand Mr. Gwynne's subscription." "Isabel, you are a jewel!" Mrs. Haight was nasty, but I told her she did not know you the least little bit, that you were no dog in the manger. But, dear Isabel, do you think you ought to go out there alone?" "I don't mind. You know that I never bother my head about other people's affairs. But Mrs. Haight is such a gossip, and she never did like you, and all small places are so gossipy. She has been telling everybody that Mr. Gwynne rides past her house quite late at night from duck shooting, and of course she assumes that you shoot with him." "I generally do. You may tell Mrs. Haight, with my compliments, to go to the devil. Still, dear Anabel, if you think it improper for me to call alone on a bachelor cousin, I will pick up somebody on my way out." "Do, that's a dear. And I shall tell Mrs. Haight that old Mac always goes shooting with you. I'm sure that he does. Good bye. I'll see about the hall this afternoon." She drove off with lifted reins and a little flourish of her whip, and Isabel went into the house and telephoned first to Gwynne, who had installed a private wire between his house and hers, and then to Miss Boutts. At 2:00 she drew rein before a large brown shingle house on the highest point of Rosewater. Mr. Boutts had begun life in one of the little old peaked cottages down by the central square. Later he had built an artistic cottage and then a residence, symbolizing his increase not only by the more pretentious structures, but by mounting the hill. The second cottage had been half way up. The residence was on its apex, and could be seen by the envious traveler on boat and train. There was nothing left before him now but San Francisco or a balloon, heaven being out of the question. Miss Boutts awaited the buggy in the tiny porch, and had obeyed Isabel's behest to look her prettiest. She wore a large red hat covered with feathers shading into pink, and a claret–colored frock that fitted her superb figure in a fashion that caused Isabel to draw her brows together and suggest a dust–coat. "It's too sweet of you," said Miss Boutts, as she sprang into the buggy. "I feel so flattered when you take any notice of insignificant little me. Do tell me where we are going, and why you told me to look my prettiest." "I must go out to Lumalitas to consult certain farmers' books in my cousin's library, and I thought it only fair to provide him with entertainment while I am busy. It seems the gossips do not approve of my going out there alone, and as I was obliged to go, I did not think it worth while to make a martyr of Mr. Gwynne." Miss Boutts blushed and tossed her head. "He called on me and sent me flowers," she said, in innocent triumph. "I was so sorry to miss him. All the girls are fearfully jealous." "Do you like him?" asked Isabel, absently. "Well, a little. He is new, and English, and different. There's not much to choose from here, and I don't know any of the swells in San Francisco. I can't say he's my ideal. That has always been an immensely tall man with big blue eyes and a tawny mustache, and Mr. Gwynne is just a sort of blonde, no color in his hair at all, and I never did care much for gray eyes. He's tall enough, and the girls think him distinguished, but nobody could call him big. Besides, he doesn't know how to say sweet things one little bit. I went out on the veranda with him at your party, and it was a heavenly night, and all he asked me was if I wasn't afraid of catching cold, and then he wandered on about American girls exposing themselves foolishly and wearing too thin shoes and eating too many sweets. Fancy a man talking like that to a girl at night on a veranda! I never felt so flat." Isabel glanced curiously at the beautiful empty creature. Her black eyes looked like wells of sentiment, and her body a mould for a new race of men. "Tell me," she exclaimed, impulsively, "what do you expect a man to do under such circumstances? To kiss you?" She brought out the last with some effort, her old–fashioned training suddenly suggesting that she could better understand the downfall of the girl she had befriended in Paris than the vulgarities of the shallow. Miss Boutts laughed amusedly. "Well, most men would have tried it. I never was one to make myself common, but once in a while—well, I haven't had much opinion of a man who wouldn't snatch a kiss from a girl he admired to death when he got a chance." She turned upon Isabel, curious in her turn. "Of course you are lots older than I am, 25 or 6, aren't you? And I am only just 18. But I always used to watch and wonder about you before you went away. I knew you were not the least bit like the other girls. I wonder what it is like to be different from other people. I always feel just like everybody else." "So do I," said Isabel, encouragingly. "It was only circumstances that made me appear different." "But you know so much," sighed Miss Boutts. "You speak a lot of languages, and you took all the honors at the high school. And then all those years in Europe. I wonder Mr. Gwynne will even look at any of us." "Men like your sort much better," said Isabel, dryly. "Do be nice to him to–day, and entertain him in your own style, while I dig through those tiresome books. I shan't be long."
Gwynne looked more than hospitable as he ran down the veranda steps to assist his guests out of the high buggy. When they had taken off their dust coats and stood side by side, he reflected that he had seldom seen two such handsome girls together. Isabel was far more simply dressed than Miss Boutts, but her little black jacket fitted perfectly, and there was a touch of pale blue at the neck, and in the lining of her large black hat, that deepened the blue of her eyes under their heavy black brows and lashes. Gwynne had never seen her look so girlish and ingenuous. She kept her profile from him, and he saw only her smiling eyes and red half-opened mouth. "I had to telephone to make sure you would be at home," she said. "They say I mustn't come out here alone, and I didn't want Miss Boutts to be bored while I was at work. I'll leave you two here on the porch. That will be quite proper." As she nodded and went into the living room, she saw Gwynne turn to the lovely glowing girl left on his hands, with more intensity than she had seen him display since Mrs. Kaye took her black eyes and fine bust out of his life. As she made herself comfortable in his deepest chair, she heard the girlish shallow voice launch out into a eulogy of the scenery. Gwynne responded with some enthusiasm. For a time there was a broken duet, and then the feminine voice settled down to a steady monologue. Miss Boutts knew that it was an American girl's business to be animated, entertaining, amusing, especially with Englishmen, who hated effort. Occasionally there was a masculine rumble, with a growing accent of desperation, and the indulgent little bursts of laughter diminished in frequency and spontaneity. Isabel lifted down volume after volume of the books on farming her uncle had collected, letting one fall, rattling leaves when leaves would rattle. An hour passed. She appropriated Gwynne's writing materials and took what appeared to be copious notes. The host suddenly excused himself and came within. "Won't you have tea?" he demanded. "It is rather early, but after that drive—" "Much too early," said Isabel, absently. Her chin was on her hand, her eyes were on a spotted page. "Mariana is sure to be asleep. Do go back to Dolly. She is one of those girls that can't bear to be left alone. I didn't bring her out here to be bored." "Didn't you? What on earth do you want of all those notes? Are you going to write a treatise?" "Of course not. Do go back." Gwynne returned to the veranda. For more than another hour that sweet nasal monotonous voice trilled on. Then it began to flag. Then a silence ensued, broken at first by sporadic and staccato remarks, then becoming as dense as the silences of the night. Again Gwynne invaded his living room. "Isabel!" he said in a low tense tone. Isabel looked up dreamily and encountered a haggard face and a pair of blazing eyes. "I'll never forgive you," he whispered. "For what?" "For what? Do you want to drive me mad? Take her home." "Do you mean to say that you have not been enjoying yourself?" "Enjoying myself? I have been on the rack." "You are the rudest, most unsatisfactory—" "I thought I knew your taste." "Oh, please!" "What do you mean?" They confronted each other, Gwynne flushed and angry, Isabel coldly interrogative. Gwynne, who had been on the verge of an explosion, felt suddenly helpless. It was assuming a great deal to tell a woman that he saw through her plot to disenchant him with a rival. He could hear the descending whip of Isabel's scorn. Besides, it would mean a quarrel, and much as he resented her interference in his destinies, especially this last and most notable success, he had no desire to break up the even surface of their relation. So he merely shrugged his shoulders and said with what calmness he could muster: "Be kind enough to take her home. I will return the entire library if you need it." "Oh, I have finished. I am sorry you have been bored." And she carefully gathered up her papers and went to the rescue of the weary Miss Boutts, while Gwynne ordered the buggy. During the drive towards the paternal roof Miss Boutts remarked casually that she didn't care about Englishmen, but otherwise had little to say. So ended the social regeneration of Rosewater. CHAPTER 18
Part II, Chapter 18 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 18. Gwynne awoke one morning with an irresistible desire for the town in every fibre of his being. Barring London, he would have liked 3 crowded days in New York, but as nothing better was available, he felt that he was open to the attractions of San Francisco. He had not visited it since his departure on that brilliant Sunday after his arrival. He had promised to wait for Isabel, and his interest in it was intermittent. This morning he found his indifference culpable inasmuch as he had had 3 letters from his mother imploring him to increase her income, and Mr. Colton had not only strongly advised him to tear down the block of old structures south of Market Street and put up a great office building, but had offered to raise the money, selling half the land and mortgaging the rest. And if Gwynne had not revisited San Francisco, he had a very accurate idea of its present conditions. It was uncommonly rich, and its citizens, always sanguine of its future, had been seized with a very fever of faith. They were selling out their interests everywhere else, and buying and building, tearing down and rebuilding, until San Francisco threatened to lose its oddly patched and wholly individual appearance, and become the Western city of skyscrapers. As Gwynne dressed he recalled his first impression of the city as he crossed the bay. Its singularly desolate appearance, in spite of what at first looked to be a compact mass of buildings covering some 30,000 acres on hill and plain, and later, as if a comet had rained down pickings from every architectural quarter of the universe. He had walked once to the back of the boat and looked at the line of little towns and cities lying at the base of the eastern hills. They did nothing to dispel the impression of loneliness. Whatever their individual names, they were mere annexes of the great little city opposite. When he returned to the forward deck, the dust was blowing its brown volumes through every street that converged to the waterfront. Those dust racks, broken and narrowed by the buildings, lifted from the outlying sand dunes, and following a law that had driven them eastward since California had risen from the deeps, had a curiously baffled, stolidly persistent expression, as if the old sand dunes knew their rights and were determined to assert themselves so long as man left a yard of them free. Gwynne, in his solitary moments, when even his law books were closed, had recalled the stories of San Francisco, past and present, told him by Isabel, and they had given rise to many whimsies. California he still all but disliked, but he wondered at the haunting memory of the city he had seen so briefly, and the odd, almost pathetic appeal it had made to his sympathies. He had concluded that it was the pioneer taint in his English blood, and had blinked in sudden wonder before the fact of his close kinship, not only to that old romantic Spanish element, but to the brilliant, adventurous, lawless race of men that had made the city great and famous, then passed on into the kingdom of darkness, leaving their moral rottenness in its foundations, and pulsing above all their old, brave, indomitable, and progressive spirit. Although he had found it no rival to his studies and his ranch, still he had given it more thought than he was aware, and not only to its picturesque psychology, but as the seat of a possible business adventure. To raise a large sum of money on the San Francisco real estate, the common property of his mother and himself, and erect a great office building of steel and reinforced concrete, would add enormously to his own and his mother's incomes. But on the other hand, it would stand in the midst of acres of wooden buildings and shanties, and the risk of a great fire, whose momentum would sweep through any fireproof building, was once forgotten neither by the insurance agents nor the chief of the fire department, who was said to keep thousands of tons of dynamite in the city with which to segregate the always expected conflagration. It was possible that no insurance company would take the risk on an expensive building in such a quarter. On the other hand, it was as certain as the present wealth of the city that such a building would have hundreds of companions in the next 10 years, and the undesirable, immoral, and generally drunken element
so largely responsible for the continual fires of the district, would be gradually pressed to the outskirts of the city. He felt inclined to take the risk, even a sense of exhilaration in it, as if indeed the dead and gone Otises had invaded his soul and demanded one more bout on earth. There was another matter that claimed his thoughts when the law was at rest. He was suspicious and resentful of Isabel's desire to manage him, and that she had succeeded more than once, through her superior feminine subtlety, made him aware that two strong natures were slowly bracing themselves against each other, and that on some future battle–ground there might be a heavy and final encounter. This morning, as he ordered his portmanteau to be packed and placed in the buggy, his impulse was to take the tram, and cavalierly announce, upon their next meeting, that he had "been to town." After he had had his coffee, however, he decided not to be an ass, and unpardonably rude as well. She had talked of this visit every time they had met, although one thing and another had detained her, and he could hardly explain to her an impetuous and solitary flight. He coloured as he invoked her assumption that he feared and was running away from her, asserting his independence like any schoolboy. Besides, there was the launch. The idea of 3 hours on the water, instead of 1½ on a slow and dirty train, so exhilarated him that he forgot his self–communings, and ordered the buggy at once. It was but 5:30. They would catch the tide, nor did the train leave until 8:30. He presented 𝒅𝔀𝔌𝔶𝔫𝔞𝔥 with a box of cigarettes, gave him the run of the library, and drove off whistling. He found Isabel among the chickens. She had just opened the doors of all the little colony houses, and the hills were white with excited scratching leghorns. She wore overalls and high boots, and the night braid of her hair was twisted several times round her throat. Gwynne smiled as he recalled the heroines of poesy that had fed so many doves and garden birds. No heroine could look picturesque in bloomers and feeding chickens. But as Isabel came towards him, waving her hand hospitably, her white, clear–cut face resting on its black goitre of hair, might have suggested Stuck–Sunder in the Neue Pinakothek of Munich, had there been an evil glint in her light cool blue eyes. The fleeting query crossed his mind as to what she might have been if born in one of the generations before the pioneers of her sex had opened so many gates for the irruption of overburdened femininity. But he merely remarked, "I am suddenly inspired with a desire to see San Francisco. Are you too busy? Are we too late for the tide?" "Just in time," said Isabel promptly, "and I shall be ready as soon as the launches. Do you know that it is Saturday? You could not have chosen a better day." As they pushed off, all the marsh and its creek were covered with a low white mist that gave it the appearance of a great lake, a ghost lake through which the little steamer, just leaving Rosewater 2 miles above, coiled its way like a monstrous white bird feeling uneasily for a foothold. Overhead the sky was covered with the pink fleece of dawn. The massive mountains in Marin County looked black and formless, but above them rose the granite crest of Tamalpais like an angular lifted shoulder. "That mountain has marched north 5 feet in the last 40 years," said Isabel, as she carefully steered through the mist. "Either that, or the earthquake of 1868 moved her off her base." "For heaven's sake, don't tell me any more weird tales about this country. It gives me the horrors often enough as it is. This morning the hills and mountain on the other side of the valley looked like antediluvian monsters just ready to turn over." "Well, they have turned over a few times, and may again. One reason we all love California is because we never know what she will do next, and because she is still primeval under this thin coat of civilization that is too tight for her. I admire England, but I could not live in it. It is too peaceful, too done. It is impossible to imagine any further change. For civilization can go no further. But out here the whole country may stand on its head any day, and we may yet have cities as great as Babylon and Nineveh." Well, we'll not be here to see. This fog is just high enough to filter into one's very marrow. Even your picturesque pioneer days are over. I will confess they might have made me feel that life on the edge of the world was worth while. I should have liked to lay the foundations of a great isolated city like San Francisco, but I don't see any sign of another big city. Los Angeles is a little Chicago, and may live to be a big one, but nothing would induce me to live in the South. However, no man is ever conscious of the fact that he is in the birth of a great city. Our pioneer forefathers were just a parcel of adventurers crazed with the lust of gold, and with no sense of any future beyond the present." Isabel leaned forward eagerly. "You have been thinking about San Francisco!" she exclaimed triumphantly. "The old Otis blood is beginning to wake up. Hooray!" Gwynne laughed outright, and for the first time without resentment. He was tired of having California rammed down his throat. Isabel's eyes were dancing with so purely youthful and feminine a triumph that he could not but feel indulgent. "I am growing reconciled to my lot. Here I am, and here I remain." "Yes, you are much happier," said Isabel softly. She half closed her eyes and looked a trifle older. "It worried me dreadfully at first to know that you were unhappy, and that it was my fault." "Unhappy!" exclaimed Gwynne, reddening haughtily. "I have not been mooning about like a homesick ass." "Oh, your outside was as tranquil as your pride demanded, and it was splendid, but I couldn't help feeling. 1,000 little things appeal so directly to a woman's intuitions." "Indeed! I am delighted to learn that you possess the common intuitions of a woman." "Am I unwomanly—masculine?" asked Isabel, anxiously. "Not in the ordinary sense, but you are much too strong. No woman should be as strong—as physically independent as you are. It is as flagrant a usurpation of prerogative as a pretty complexion on a man. I only say one prayer: give me strength, give me strength." "For what, in heaven's name? What use have you for so much strength? You have forsworn matrimony. You disclaim the intention of going forth and entering the great battle of the intellects, having, as you say, no talents. You have isolated yourself from love, so you need no uncommon supply of strength to meet suffering. You will always have money enough, and you appear to have been born with the gift of making it. Even if you elect to be the leader of fashion in San Francisco, your equipment need not be of unadulterated steel. But I cannot fancy why you entertain any such ambition." "That is the least of my ambition. Although I intend to become the most notable woman in San Francisco, not only because I must gratify a healthy natural ambition in some way, and because I want my life to have a sufficiency of incident in it, but because it is a part of my general scheme." "What is this precious scheme?" "You would not understand if I should tell you. Men have no time for subjectivities, except poets, psychological fictionists, and the like, who do not seem to me men at all. Now one reason I have liked you from the first, in spite of many things that made my American blood boil, is that you are a man, a real, masculine, arrogant, dense man, with no feminine morbid tendency to analyze your ego, in spite of your Celtic blood. I met too many of that sort in Europe." Gwynne, with his elbows on his knees, regarded the bottom of the boat and colored guiltily, while congratulating himself that for all her insight and cleverness she had barely penetrated his outer envelope. She had thought him merely homesick, when his ego had been tottering, his soul racked with doubt and terror, when he had spent long hours in self-analysis, until the law had come to his rescue and reinvigorated his brain. At the same time a wave of sadness swept over him. How little human beings knew one another, no matter how intimate! As he raised his eyes he seemed to see Isabel across a chasm as vast as the Atlantic, and was reminded that he knew her as little as she him. She had confessed to the throes of what she believed to have been a great passion, but when he had rehearsed the story away from the influence of her curious cold magnetism and the sinister setting of its recital, he had recognized it for what it was, the first violent embrace of an ardent, unshackled imagination with positive experience, in which the ego had played an insignificant part. Her immediate recovery upon beholding the disintegrating clay, without one regret for the vanished soul, or even for the magnetic warmth of the living shell, suggested to his groping masculine intelligence, totally unaccustomed to analysis of woman, that her attack had been little more personal than if the man had infected her with the microbe of influenza. Surely a woman that had loved a man well enough to kiss him must have been stabbed with pity for the ardent, vigorous life thrust out into the dark. Then he felt a quick resentment that anything so stainlessly statuesque as this girl, for all her trim tailoring and large black hat, should have been even superficially possessed by any man. "Did that Johnny ever kiss you?" he asked abruptly. "Of course," replied Isabel. "Did I not have to, being engaged to him? Not that there was much chance, for I never saw him alone between four walls. Perhaps that was one reason that side of love seemed to me much overrated. I was happiest when sitting alone, in a sort of trance, and thinking about him." "Humph!" said Gwynne. The mist was gone. The east was a vast alcove of gold, in which the hills were set like hard, dark jewels. The creek was narrowing. On either side, and far on all sides, stretched the marsh. The guileless duck disported himself on the ponds, but Gwynne, for once, was insensible to its subversive charms, felt no regret that he had forgotten his gun. He came and sat closer to Isabel, wondering if she felt as young as he did in the wonderful freshness and beauty of the dawn. She certainly looked very young and fresh and girlish, not in the least fateful, as when she turned her profile against a hard background and forgot his presence. "I think I could quite understand anything you cared to tell me," he said, smiling into her eyes. "Please give me your reasons for cultivating the character of a Toledo blade. Is it your intention to marshal all the clans of all the advanced women, and lead them against the more occupied and disunited sex? I am told that it is a standing grievance in Rosewater that you will not join that literary, political, improvement, and all the rest of it, club. I should think with your ambitions and, well, masterful disposition, you would assume its leadership as a sort of preliminary course." "I intend to be a whole club in myself." "Appalling! But what do you mean by that cryptic assertion? I told you that I could understand anything you chose to explain, but, as they say out here, I am not good at guessing." "I am working out a theory of my own. It has been demonstrated that labor, capital, all the known forces, are far stronger when concentrated and organized. I believe in concentrating all the faculties about a will strong enough not only to conquer life, but all the inherited weaknesses that beset one daily within. That is a minor matter, however. I believe that our higher faculties were given to us for no purpose but to create within ourselves an individual strength that will add to the sum of strength in the world. It is not necessary to proclaim this strength from the housetops, nor to search for windmills, a positive enemy it would leap at automatically, nor even to seek to improve the world by all the tried and generally futile devices. It is enough to be. I alone may not add greatly to this subjective strength of the world, but think what life would be did each individual succeed in making himself but 1 degree less strong than God himself. It may be my destiny to make propaganda without noise, but if not, the achievement of absolute strength in myself will move the world forward to its millennium 1/1000th part of a degree at least, for that will be the real millennium, when there shall be no despicable weakness in the world, no moral rottenness, when each individual shall rely upon himself alone, independent of the environment from which the majority to-day draw everything good and bad, their happiness or misery.
Nothing will ever purge human nature but the triumph of the higher faculties, a triumph accomplished by an unswervingly cultivated and jealously maintained strength." "I don't deny that your millennium has its points, but would that not be rather a hard world? What of love, the interdependence of the sexes, and all the other human relations?" "It is love and interdependence that cause all the misery of the world. They would be the very first things I should relegate among the minor influences, did I wield the sceptre for an hour. To women, at least, all unhappiness comes from the superstition that love, any sort, is all. Of course there would be marriage, but of deliberate choice, and after a long and purely platonic friendship, in which all the horrid little failings that do most to dissever could be recognized and weighed. Free love and experimental matrimony are mere excuses for the sort of sensuality that is shallow and inconstant." "Ah, then you would permit love to your married pair after they had probed each other's minds and mannerisms for a year or two? That is a concession I hardly expected." Isabel shrugged her shoulders. "I am neither an idiot nor blind. Heaven knows I have seen enough of reckless passion and its consequences. The equipment of the mortal proves him to be the slave of the race, but at least he need not remain the blind and ridiculous slave he is at present. If I had married that man, no doubt I should have loved him more frantically than ever for a time, but that would have passed, left me resentful of bondage, of the surrender of self. There, above all, is the reason I shall never marry. Impersonally, I believe in marriage, or rather accept it, but I purpose to stand apart as a complete individual, and subtly to teach others to drag strength out of the great body of force in which we move, until they realize that in time mankind may feed those creative fires, becoming, who knows, stronger than the great First Cause itself." "And I have been called an egoist," murmured Gwynne. "I feel a mere Leghorn, beside this sublime determination to sit upon the throne of God and administer to both kingdoms. All the same, my fair cousin, I believe that it takes a man and a woman to complete the ego. I incline to the picturesque belief that they were originally united, and halved in say when Earth and its atmosphere became two distinct parts. No doubt it was a judgment for having accomplished too much evil in that formidable combination. Who knows but that may be the secret of the fall of man? The uneven progress of human nature may be towards the resumption of that state, only to be attained when we have conquered the worst in ourselves and become pure spirit. That fits my own theory, for I believe that the two parts of what should have been a perfect whole were cut in two for their sins, and that reunion will come only when each has absolutely mastered the human evil in him and freed the spiritual. But this he can only accomplish alone." "Don't quote Tolstoy to me. He waited until he was old and cold to hurl anathema against the human passions. Theories upon love by a man long past his prime are as valueless as those of a girl." "It was a theory I had no intention of advancing. I think for myself, and pay no more attention to the excessive virtue bred by the years than to that equally illogical repentance or awakening of a woman's moral nature when the man has ceased to charm or has disappeared. That is a mere process, and no augury of future behaviour. But you are always at your best when you go off at half-cock like that. What I meant was that woman has degenerated, not through passion, but through ages of the exercise of her pettier and meaner qualities. In some, these qualities lead to malignancy, in the majority, no doubt, to frivolity, still worse to my puritanical inheritance. And they are utterly commonplace of outlook. Matrimony keeps these qualities in constant exercise, because the ego loses its independent life, its habit of meditation, and is pin-pricked 20 times a day. It is by these qualities that woman chains man to the earth, not by her human passions. I am quite willing to concede that passion is magnificent." Gwynne ground his teeth. He had never encountered anything so incongruous as this beautiful, vital, superbly fashioned girl
talking of passion in precisely the same tone as she would have talked of chickens. He felt the primitive man's impulse to beat her black and blue, and then make her his creature. As Isabel turned her eyes, she was astonished at what she saw in his. Gwynne's eyes were blazing. There was a dark colour in his face, and even his mouth, somewhat heavy and generally set, was half open. She fancied that so he looked when on a platform facing the enemy and thoroughly awake. "What are you angry about?" she asked calmly. "That I devote myself to my sex instead of to yours? They need me more than any leader they have evolved so far. There are millions of women of your sort. I want nothing that your sex has left to offer. I will find a happiness unimaginable to you, in living absolutely within myself and independent of all that life, so far, has to give." Then Gwynne exploded and forgot himself. He flung himself forward, and catching her upper arms in the grip of a vice, shook her until her teeth clacked together. "Damn you! Damn you!" he stammered. "What you want is to be the squaw of one of your own Indians." "Let me go!" gasped Isabel, furious, and in sharp physical pain. "Do you want to turn the boat over? Have you gone mad? I'll kick you." "Good," said Gwynne, releasing her and sitting back. "That is the only feminine speech you have made since I have known you. I make no apology. You need never speak to me again. Set me ashore over there. I can take the train when it comes along." "You pinched me! You hurt me!" cried Isabel in wrath and dismay. "I hate you!" "And your sentiments are cordially returned. Will you put me on shore?" "I don't care what you do. You hurt me." "You hurt me!" And Isabel dropped her head onto her arms and burst into a wild tempest of tears, like a child that has had its first whipping. Gwynne laughed aloud. "We are running into a mud bank," he said, "and the tide is going out." Isabel made a wild clutch at the tiller ropes and brought the boat back into the channel, but she could scarcely see, and Gwynne, with a contrition he had no intention of displaying, offered to control the launch. She vouchsafed him no reply, and as she did not steer for the land, he retired to the extreme end of the boat and studied the scenery. He was determined not to go through even the form of an apology, but he was equally determined upon a reconciliation. In his first attempt to match his wits with a woman's, his face became so stony and intense that Isabel recovered in a bound the serenity she had been struggling for, and laughed with a gaiety that would have deceived any man. "We are a couple of naughty children," she said sweetly. "Or maybe people are not quite civilized so early in the morning. You may smoke if you like, and then I shouldn't mind if you came here and let me teach you to run this launch. It is probably more old-fashioned than any you have undertaken. But as we no doubt shall make many journeys, it is only fair that you should do half the work." End of Chapter 18. Part II, Chapter 19 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 19. When they docked at the foot of Russian Hill, Isabel suggested that Gwynne should leave his portmanteau with Mr. Clatt, the wharfinger that lived at the edge of the sea wall and looked after such launches and yachts as came his way. "I want you to stay with me if Lyster and Paula will come too," she said hospitably. "They like that sort of thing when they happen to have a nurse. If they cannot come, you will have to go to one of the hotels. In either case, you can send here for your suitcase. You had better take the Jones Street car." "The track is bust," said Mr. Clatt, who was a laconic person. "Walk along the docks to Polk Street, and then south until you find a car. I think it turns in at Pacific Avenue. The conductor will tell you where to transfer." "Are there no cabs?" "There are hacks and coupés at the livery stables if you care to expend $10 or $15 for being less comfortable than in the cars. Remember our hills are little off the perpendicular." She did not see fit to inform him that his business would not take him into the hilly district, and watched him wend his way along the noisy, dirty, evil-smelling docks with some satisfaction. Then she climbed the steep hill to her house over the crest.
There were many cottages on this side of Russian Hill, and one or two fine residences, but beyond one cable car line, little or nothing had been done to make life easy for the inhabitants. It was a bit of a pioneer San Francisco. One day, no doubt, there would be a boulevard at its foot, the rough, inhospitable cliff would be terraced, and set with the country-like villas of people that appreciated the beauties of the bay and Tamalpais, but at present a carriage could not mount it, and it made no appeal to the luxurious. An elderly couple lived in the Belmont house, and did all that was necessary in the present stage of Isabel's fortunes. She found the woman house–cleaning, and the old man weeding among the abundant chrysanthemums and asters in the half–acre which still surrounded the old mansion. She gave her orders, and started for the home of her sister. A belated trade–wind was screaming through the city, driving the dust before it. Isabel looked down at the towers and the domes, the steeples and walls of the great modern buildings, the low city built in the days when San Franciscans still feared earthquakes, all looming through the torn brown veil like the mirage of a city infinitely distant. But San Francisco was rarely more beautiful than in a dust–storm, which recombined her outlines and the patchwork of her crowded generations into something like harmony. She looked dreaming, proud, detached, an houri veiled to allure, to inspire a new race of poets. Gwynne, holding his hat on his head with both hands, in the valley, cursed the climate; but Isabel, picking her way down the crazy old staircase, although in anything but a poetical mood, paused a moment with that sudden outrush and uplift that was the only passion she had ever known. Such moments were not frequent, and brought with them a sense of impersonality, as if she were but the vehicle of aspiring passionate souls, long gone from their own clay, that rushed back through familiar conduits like volcanic fires, eager for the arch of the visible world. But ancestral rites had short shrift this morning. Isabel's spirit was a very cauldron. She not only still raged at the fact that for a few seconds she had been as helpless in the grip of mere brute strength as any peasant woman, but she was keenly disappointed that Gwynne had not understood her. That he might have understood her too well, his whole sex precipitating itself upon the new enemy, she would not admit for a moment. Women, with a sort of dishonest mental confusion, invariably substituting the word misunderstood for failure, to accept their own point of view. Above all, she was furious with herself. Instead of annihilating him with the dignity of which she possessed an uncommon share, she had been surprised into behaving as if she were the crudest of mere human creatures. Moreover, her arms still pained, and she knew that they were black and blue. At the foot of the bluff she ran into a basement doorway to pin on her veil more securely, and dismissed psychology as incompatible with trade winds and dust. A block or two farther on, she took a cable car which slipped rapidly down the western slope, across the narrow valley, then up another and steeper hill, all blooming with flowers in the narrow gardens. She alighted at a corner half–way to the summit, and walked back to one of those curious San Francisco flat houses with 3 doors in a row. It was perched high above the sidewalk, for the street but a few years since was a gully, and the grading had deepened it. It was reached by some 60 winding but solid steps, and the little terrace, off at a right angle, was full of colour. As she had expected, Mrs. Paula was sitting in the bow–window of her bedroom, gazing at the passers–by with a sort of idle eagerness. But so were 100 others in sight, there being no idler creature than the American woman of small means, who neither belongs to clubs nor does her own work. The shallow philosophers harp upon the boredom of the idle rich, whose every wish is gratified. But as a matter of fact, the rich are seldom idle, and in highly organized societies are models of system and energy. Whether misdirected or not is beyond the question. It is the idle woman in a flat, whose imagination riots along the highways of the great world, who keeps an avid eye for change of any sort, and finds a fictitious existence in the sentimental, the immoral, and the society novel. Paula, who lived in the top flat, ran down the 2 flights of stairs and opened the door for Isabel. "Well, you are a stranger!" she exclaimed. "I was wondering if your chickens had tuberculosis. Lots have in California. I read it in a Sunday newspaper." "My chickens are quite healthy. How are the children?" "As well as can be expected in this dusty, windy city, where they have to stay in the house half the day." Mrs. Stone's children were notoriously healthy, but she was of the stuff of which the modern martyr is made. Isabel followed her up the stairs and into the large sunny front bedroom. The children being invisible and also inarticulate, were doubtless in the back yard. The room was vaguely untidy without being dirty. A basket of socks and stockings in various stages of repair stood on a table by the window, but pushed aside to accommodate the Saturday society papers and a novel from the circulating library. An opera cloak lay across a chair, flung there, no doubt, the night before, and on the floor close by was a pair of pink worn slippers, very narrow at the toes, but bulging backward like a toy boat. On the sofa was a freshly laundried pile of shirts with detached collars and cuffs, which Mrs. Stone immediately began ostentatiously to snip along the frayed edges. The room itself was full of sunshine, which gave it a cheerful air in spite of the faded Brussels carpet and the old-fashioned walnut furniture, a contribution from the house on Russian Hill. Mrs. Paula wore a vastly becoming wrapper of red nun's veiling, trimmed with a yellowish lace that by no means looked as cheap as it was. She was pretty to excess, one of those little brown women that men admire and often trust. Had she been thin, she would have been bird-like with her bright, darting brown glance, but her cheeks, like her tightly laced little figure, were very round, and so crimson that they excited less suspicion than the more delicate and favorite pink. And the brilliant color suited her peasant style of prettiness, her full red lips, her bright, crisp bronze hair. She had a fashion of absently sweeping the loose sleeves of her wrapper and artistic house gowns up to her shoulder and revealing a plump and charming arm. And the pointed toe of shoe or slipper was always visible. Her arts were lost on Isabel, who understood and despised her, but who regarded her as a sacred legacy from her mother. Mrs. Belmont had been devoted to the pretty child she had adopted just after burying 3 of her own, and who had waited on her hand and foot to the day of her death. Isabel was always conscious of putting on a curb the moment she entered her sister's presence, but thought it good discipline, and only spoke her mind when goaded beyond endurance. "I tried to telephone," she began, but was interrupted by a deep sigh. "The telephone is cut off. We owe for 3 months. Hateful things! They know we always pay some time or other." "If you are so badly off, would it not be more economical to make the children's clothes—" "Isabel! Much you know about children. One can buy ready-made things for just half." Isabel subsided, for she felt herself at a disadvantage before this experienced young matron, although she vaguely recalled that whenever she had presented the children with little frocks and sailor suits she had expended a considerable sum. But doubtless she had gone to the wrong shops. Mrs. Paula was one of those women that haunted the cheap shops and bargain counters, and was always in debt. "What a heavenly suit!" she exclaimed, her eyes roving covetously over Isabel's smart black costume. "Paris, I suppose. Fancy being able to walk into a store and order a new dress whenever you feel like it. I have never done that in all my life. It was for that I settled an income upon you before I left for Europe, but if it is not enough to buy a new frock occasionally—" "Oh, it would be enough if I could use it for that purpose, but you know what my life is. If Lyster would only live economically. But it is dining out at a restaurant 5 nights a week, champagne half the time, especially if we have a guest, and we generally have. A Californian thinks himself disgraced if he doesn't give invited company champagne.
It's all very well to brag about the magnificence and generosity of this town when you can afford to, but most everybody I know, at least, can't. And when the first of the month comes, I guess the women all wish that San Francisco was more like New York, where they say every Californian in time avoids every other Californian for fear he'll want to borrow $5, and all the men let themselves go wild over Emma Eames because she's proper and doesn't cost anything. It's time we reformed instead of flinging money about like European princes, spending 4 times as much as you've got for fear of being called stingy. A San Franciscan would rather be called a murderer than mean. I talk and talk, and it's no use. A terrible thing has happened to us," she ended abruptly. "What?" asked Isabel, startled. She had lent an indifferent ear to the familiar harangue. "Lister has gone on a newspaper, the Ventilator. Fancy, Lister a newspaper artist, making pictures of prize fights, actresses, murderers, and society women at the opera. It was that or the street, and Lister was frightened for once in his life. We owe for every mortal thing, as well as the telephone." "That is the best thing I have ever heard of Lister," said Isabel imperturbably. "But when he gets a respectable sum of money for a picture, as he did a little while ago, why on earth doesn't he pay his bills, and make a fresh start? I thought he had when I was down." "Those 2 weeks cost a good deal," said Paula softly. Isabel colored, but controlled her anger as she had many times before. "I was under the impression that the check I gave you when I left—" "Oh, yes. But then you really don't know much about the cost of things, in spite of the fact that you run a farm. We always had an extra man for you. I could well have dispensed with the dissipated, fad-ridden specimens you produced for my entertainment. I did not meet a sober man during the entire fortnight. What is the amount of your indebtedness? I will pay half, but no more." She knew that it would be wiser to demand the bills than herself pay something on account to the desperate creditors, but she revolted from playing the mentor to that extent. When Paula, after a frowning bout, with a pencil and a sheet of paper announced the sum that would tide them over, Isabel was quite aware that she was facing the entire amount. However, she wrote a check, merely extracting a facile promise that it should be devoted to its legitimate purpose, and not to champagne or frills. "I will also send you down 1 or 2 tailor suits I have little use for," she added. "Things are so cheap in Europe that I was often betrayed into buying more than I wanted. They can easily be altered." "Thanks," said Paula. "I am not the style for tailor-made things, but goodness knows I am glad enough to get anything." Isabel glanced doubtfully at the slippers. "I have so many boots. They are rather an extravagance with me, but I am afraid my foot is longer than yours." "Yes," said Paula complacently, as she threaded a darning needle. "My foot is fearfully small." Isabel, who knew her foot to be far more slender and elegant than the plebeian member that never dared expose itself beyond the instep, nearly overflowed with feminine wrath, but she swallowed it, and remarked in a moment: "I had quite forgotten why I tried to telephone. Mr. Gwynne came down with me, and I should like to show him about a bit. Of course I cannot do it alone. What is more, I want him to stay in my house. Nothing could exceed his hospitality to me in England, and I should hate the idea of sending him to a hotel when I have a house with 8 bedrooms. Couldn't you and Lister come up and stay for a couple of days? And if Lister will show Mr. Gwynne the town, as indeed he has suggested more than once, it must be understood that the expense is mine." "Lister would never permit it," said Paula grandly. "You know what he is. He even lends more than he borrows. That is one reason why we are always so hard up. He is simply dying to show Mr. Gwynne about, and that means he'll spend a month's salary before he gets it." "Then I will pay the month's bills. You must manage it as I wish or I return to-day." Isabel knew that Stone, if not generous in the highest sense, was delighted to play the extravagant host, and never failed to assume the rôle when he had money or credit. And if he was the freest and most debonair of borrowers, At least he repaid when unusually prosperous. And he prided himself upon never having borrowed from a woman. Once when Isabel, who could not help liking him, had offered to pay his debts, he had promptly ascended from the depths of depression in which she had discovered him before his easel, and replied gaily, "Not yet. The sort of man that borrows money from a woman is the sort of man that has no intention of paying it back. I am not that sort." With a wife who was or had been an adoring slave, it was little wonder that Stone's original selfishness had become abnormally enhanced, and Isabel took into account the feminine silliness of which he had been a victim since birth. His mother, well born, southern, indolent, had indulged him in every whim during his boyhood. Then, when the familiar San Francisco crash came, he had turned to actual work with an exceeding ill grace. The easy ladies of the lower slopes, with whom he had tastes more than Bohemian in common, had admired him extravagantly, and when he finally met a girl that suited his tastes as exactly, and was respectable to boot, he became a devoted, if somewhat erratic, husband. He was now 38, and all hope of graduation from perpetual irresponsible boyhood had been destroyed long since, by a woman abjectly in love with him, and too shrewd to antagonize him. With a strong brain and character, a wife might have kept him on the upward artistic path, and converted him to a measure of domesticity. But Paula had neither, was, moreover, quite satisfied with her mental equipment and blooming little person, so much so that of late she was beginning to think herself thrown away, a matrimonial offering, to weary of being the mere annex of her brilliant husband. She was very clever in her fashion, however, and Stone still thought her his willing slave, although curtain lectures were less infrequent than of yore, and she had learned to manage him in many ways he would have thought it a waste of time to suspect. "It will be all right," she said to Isabel. "He always thinks I have more money than I have, for he never could do arithmetic at school, and still believes that 2 and 2 make 5. I shall be delighted to get out of this skyscraper for a few days." And then she asked, insinuatingly, if she could not take the children. But upon this point Isabel was obdurate, knowing that if Paula once planted her entire family in the Belmont House, the police could not uproot them. Moreover, although she liked children, she detested Paula's. They were pert and spoiled, untidy and noisy, although handsome and highly bred of feature. She never saw them that she did not fall into some sort of panic at the thought that similar little creatures full of present and potential nuisance might have been her own, and then felt extraordinarily light of spirit in the reflection that she had escaped a lot she had as yet seen no reason to envy. "Have you no nurse?" she asked. "Oh, yes. She has been threatening to leave, has been fearfully disagreeable. But I suppose she will stay, now that I can pay her." Mrs. Paula wisely gave up the point, and invited her visitor to remain for luncheon. But Isabel rose hastily. "I must go home and see that everything is in order, the beds aired, and lunch prepared for Mr. Gwynne in case he should turn up. Then you will come about 4, and we will dine out somewhere. I'll pack all the decent things I possess and send them up right away. Fortunately, the dress Lister gave me last month is quite fresh, so I shall not feel too small beside your magnificence, and I am sure that Mr. Gwynne, even if he is an Englishman, does not dress any better than Lister." "Not a bit. We shall have some jolly times together. Mr. Gwynne is very anxious to meet you." "Well, he has not been in any particular hurry. Still, it will be fearfully nice, and I am so glad you have come down at last." End of Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 20. It was characteristic of Mrs. Paula that she was not in the least jealous of Isabel's beauty. She was quite positive that no man would hesitate between her own exuberant prettiness and a face and form that looked as if it had stepped down from a dingy old canvas.
It was true that Stone admired Isabel, with reservations to his wife, and had openly avowed his intention to paint her when he emerged from the tyranny of the pot boiler. He had hoped that Isabel would take the graceful hint and order a portrait. But Isabel had succumbed to the pleadings of too many students of indifferent talent, and had no intention of undergoing the ordeal of sittings again to any but a master. To night, as the party of four entered the Poodle Dog, the socially successful offspring of the still enterprising and disreputable parent on the dark slope above, Paula deliberately outstripped her companions and appropriated the seat, at the corner table reserved for them, that faced the room. Isabel was only too delighted to turn her back upon the staring people, for it had occurred to her to night, for the first time, to be uneasily ashamed of her adopted relative. She had gone about with her several times since her return from Europe, and absently disapproved of a somewhat eccentric tendency in dress, but to all sorts of odd costuming she had grown accustomed during her experience in art circles abroad. This evening, as she stood in her living room with Gwynne and watched Paula sail down the broad staircase, she had a sudden vision of the shanty at the northern base of Russian Hill, where Mrs. Belmont had found her little Mexican seamstress, deserted by her American husband, wailing over the child she was about to leave. This story had always inspired Isabel with the profoundest pity, tempering her frequent impatience and disgust towards the family alien, but to night she wished for a few moments that her mother had sent Paula to a foundling asylum. She glanced uneasily at Gwynne, and fancied she could hear him slam the lid of his breeding upon a supercilious sputter. Mrs. Paula's skirt and the jacket on her arm were a respectable brown, but there was something in the screaming red blouse, the immense cheap red hat, the blazing cheeks, the pinched waist between swelling bust and hips, the already lifted skirt. Paula always wore a train that she might at the same time achieve longer lines and more subtle opportunities, exhibiting the pointed bronze slipper with a large red bow, and much open work above, that suggested, if not the French cocotte, at least that San Francisco variety known in local parlance as South of Market Street Chippy. She did not bear the remotest likeness to a lady. She looked common, fast. Isabel wondered that she had never faced the truth before. It was as if a wave of final criticism heaved from the brain of the man whose life had been passed in the best societies of the world across to hers. But Gwynne was imperturbable and polite, and as they rode down town in the bright cars Paula thought him fearfully nice, and was quite sure that he admired her. "We are fearfully late," she remarked complacently as she seated herself and looked slowly around the big room with its ornate frescoes and heavy chandeliers, its crowded tables and strange assortment of types. "But it is much nicer to see them all at once, I mean," she added untruthfully. Gwynne, whose seat also commanded a view of the room, looked about him with much interest. He had a vague association of impropriety with the name of the restaurant, but he saw only a few painted females and queer-looking men. The majority looked as if they belonged to the higher walks of Bohemia, and quite a fourth were indubitably fashionable. But his more vivid impression was that they all looked gay and carefree, and that their personalities were not wholly obscured by clothes. After lunching or dining at one of the great New York restaurants, he had carried away the impression of a tremendously fashionable school in uniform, the women distinguished in appearance beyond those of any other American city, but utterly unindividual. The social bodies of the United States had interested him little, but to night he glanced about with something of the curiosity of a Columbus discovering the land of his fathers. No doubt his Otis great-grandfather had been intimate with the great-grandfathers of more than one man present. In his remote bit of civilization he almost felt as if he were sitting down with a company of relatives, at least to a gathering of the clans. He had rarely seen so many handsome women together, nor such a variety of types. Paula,
who knew every one by sight and assiduously read the society papers, volunteered much information while Isabel ordered the dinner. Stone had been detained half–way down the room by a party of friends. "That is Mrs. Marston," she whispered, with a respectful accent on the name, and in the significant tone she always employed when addressing a person of social importance. "The youngish, tall woman, with white hair and distinguished profile. She is one of the old set, the one Mrs. Belmont belonged to, and fearfully haughty. Some people call her a beauty, but how can a woman be a beauty with white hair? Lots get it here and lose their complexions before they are 25. It is the wind and nerves and too many good times. I wonder I have not gone off too, but I take a nap every day, no matter what happens. Just beyond is Mrs. Trennahan. She never did have any beauty, with that sallow skin and no feature except her eyes, but her husband, who was a great swell in New York, and often takes her there, is quite devoted to her, and they have a house on Nob Hill and another in Menlo Park. She is so exclusive that it is a wonder she ever condescends to dine in a restaurant. But Mr. Trennahan is a fearfully high liver, and this kitchen is famous. Mrs. Trennahan's mother, Mrs. Yorba, who led society in the 80s, had only 90 people on her visiting list, and they say that her parties were the dullest ever given in San Francisco. Of course, that was before I was born. The glory of that prehistoric crowd has departed, in spite of the fact that a few of them, not many, have kept their fortunes, and they are nothing to the new ones. The Irish and Germans are on top now, and are just ruling things. People whose names our mothers never heard, although they were making their piles without saying much. They have come forward in the last 5 or 6 years with a rush. All the old leaders are dead, and their children don't seem to care much, just stand aside and put on airs. One of the new leaders has a brogue, and as for Mrs. Hofer, take a good look at her." Paula indicated a tall, superbly proportioned young woman in a simple Parisian black gown, and an immense black hat, with a cascade of white feathers rolling over the brim. She had a round, laughing face, and an air of indescribable buoyancy. "She was born and brought up south of Market Street, in the respectable part, but a dead giveaway in her generation. She's only 26. I forget what her old peasant grandfather started life as, a peddler probably, but afterwards he had a dry goods store, or shoes, or something, and he bought real estate, and his son improved it, so now they are rich. She was educated at the public schools, went to the university for a year, had 2 more in Europe, and came back with what they call presence and style, but is just cheap dressed up. She hadn't much show socially, but she didn't lose any time in capturing Nicholas Hofer, the son of a German emigrant who made money in the commission business, which his sons have turned into millions. All the men like him, and as he was a great catch, of course he went everywhere, and when he married they had to accept his wife. She did the rest, and no one can deny that she is smart, in our sense and yours. She is a leader already, and has a perfectly wonderful house, that all the old aristocrats fall over themselves to get invited to. I'd like to go there myself, but of course I'm nobody. Hofer poses as a reformer, but I guess this old town's too much for him." "Nicholas Hofer?" asked Gwynne, with interest. "I fancy that is the man my mother met at Homburg and asked me to call on." "Oh!" exclaimed Mrs. Paula, with a toss of her head. "If you are going in for fine society you will soon have no use for us." Gwynne, being unaccustomed to crudities of this sort, applied himself to his oysters, while Isabel made a fierce resolution that she would find another chaperon or remain in the country. She was disagreeably conscious of craning necks, and although she knew that she was beginning to excite interest in San Francisco, and was looking her best in a white cloth frock and large white hat, she made no doubt that her juxtaposition to the exotic Paula was the theme of more than one unpleasant comment. While she liked Bohemia and was entirely indifferent to shabbiness, she had never grown accustomed to vulgarities, and that they should be embodied in her adopted sister filled her with a futile wrath. Stone hurried to his neglected party, waving his hand genially. He was a very tall, loosely built man, with a sensuous, laughing mouth and an eye that was seldom sober. He carried wine in his spirit as well as in his skin, and if the latter had bagged a trifle under its burden, the spirit was only depressed by the morning headache, and few men were more popular. "Know what kept me?" he demanded, as he doubled a huge Eastern oyster. For the others Isabel had ordered the more delicate Californian, but Stone's interior demanded a sterner nourishment. "Isabel, you are famous. At first it was the men, now it is the women, too. It was like you, dearie, to put Isabel opposite that mirror where everybody can see her, but in which she looks just 1 degree further removed from common mortals. Takes an artist's wife. No use, my sister. The Eggopolis must take care of itself. The chickens be left to roost alone. San Francisco wants you, and what she wants, she gets. What is the matter, darling?" The corners of his little wife's mouth were down and her chin was trembling. "You might have paid me one compliment," she enunciated, between anger and tears. "Good heavens, sweetheart, you are as familiar to them as Lotta's fountain. You are an old story, and always beautiful," he added gallantly. "But Isabel, we raise the voluptuous by the score, Gwynne. Houris to beat the band. Climate's a regular Venus factory, but somehow we don't get the classic very often. Too mixed, probably. We'll have to wait another generation or two. Eyes, complexions, figures, ye gods! But noses! Somehow they run to snub. Still, look over there. Ever see anything more fetching than those great Irish eyes in a regular little Dago mug? She's worth 3 cold millions, and I pine to paint her. The price would be a mere detail. But to return to Isabel. She has only to raise her finger to become the rage, and I want her to raise it. I wonder how much they would care for her if she hadn't been born into one of the sacred old families and hadn't money to boot," cried Mrs. Stone, exasperated beyond endurance by this triumph of marital tactlessness. "I'd like to know what chance a poor girl has to turn people's heads." "Tut, tut, Brownie, you're jealous. You know there never was a town where people cared less about money. It's just like any other town, only you have silly legends about it that you stick to in the face of facts. That day Isabel took me to the St. Francis for lunch I never saw so many stuck-up looking girls in my life, and they all looked as if they had just sailed out of New York fashion plates. There are only about 6 really fashionable women here to night, and they only come because they think it's spicy to get so close to real vice without actually touching it. For my part, I'm sick of the whole Bohemian game, and I'd like to dine at the St. Francis or the Palace every night." She turned to Gwynne, her eyes flashing dramatically. She was tired of being chorus to her popular husband's leading rôles, and was determined to hold the centre of the stage for Gwynne's edification at least. "They pretend to come here because the dinner is so good," she exclaimed. "Good and cheap. But it isn't that a bit with the swells. The women, that is. They just love the idea of doing something almost naughty once in a while in their virtuous lives. When a San Francisco woman is proper, she'll make you really tired with her superior airs and censorious tongue. But there isn't much she doesn't know all the same, and she just revels in venturing this far." "I don't understand," said the bewildered Englishman. "Are we dining in a dive?" "Not quite, but almost," cried Stone, refilling his glass from the large bottle in ice. "There is only one San Francisco. We have about 6 of these French restaurants. Ever taste anything like these frogs in Paris? You scarcely ever see anybody in them at this hour with an all-night reputation. There are plenty of other resorts, a good many of them under the sidewalks, where the dinner is almost as good, but where a man doesn't take his wife. And upstairs, here, and in a few others, well, if a woman is seen entering by the side door, she is done for. But then she isn't usually seen. Lord, if these walls could speak! The divorce mills would explode. The waiters all invest in real estate. Policemen send their daughters to Europe, and the boss politicians get rich so fast they spend money almost like a gentleman. In the hotels you are all but asked for your marriage license, but in what is euphemistically known as the French restaurants, well, High–toned vice comes high, but the town is fairly bursting with accommodations for every purse. No town like this," he exclaimed, gazing into his lifted glass with the accent of deep feeling. "No town on God's footstool, nothing like it, wouldn't live anywhere else if you gave me the planet. Of course I've reformed, but then it's the atmosphere. Not a taint of American Puritanism, European and something more, the wild flavour of a new and unique civilization. Precious few California men that go to New York to live but are too glad to come back, and Eastern men, like Trennahan, who have had a long taste of it, couldn't be paid to live anywhere else." "So all the legends of San Francisco are true," said Gwynne, who preferred Stone to his wife. "Couldn't exaggerate if you tried. Wait till I show it to you. No blazed trail or special policeman detailed to protect our precious skulls. I know the ropes and am not afraid to go anywhere." "How do you like your new work?" asked Isabel, hastily, not knowing what he might say next. "I should fancy that newspaper life would suit you." "Does. Never hit a job I liked as well. Jolly set of fellows. Up all night. What more could a fellow ask? No more aristocracy of art for me. I'm neither a Peters nor a Keith, and I wish I'd found it out 10 years ago. If a man can make a good living, what on earth more can he want in a town that gives him the best things in the world to eat, the jolliest all–night life, the finest fellows in the world, the prettiest women to look at, a climate that puts new life into old horses? Life's a dead easy game out here, when you don't develop too much ambition. Ambition? Nothing in that. Fellows are ingrates and idiots that go off to a cold–blooded place like New York, with a beastly climate, the moment they have made a little mark here. No philosophy in ambition. Only one life, why not enjoy it, when your creditors will let you? And the money always comes somehow. Comes easy, goes easy, and if we can't all be great, we can be happier here than anywhere else on earth. Here's to San Francisco, and perdition to him that calls it Frisco." "So you have said good–bye to ambition?" asked Isabel, curiously. "I used to think you had a good deal." "So I had. Once I was younger, and knew less. Perhaps if I had ever done anything cleverer than a few dashing skits for the Bohemian Club, and somebody had patted me hard enough on the back, I might have made an ass of myself, and crossed the continent in the wake of so many that have never been heard of since. I don't think you ever gave your creativeness a real chance. If you had shut yourself up in the country for a year—" "I should have stayed a week. Scenery on a drop curtain is all I want of nature. No, Isabel." He relapsed into sadness for a moment. "I have travelled the logical road and simmered down into my place. It's just this. San Francisco breeds all sorts. A few are born with a drop of iron in their souls. They resist the climate and the enchantment of the easy, luxurious, semi–idle life you can command out here on next to nothing, and clear out, and work hard, and make little old California famous. Where they get the iron from, God knows. It's all electricity with the rest of us. There are hundreds of my sort. You've seen them at the real Bohemian restaurants, young men, mad with life and the sense of their own powers, all of them writing, painting, composing, editing, mostly talking. Then at other tables the old young men, who have shrugged their shoulders and simmered down like myself, lucky if they haven't taken to drink or drugs to drown regrets. Still other tables, the young old men, quite happy and generally drunk. Business men, and some professional, are the only ones that forge steadily ahead, with precious few exceptions. But you don't see them often in the cheap Bohemian restaurants, which have a glamour for the young, and are a financial necessity for the failures. Never was such a high percentage of brains in any one city. But they must get out, and if they don't go young, they don't go at all. San Francisco is a disease. You can't shake it off, and you don't want to. To Hades with ambition, anyhow," he cried, gaily. "We can admire one another, and we've learned to, instead of knocking the life out of everybody else as we did a few years ago. Now we present the unique spectacle of a city packed to the brim with cleverness and always ready for more. We know how to appreciate. Vive la bagatelle! New York? Why, the spirit and brains would be drained out of 9/10 of us to keep a roof over our heads, and nobody knowing we were there. No, sir. No, madam. The men in this town realize more and more when they are well off, and here is one of them," and he refilled his glass. Isabel, not knowing that she had been listening to the litany of wasted lives, turned in disgust and cast about for an excuse to leave before Stone ordered another bottle of champagne. She encountered a gleam of amusement in Gwynne's eyes, and it seemed to transfer her to an empty auditorium, while mankind performed its little tricks on the stage for her sole benefit. It was a subtle tribute, and she blushed under it. She was also gratified to observe that Paula was boring him. But she glanced away, lest he should think she had forgiven him. At the same moment she saw a young man that had sat with his back to them, and opposite the famous Mrs. Hofer, suddenly push back his chair, rise to his feet, and look sharply at Gwynne. Then he came rapidly down the room, and Gwynne rose and met him, as if lifted to his feet by the hospitality beaming from the large, bright, shrewd, capable face of the Californian. "This is Mr. Gwynne? Is it really?" he exclaimed, taking the stranger's hand in a large, warm grasp. "I am Nicholas Hofer. Your mother wrote you? We have only been back a short time. I had intended running up to see you. I knew you for a Britisher the minute you entered the room, but the word was only just passed about who you were. Do, please, waive formality and lunch with me at my house to morrow. Then we'll motor about a bit and I'll show you something of the city. Glad the fine weather holds out. No denial. I expect you." And he skilfully took himself off before Gwynne should feel obliged to introduce him to his party. "Now what do you think of that for California manners and the arrogance of the rich?" demanded Paula, triumphantly. "Not a bit of it," replied Stone, amiably. "Man was in a hurry. Can't you see his wife waiting for him? Never knew a Californian to put on airs in my life." By this time his optimism was complete. "Only women imagine such things. There are as many poor as rich in San Francisco society, only some of us are too poor, and Bohemia is better anyway. Well, let's hit the pike. This room is too hot for my head." CHAPTer 20 Part II, Chapter 21 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 21 The Poodle Dog, a high, new, ugly building, stood on the corner of Eddy and Mason streets in the very centre of the Tenderloin, or all-night district. For 2 or 3 blocks on every side there was a blaze of light, electric signs, illuminated windows, sudden flashes from swinging doors. There was much movement, life, laughter, carriages in the street driving from restaurant to theatre. And all beyond, east and west, south and north, was a city as dark and quiet as the grave. The hilltops were picked out with a few lights, but one could barely see them from this region that never slept. Nor could one see Chinatown and Barbary Coast, nor other sections more picturesque than creditable, where the cheaper gas blazed late, and not even a policeman was sure of his morrow if he ventured too far. But here was the sound of music and decorous laughter, the clang of street cars and the constant rattle of carriages. The restaurants were beginning to empty. There would be an hour or 2 of comparative quiet. And then another crowd would fill the streets, the restaurants, even the saloons, a crowd that rarely saw daylight, mixing amiably with respectable but undomestic citizens that could afford to sleep late. At present the scene was brilliant. "The San Franciscan loves the outside life as much as the Londoner," said Isabel to Gwynne, as they stood a moment almost blinded by the lower signs. "In many ways you will find them not unlike, especially as regards fads. Wait until you have been really initiated into intellectual Bohemia, the clever young newspaper men and budding authors. I already hate the names of Ibsen, Shaw, Wilde, Symonds, Maeterlinck, and Gorky. I'm only waiting for them to discover Max Klinger and Manet." "Klinger?" asked Stone. "Where have I heard that name?" he is the great unconscious humorist of modern art, also a great etcher," said Isabel, dryly. "Have you ever heard of the Secessionists?" "Of course," replied Stone, huffily. "You imagine that because you have been to Europe Well, have you ever heard of the Shellers?" Gwynne laughed aloud. "If he has not, I should champion the octopus proclivities of California." "They are the very best draughtsmen in the world." But Paula had no intention that the conversation should be general. It had been agreed that they should visit Chinatown, and she took Gwynne's arm and led him up the hill. She found his cool, impersonal manner almost fascinating after a lifetime in a nest of horned egos. They walked up through the semi darkness to Clay Street and down to Portsmouth Square, passing through an entirely disreputable region, but quiet at this hour. As they crossed the old plaza, now Portsmouth Square, Isabel explained that it had been the nucleus of the San Francisco of the '50s, and that people had crowded nightly against the great plate glass windows on one of the corners to watch the gamblers and the hillocks of gold on every table, and that no doubt their common ancestor, who was a convivial adventurous soul, had brawled there many a night. Mrs. Paula, who knew absolutely nothing of the history of either California or San Francisco, hastened her steps, and in consequence excited the always smouldering jealousy of her husband. Stone had an exaggerated idea of her beauty and youth, and felt his power waning, moreover had all the average American's Oriental instinct for exclusive possession. Consequently, as they entered the flaming bit of Hong Kong on the opposite side of the square, Gwynne, infinitely to his satisfaction, found that there had been a deft exchange of partners. He had been in China, and the sudden entrance into an illusion more complete than even the stage could achieve almost took his breath away. There were the same crowds of stolid faces and dark blue blouses, relieved here and there with the rich garments of the merchants and the women, the hundreds of tiny high balconies, the gorgeous windows filled with embroideries and porcelain, Satsuma and bronzes. He was glad to stroll with Isabel through a scene so like a picture book, and to exclaim with her over the novel sensation of passing from the quintessence of the Western world into a bit of ancient civilization. She realized the psychology of every violent contrast as no companion he had ever known, and when she told him of the adjacent Spanish town, Little Italy, Nigger Town, Sailor Town, where representatives of the scum of every clime were no doubt qualifying for purgatory at the moment, he experienced a lively regret that there were places he must explore without her comment. It was a gala night in Chinatown. Even the provision shops were festooned with sausages, ornamented with bits of colored paper, and decorated paper or silken lanterns hung before every house. Painted women with stolid faces, often deeply imprinted with misery, rolled along, and there were many pretty children in the street, painted too, and dressed in the gayest and richest of garments. On the balconies of the upper and greater restaurants were valuable jars and vases full of plants and flowers. They ascended to the finest of these restaurants and found a merchant's party eating at round tables from dolls' plates. In a room opening upon a veranda, their creatures chanted what sounded to Occidental ears like the dirge of the lost souls of all the flowery empire, and the expression of the relaxed, haunted faces confirmed the impression. In large alcoves well-dressed Chinamen reclined on tables of marble and teakwood, filling and refilling the opium pipe with an infinity of patience that if otherwise applied might have led to greatness instead of dreams. "These men are just on exhibition," said Stone, contemptuously. "Wait till I show you the real thing down in the slime. Lots of tall stories about Chinatown, but the reality is bad enough." They took a Jackson Street car and rode up through humbler Chinatown, then through quarters of varying respectability until they reached the sacred precinct of Nob Hill. Here there was an aristocratic calm, but much light and faint strains of music. The season was in full swing, and society was either dining or dressing for the dance. As they climbed the hill stair, Stone artfully trimmed the ragged edges of his wife's discontent. Subservient as she was to him, there were times when her temper flew straight and sharp, like a blade too long hooped, and he had his reasons for conciliating her. Said Gwynne in a low tone, as they felt their way up the dark and precarious flight: "Shall you think me rude if I accept Hofer's invitation for to morrow? And Stone wants me to do the town a bit to night. I'm most curious, but I am your guest, and I can come down another time." "I feel almost cross with you. This house is your hotel. If you ever go to another, whether I am in town or not, there will be trouble." So it was that as they reached the steps leading up to the door of the house, Stone dropped his wife's arm, which had lain somewhat rigidly in his, and catching Gwynne firmly by the elbow, beat a rapid retreat. "Good night, darling," he cried. "We're off to do the town," throwing up first one leg and then the other in black silhouette against the stars. He sang: "And we won't be home till morning, till morning." The voice drifted up from the corner of Taylor and Broadway, where the two men waited for a car: "Till daylight doth appear." Mrs. Paula was gasping. "Well, I never never!" she exclaimed, as Isabel hastily marshalled her up the stair and into the house. "I hope they'll be garrotted, that's all. But it's just like the selfish beasts of men." "What difference does it make? Didn't Lyster agree to be host? It would be too dismal for Gwynne to roam through the purlieus with a policeman, and he cannot come down often. It's bedtime, anyhow." "Bedtime!" cried Mrs. Paula. "Why, it's only 10 o'clock." "But I forgot that you go to bed and get up with chickens." "I should think you would be grateful to go to bed early once in a while." "Oh, I often retire early enough, if it comes to that. It's listening half the night. All is more like it, for the last car, and then for a hack galloping from side to side up that hill, as if the driver and the very horses were drunk themselves. I tell you it's a life." "And don't you get used to it?" asked Isabel, with curiosity. "You've been married 13 years, and I suppose Lyster has always been what he calls an all–nighter." "There are some things a wife never gets used to," replied Paula, with injured dignity, as she held out a doubting hand for the candle Isabel had lighted. "Haven't you got gas or electricity?" "There is gas, but why take the trouble to light it? And the candle recalls so many delightful evenings in England. I know no prettier picture than a procession of long–trained women, with bare shoulders and jewels in their hair, each carrying a candle up a long stair beside the central hall. Ah, I have no such charming reminiscences of the English aristocracy, and I am only afraid of spilling candle–grease on my one decent dress." CHAPTER XXII Chapter 22 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 22. At 4 o'clock Isabel was awakened by suspicious sounds at the keyhole of the front door. She reached out for her pistol, but withdrew her hand as she heard the careless laugh of her brother–in–law. A few moments later the two explorers, after an instant's hesitation at the head of the stair, which they had climbed like cats, walked past her door with a brisk swaggering preternaturally steady gait that invoked the memory of former occupants of the mansion. Then Gwynne's door opened and shut as if by sleight of hand. Stone's was at the end of the hall. Isabel inferred that he went through it, and a sound between a hiss and a smothered roar shot down the hall as he would seem to pick up the door and bang it into place. Mr. Hofer had mentioned his luncheon hour as 1:30. Isabel had Gwynne called an hour before. She was sitting on the veranda as he emerged. He was as well groomed as usual, but he was unmistakably pale beneath his new coat of tan. She laughed wickedly. "Oh, yes," he said, imperturbably, "I was drunk. If I had not been, I never could have got through it, not being a seasoned San Franciscan. I thought I knew vice. I have seen a good many variations, and in places where protection was necessary, but I had not guessed at the combination of ancient civilization and the crudities of the mining camp in the heart of a modern city. Stone is not a tank, but a camel. I befuddled myself successfully in those dives under the pavements, and we had by no means begun there. I should say we had patronized at least half the saloons in San Francisco before we started for the underworld. As we finally supported each other up the hill (we hadn't the price of a cab left between us), it seemed to me that I was ascending from a jungle of antediluvian men and women and beasts for ever and ever on the rampage. San Francisco is the most wonderful city in the world, inasmuch as she not only exists, but thrives on the top of such outrageous rottenness. And no wonder that the men like Hofer are desperate. We were escorted by a policeman after all, and he seemed to enjoy himself. The flash of knives, I saw 2 men stuck, made as little impression upon him as the awful abandonment of the females. Good God! Well, I hope another variety is in store to-day. Hofer at least does not appear to be dissipated. Oh no, it is the fashion in that set to be domestic and good citizens. All you'll hear of the underworld to-day will be its relation to politics. They have been making a desperate fight the present mayor's re-election, and have been overwhelmingly defeated. The mayor is popularly supposed to be a criminal at large, and the party that supports him call themselves socialists, and are labor unions more greedy and tyrannical than any trust in the country. Nice town. But we are optimists. No doubt Mr. Hofer and his party are already planning for the next campaign. If I were a man, I'd go back to the tactics of the '50s and lynch. The city had good government for 20 years after the operations of that Vigilance Committee. You might suggest it." "I cannot say that I am in a suggesting mood. Shall you be here to dinner?" "Probably, but you are to accept whatever offers. No doubt Mr. Hofer will motor you out to the Country Club, or down to Burlingame, where he has a house." Gwynne nodded gratefully and left her. As he reached the top of the steps leading down the hill, Isabel saw him pause and speak to a very tall, very smart young woman, whom she recognized in a moment as Mrs. Hofer. Then the young matron advanced along the board walk with a sort of trembling stride. It was evident from her charming blushing face that she was embarrassed as any one so young and buoyant, so successful and so Irish, could be. Isabel ran down the steps to meet her. "Oh!" cried Mrs. Hofer in a light, high, cultivated, but nasal voice, with a slightly English accent. "You are sweet. I had intended to call in state the first time I could think of a decent excuse, for I have simply been mad to know you. But last night I told Mr. Hofer that my slender stock of patience had flown, evaporated. I could hardly wait till this afternoon. Do you think I'm unconventional? I'm not really, except when I'm abroad. Never here. Nobody is so conventional as the San Franciscan at home." Isabel was smiling, and trying to guide her up the steps. "I am more glad than I can say to know you at last," she said. "Do come into my house." "Let me rest a bit. The breath is out of me with the climb and the fright. Yes, fright, and it takes a good deal to faze me. But you're the sensation of the town, my dear. There have been all sorts of plans to get hold of you. People are simply mad. I was just bound I'd be the first. Not petty social ambition, not a bit of it. I wanted to know you, and I stayed in a country house in England just after you last year. To think that you could have married Lord Hexam! Oh, what a jewel of a house! I went simply mad over those white rooms in London." Isabel had firmly piloted her up the steps and into the house, and Mrs. Hofer sat on the edge of a chair like a bird on a bough, her merry shrewd sweet eyes devouring Isabel's face. "Oh, but I've wanted to know you. You don't know what this means to me." "But why?" asked Isabel, much amused. "I am nobody." "Oh, just aren't you, though? Why, you're almost the last of the old San Francisco Knickerbockers, so to speak. That is, the last that has inherited any of the beauty one is always hearing about from the old beaux. And most of them have gone under anyhow, in the cheerful California fashion. 3 generations, from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves. Of course there are some left, but the most interesting thing about them is that they have been forced to open their houses to the likes of us, or sit down and talk to empty chairs. But the old Spanish blood is what interests us most. It was quite forgotten, all that old life, for about 2 generations, but now it's the fashion to remember it, and everything else early Californian. To think that you are a niece, so to speak, of the first nun in California, who had that romantic love affair with that Russian, I never could pronounce his name. That's not what interests me most, though. It's you. To think what you've done. Those chickens. My man in the market has orders to send me old inn chickens and eggs, on penalty of losing my custom. All the blasé girls, the San Francisco girls, do get so blasé, poor things, are threatening to go in for chickens. It would be a lot better for them than bridge. It is quite shocking the way they do gamble. Talk about early times. Fancy chickens becoming a fad. Mrs. Hofer had paused for breath. Poor chickens, that they will have to get up at all hours of the night, and at 6 o'clock in winter and 5 in summer, and spend a large part of their time in overalls and rubber boots. I fancy that will cure them. It would. No more flirtations, no more Paris gowns, no more paint, I'll tell them. But they admire you all the same, and we are all dying to see you en grande tenue. I'm giving a ball the night before Christmas. Say you will come, right here on the spot." "I shall love to come. I had intended to reopen this house as soon as I could afford it, and had hardly expected to pick up my mother's old threads until then. But a ball! I haven't danced for a year." "It is simply fine to hear you say things just like other girls, when you look the concentrated essence of all our bewigged and bepowdered ancestors. To think that you've got that old colonial blood in you, too, and are related to a lot of those old duffers one sees in the public parks. The next time I go East I'll look at them with more interest." Then she sat still farther forward, and her bright face took on an expression of coaxing eagerness. "If it hadn't been a man's luncheon to day I should have asked you to join us. But won't you come down to the St. Francis with me? My automobile is at the foot of the bluff. We can motor afterward through the park a bit, and out on the boulevard. It's a simply heavenly day." Isabel hesitated, and lifted an ear to the floor above. There was not a sound, nor was it likely that Lyster would make an appearance before dinner. Paula had announced her intention of visiting her children in the course of the afternoon. She would hardly awaken for luncheon. While she hesitated, Mrs. Hofer began to coax in her eager, commanding fashion. "Oh, do come! Please come! I'm mad, mad to have you all to myself for one day. Chloroform them." "You wouldn't lunch with me?" "I will entertain you first. Please, please come." "Very well," said Isabel, laughing. "I doubt if they ever know the difference. I won't be a minute getting ready." She ran upstairs, and during the half hour of her toilette Mrs. Hofer examined everything in the downstairs rooms, and nodded an emphatic approval. Chapter 23 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 23 It was nearly midnight. Isabel, her head still buzzing after a kaleidoscopic day, which included much motoring and many words, felt no inclination for bed, moreover was not only curious to hear Gwynne's impressions, but felt a pleasant sense of anticipation in talking the day over with him. He had telephoned that he was going down to Burlingame for dinner, but should manage to return to the house in the neighborhood of midnight. She wondered if he had met as many people and received as many bewildering impressions as she had done. If she had cherished a lingering delusion that aught remained of the old proud reserved character of the society of her mother's time, it had vanished before the chatter of her hostess and the experiences of the day. They had not lunched at the St. Francis after all. As they reached the entrance Mrs. Hofer capriciously changed her mind, and decided to make a dramatic descent with Isabel upon the house of a friend whom she knew to be entertaining informally, and where she was always sure of a welcome. The house was out at the Mission, a generic term in these days for the valley under the shadow of Twin Peaks, so sparsely populated by the padres. There were still a few large wooden houses, surrounded by grounds, that looked like country seats in the midst of that wilderness of cheap and hideous streets, built perhaps 30 or 40 years before, when "the Mission" was a suburb, and for old affection's sake still inhabited in spite of 1,000 drawbacks. Isabel approached this place in a fever of anticipation, for it was none other than the old estate of Juan Moraga, and through a grille in its vanished adobe wall ℍ𝔀𝐻𝑃 had held tryst with her Russian lover, Rezanov. Into this sheltered valley the trade winds and the fog came so seldom that, although it was a November day, the host had no hesitation in entertaining his guests on the lawn, with rugs underfoot and a canopy to protect the complexions of the women. Here Isabel found members of nearly every set the city had ever possessed. Mrs. Trennahan, like herself of the old Spanish stock, and her New York husband; Anne Montgomery, and 2 or 3 others of the second régime; Catalina Shore, with her beautiful half Indian face and English husband, these few with a repose of manner that looked old fashioned against the lightly poised figures and incessant chatter of the younger girls; and there was an even greater variety of garb. Several were dressed for the season in velvet and furs, one wore an organdie blouse and hat, another had hastily donned a checked travelling suit. There was no doubt that Miss Montgomery had bought her simple brown frock already made, and perhaps at a sale. Her neighbor wore a black lace dress with a fur boa. The majority were excessively smart, whatever their vagaries, and Mrs. Hofer most of all, in several shades of gray, not only becoming to her dark hair and bright color, but suggesting the natural plumage of a bird. She was one of those women that look so well in whatever they wear that it is difficult to imagine them in anything else. Isabel, perhaps, although the sharp eye of a woman would have detected the absence of the hand of a maid in her toilette, more nearly solved the problem of a spring day in midwinter, with her frock of white serge and large black hat covered with feathers. She sat between the reform mayor, whose guest she was, and the militant editor, neither in the highest spirits after their recent and unexpected defeat, and heard much of that intimate political talk for which she had longed, although her mind wandered occasionally to that romantic past of caballero and doña, not yet a century old, very difficult to conjure in this swarming heterogeneous valley. After luncheon Mrs. Hofer had invited Miss Montgomery into the automobile, and taken her and Isabel for a long ride, chattering of everything under the sun, but with breathing spells that enabled Isabel to exchange a few remarks with her old friend; and between remorse for her own neglect and pity for that desolated life, she was almost effusive, and begged Miss Montgomery to visit her in the valley where Anne's father too had owned a ranch in palmier days. She offered to furnish a room immediately, and Miss Montgomery smilingly promised to obtain surcease from dinner parties, where her portion was to enter by the back door, in 9 cases out of 10 with the ancestral silver, and take the rest she needed. She made a good living, she assured Isabel, but was educating a young relative for the navy, and lived in a flat that was largely kitchen. All her fragile wild rose beauty was gone long since, but she still remembered how to put on her clothes, and her position was unaffected in that devil may care city. She went into society when she chose. Mrs. Hofer, on their return from the environs, left them for a few minutes in front of a house on Van Ness Avenue where a friend lay ill, and Isabel made an enthusiastic allusion to the gay outdoor appearance of the city. The broad avenue was crowded with men, women, and children promenading in the sunshine. Every street car was filled with people on their way to or from the Park, Presidio, or Cliff House. They had passed hundreds of automobiles and fine turnouts of every description, and out at the 3 great resorts thousands of pleasure seekers. Miss Montgomery set her well-cut mouth in a pale line. "I get somewhat weary of all this pagan delight in mere externals," she remarked. "It is all so superficial and deceptive, although sincere enough in its ebullitions. I can tell you, my dear idealist, you have not changed a particle, by the way, that there is another side you have never seen. I doubt if you would ever see it, even if you came to live in the town." The automobile stood on a corner, Miss Montgomery indicated the rise and fall of the hillside, east and west of the avenue. "Look at all those shabby genteel rows of houses, each exactly like the next, each with its awful bow window, and all needing a new coat of paint. So are the lives inside. And there are miles of them. There are just four sorts of people in this town (ignoring its underworld) that get any real enjoyment out of life. Those that are wealthy enough to command constant variety, the careless, clever Bohemians with their wits always on the alert and plenty of congenial work, the club women, the labouring class that get the highest wages on earth and are as happy as beasts of the field on a bright warm winter's day like this. But oh, the thousands and thousands of mere mortals that are mired in their ruts and no longer even plan to climb out. There is no more chance for those people who are in some little business, or are clerks, or small professional men, or fractions in the great corporations, to mention but a few examples, no more chance for them than in any of the older cities, for San Francisco has gone at such a pace that she has many ruts as if centuries had ploughed her, and those in the ruts might as well be on Lone Mountain. They, the women particularly, have the tedium vitae in an acuter form than you have seen anywhere in Europe, for over there the centuries have mellowed and enriched life. There is something besides this eternal climate which can never take the place of art. Of course, there was a day when every man had an equal chance, but that day has passed long since. And then in Europe," she went on, the minor note in her voice becoming more plaintive, although she was too well bred to whine, "you are always near some other place. You can save your money for a few months and command a change of scene. Here you have to travel 3,000 miles to find a change of accent. I often have the delusion that California is on Mars. And the climate! Day after day, when I walk down that shabby hill with menus revolving in my head, or take the boat across that sparkling bay—I have customers all about—I long for the extremes of seasons they have in the East. Fogs and 4 months of intermittent rain are only an irritant to one's natural love of variety. I long for the excitement of wading through snowdrifts. I wish we would have a war. I should love to hear the shells hissing overhead, to see great buildings collapse, people rushing about in a mad state of excitement. Anything, anything, to relieve the monotony of this isolated bit of semi-civilization, where, I can tell you, more women meditate suicide from pure ennui than in any city on earth." Isabel was appalled by this outburst. The brilliant days seemed faded, the bright faces were grinning masks. Then she experienced a powerful rush of loyalty towards this stranded member of her own class, and before she realized what she was saying, she had offered to send her to Europe to finish the musical education begun in her promising youth. "Don't be angry," she stammered, knowing the intense pride of the impoverished American. "Why not? We are really related. I am quite alone. My little fortune has almost doubled. I make much more than I can spend. It would be quite shocking if I did not do something for some one. There is Paula, of course, but it is against my principle to do too much for any woman with a husband. Do, please—" Miss Montgomery, who had flushed deeply and averted her head, turned suddenly with a smile and a light in her eyes that, with the color in her cheeks, made her look young for a moment. "That was just like you!" she exclaimed. "I remember in Rosewater, when you were a little thing, you used to give away the clothes on your back, and your toys never lasted a week, although you beat the children and pulled them about by the hair when they didn't play to suit you. I saw you on the street just after your return from Europe. You looked as if you had wrapped yourself up in the pride of your nature, had found a plane apart from common mortals. For that reason I did not remind you of my existence. But I should have remembered that you had had trouble and care enough to freeze any woman of your inheritances into a sort of animated revolutionary statue. But you are just the same old Isabel. It makes me feel young again." "And will you go?" asked Isabel, eagerly. Miss Montgomery shook her head. "No," she said, sadly. "It is too late. I am 35. If you have made no place for yourself by that time in America, you belong by a sort of divine decree to the treadmill." and the limberness has gone out of my fingers as out of my mind. Sometimes I deluge my pillow. But I will confess to you that down deep there is a consciousness of bluntness, and it makes me inconsistently satisfied to be here in this land of climate and plenty, instead of in Boston or New York, where both climatic and social conditions are so terribly stern for the poor. After all, the word struggle is a mere euphemism out here, and I am still asked to nearly all of the big parties. Not one of the older set has dropped me, and I could go out constantly if I chose. But I have neither the energy nor the money. I could have presents of ball gowns, but of course I won't accept them." She laid her hand on Isabel's. "Don't imagine that I do not appreciate your generosity. I shall never forget it, nor the dear childish awkward spontaneity of its expression. But here I stay and rot." I heard this same lament from Lister the other night, only he was more cheerful about it, possibly because he has other surcease. "Don't waste any sympathy on us," said Miss Montgomery contemptuously. "There never was such a sieve as California, San Francisco, for separating the wheat from the chaff, for determining the survival of the fittest. If I had been worth my salt, I should have conquered every obstacle, overcome the family will, when I was young and full of hope and vigor. So would Lister Stone. San Francisco is stronger than we are. That is the truth in a nutshell. Those that are stronger than she have gone. The rest don't matter. And as so many of those that are really gifted enjoy themselves with only an occasional spasm of self-disgust, they are not greatly to be pitied. By and by they will outgrow even that, and congratulate themselves that they were not of those that fled from the good things of life." Mrs. Hofer ran down the steps and into her automobile. "I simply couldn't get away," she cried between the agonized thumpings of the engine. "But perhaps you were glad to be rid of me a bit. Please don't say so, though. It would make me simply miserable." As the car glided off, she sat on the edge of the seat facing her guests, lightly, and with the same backward sweep of her body as when walking. She always seemed to be fairly bursting with youthful energy, and no bird could rival her buoyancy. She immediately assumed the burden of the conversation. "Dear Miss Otis, I have been meaning all day to ask you about Lady Victoria Gwynne, but so many things have put it out of my head. What do you think of her? I am simply mad to know. I never met any one who interested me half so much. I couldn't make her out the least little bit. The only time when she seemed quite alive was when she spoke of her Jack. In the famous Elton she didn't seem to take any interest at all. I fancy they've fallen out, for whenever his name was mentioned, and Mr. Hofer admires him immensely, she always became as mute as a mummy. It put me out a bit. I'm not used to that sort of treatment. When I want to talk about a subject I am in the habit of doing so. Lady Victoria is not a bit simple like so many English great ladies. Perhaps it's the Spanish blood, or perhaps it's because she's so blasée. They do tell stories. I never heard any received woman of having had quite so many. Well, at least in this town, when a woman is openly larky, she soon finds herself on the north side of the fence. There was my Lady Victoria hobnobbing with all the royalties at Homburg, but what interested me most was her attitude to Sir ■Vanneck." "What?" Isabel sat erect. Had Sir Vanneck returned from Africa? I thought something besides ill health was detaining her. Do you think they will marry? I don't know whether Mr. Gwynne would like it or not. He looks forward to her arrival." "I can see Lady Victoria on a California ranch. She would yawn her head off. 'London is the world,' in quotation marks. She couldn't, that seasoned lady, stay out of it 6 months. But about Sir Cadge, that was the final mystery. It actually kept me awake one night. You know the story, how devoted he was for about 2 years, and then how he ran away when her husband was killed, for fear he would have to marry her. Nobody knew exactly how she felt about it, for one thing must be said for the people of those effete old civilizations, their breeding carries them through any crisis without the turn of a hair. But the report was that she showed an inner convulsion in subtle outer vibrations, or people imagined she did, probably because she got to that age where she couldn't have many illusions left. Then, suddenly this summer, he returns, and follows her to Homburg. He is all devotion. She is an iceberg.
and she's gone off dreadfully. I saw her 7 years ago at Covent Garden, and she was the handsomest thing I ever looked at. She's handsome yet, but her muscles are getting that loose look, and her eyes are bottomless pits of ennui. Save me from being a fashionable demi-mondaine. Better to go to the deuce and die in a garret. Something honest in that, anyhow, and more picturesque. There may be something behind that we don't know anything about, but in my opinion she is not the happiest of women, and with such a handsome and agreeable man as ℍ𝔌𝔌𝐻𝑆 at her feet, she is just an ingrate. We are not here already. I wish I were not invited this evening. I'd simply make you come home to dinner, and it seems so rude to leave you at the foot of this bluff, and there is just one thing the automobile can't do." Isabel, her head spinning with many words, had been glad to express her pleasure in the day's entertainment, and run up the steps to her refuge on the heights. She had found that Mr. Stone was still in bed and likely to remain there, and a haughty note from Paula announcing that she had returned to her children and should remain where she was wanted. She was vaguely planning to "do something" for Anne Montgomery, and congratulating herself that she could fly at will from people that talked too much, when she heard Gwynne's long stride on the plank walk, and called gaily to him out of the darkness to "stand and deliver." "I hope you carry a pistol," she added, anxiously, as he ran up the steps. "I scarcely ever pick up a newspaper without reading of a hold up, and there were 4 on this hill last week. We change out here, but we don't seem to improve much." CHAPTER XXIV. Chapter 24 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 24. "I have had what is called a full day," said Gwynne, as he sank into a chair beside Isabel. "Lunch with half a dozen of the cleverest and most strenuous men I ever met, and not at Hofer's house, by the way, but out at the Cliff House, up in a tower where we had a superb view of the ocean and Golden Gate. Then motored about the city for 3 hours, then down to Burlingame for dinner, then back to supper at one of the restaurants. After over a year of social suspension I hardly knew how to behave, especially to all the pretty women I met at the club house at Burlingame, who seemed to expect me to pay them compliments and flirt desperately. I feel worn out, and on the verge of sighing for my lonely ranch." "But you have enjoyed yourself," said Isabel, smiling. "It has done you a lot of good. You must grow straight downward to your roots. Then when you shoot up again you will be a real American." Gwynne made a wry face. "Not yet. Mrs. Hofer's father, Mr. Toole, who is now retired and spends most of his time in about the most luxurious library I ever saw we alighted in it for a few moments before swooping down to Burlingame quoted Byron to me, and is well up in English politics. There were several London newspapers and reviews on the table. Moreover, at the luncheon, Elton Gwynne was actually discussed for a few moments, all of which gave me pangs of homesickness. But although they are all sufficiently versed in British politics, their interest is very casual. Even national matters don't concern them particularly. What absorbs them is the redemption of San Francisco, and after my experiences last night I can't say I am surprised. The sort of municipal government that permits and battens upon an unlimited variety of open vice must devour the entire city in time. Mr. Toole informed me, in the holy calm of his library, that reform is impossible, and certainly the professional grafters seem to be one of the few productions of this state whose energy is not demoralized by the climate. But that must make the fight more interesting. And hardly a degree less menacing is the gigantic octopus of labor unionism, of inexcusable socialism. Well, we shall see. It makes one tingle." "And do you never, in your inmost, contemplate returning to England?" asked Isabel, curiously. Gwynne swung about and planted his elbows on the railing, clasping his hands about his head. For some moments he seemed absorbed in the mass of lights at the foot of the black hillside. "I don't know," he said finally.
It is possible that only my will keeps me from thinking about it. It may be that, having made up my mind before leaving England, I accomplished a final wrench and adjustment. I abstain from too much self–analysis, but it is certain that deep down I often feel a tug at familiar strings. I don't pretend to know myself, for after all what is each one of us but the composite of the race, always at war with a spark of individuality? Some fine morning I may wake up, order my trunk to be packed, and take the first train out of California." "Oh, might you?" "Well, of course. I should stop and say good–bye to you. That is, if I did not fall into a panic at the thought of a final encounter with that terrible will of yours." He turned, and met a pair of eyes that were shining like a cat's in the dark. "You know that you have been manipulating the strings of my destiny," he said, abruptly, and surprised at himself. "I grew fearful of self–analysis, and buried myself in the law. Jolly good antidote. But I am always conscious of a subtle pressure on my will—was. I have thrown it off. It was either that or leave." "Perhaps you have felt freer since Saturday morning," said Isabel, cruelly. His own eyes glittered, but if he blushed the darkness screened him. "Quite true," he said, dryly. "The man–brute turned. And the final battle, when the feminine principle is pitted against the masculine, I fancy we shall know how to win the day. If we resort to primitive methods, it will be your own fault." "I was invited for dinner to–morrow night, and had to decline because my arms are black and blue." "I don't repent," said Gwynne, doggedly. There was another silence, and then he asked, "Haven't you been trying to manage me?" "I have only been trying to steer you in a new country, to make things a little easier." "You are not always frank, and that is not altogether what I mean. I hardly know myself what I do mean. Before I arrived, I thought it likely I should want to marry you. In many respects you were designed to be the wife of an ambitious public man. With your beauty and brains, your grand manner, and your subtlety. But it is the last that has put me off. I have seen too many men managed by their wives. I could never stand it. Doubtless my Celtic blood gives me the tiniest feminine drop. It is only the big uncomplicated oafs that don't mind being managed by their women. I should want the freest and most open companionship, but with my will always in the ascendant, although no man would be more indulgent to his wife." "You will find thousands to answer all your requirements and limitations." "Much you know about it. True, this place is full of handsome and attractive women—topping! And they have a free wild grace, a stride, a swing. It is wonderful to watch them go up these hills. And I was vastly entertained at luncheon, and at one or two of the houses where I was afterward taken to call. But I doubt if I shall ever find any one again that possesses so many remarkable qualities in combination as your own puzzling, unsatisfactory self." "I am not in the least like Mrs. Kaye, and you thought she combined every quality under the sun." "I expended the last of my calf–love on Mrs. Kaye. I was blinded by passion, but that my emotional depths were not even stirred was manifested by the rapidity of my convalescence. We were utterly unsuited. In many respects I should have been ashamed of her. Blood must always tell in England. Although in America, if Mrs. Hofer is a type—well, this is the land of reversed theories. Mrs. Kaye and I would have been at swords' points in less than a year. The next time I choose a wife it will be with my judgment." "Are you no longer capable of love?" "Oh, love!" Once more Gwynne gazed down upon the sleepless city, where the light seemed to powder the upper air with gold dust. "Perhaps. It seemed to me, that day in Park Lane, that all the heat died out of my veins. I'm only just beginning to feel alive once more. But I have no wish as yet to experience the passion of love again, not even with you. Although if you would cry off in some respects, I don't know but that I should still like to marry you." "At least you could beat me if I did not behave." He laughed. "I don't doubt I should want to. No, I'll never let myself go like that again. But I should be sure at first that my will was the stronger of the two." "You carefully abstain from proposing, so that I cannot make the retort I should like to." "You may. I know you won't have me, but that does not alter the fact that the same ancestral lines have given us an inconceivable number of molecules that are subtly responsive. The great cleavage has accomplished as many points of divergence and contrast. Therefore is there, in me at least, an insistent whisper for ancestral and long-denied rights. You will feel it in time." "How much you have thought about it!" "My mind is pretty well oiled. It does not take me years to work out any proposition. To tell you the truth, I have never put that undercurrent of consciousness into words until to night. All the same, even if I loved you, if I finally believed you to be the stronger of the two, I should take the next boat for England. California wouldn't hold me, and I should not say good bye." "That would be a confession of weakness. It is one I'd be the better for making." "Well, anyhow, as I am hostess, I can order you to bed. It must be 1 o'clock. I don't doubt you will find more than one affinity if you are awakening. That is merely the mating instinct. Good night." Far too hospitable and high–handed to incommode a guest, she did not tell him that Paula had gone, and that Stone had sauntered out in search of a bracer, and had not returned. Gwynne slept the sleep of the unburdened conscience, and returned to Rosewater by the first train. Isabel was remaining in town for another day, ignorant not only of having violated the proprieties, but of the fact that a former inhabitant of Rosewater lived not far from the foot of the bluff. CHAPTER XXV. Chapter 25 of Ancestors, a Novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 25. 2 weeks later, Lady Victoria was established in the house on Russian Hill. She had given no intimation of her coming until the day her train was due in Oakland, when she telegraphed, suddenly reflecting, no doubt, that she was descending into the wilderness, and that precautions were wise. Gwynne barely had time to catch the train from Rosewater, and when the connecting boat arrived at the ferry building in San Francisco, he was obliged to run like a thief pursued by a policeman down to the Oakland ferry building, in order to catch the boat just starting to meet the overland train. All this was by no means to his taste. Nor was his mother's cavalier arrival. It savored too much of royalty. And he had a masculine disapproval of being taken by surprise, moreover was far less ardent at the prospect of seeing his mother again than he would have expected. In England he had needed her. She seemed superfluous in this country, which she never would understand, and he wanted all his time for his studies, and as little reminder of England as possible. His mother, for all her individualities, was the concentrated essence of the England he knew best. Besides, she was accustomed to a great deal of attention. He had no taste for dancing attendance upon any one, and from whom else could she expect it? Unless, to be sure, he recalled that his mother was a beautiful woman, always surrounded by a court of admirers. Why should Americans be impervious to the accomplished fascination and the beauty of a woman that had reigned in London for 30 years? He determined to press Isabel into service. She could try her hand on his mother's American destinies, and provide her with amusement and a host of friends. He felt all the promptings of natural affection when he was actually face to face with his mother once more, and forgot all his doubts in his intense amusement at her naïve surprise before the comfortable immensity of the San Francisco hotels, and the crowds and automobiles in the streets. The next day he took her up to the ranch. For a week she stalked about the country, 8 hours out of the 24, expressing interest in nothing, although her eyes always softened at her son's approach, and if she manifested no enthusiasm for his adopted country, at least she barely mentioned the one of his heart. At the end of a week she promptly accepted Isabel's suggestion to transfer herself and her grim disgusted maid to the house on Russian Hill. Isabel lost no time in piloting her thither. Anne Montgomery undertook to provide her with a small staff of servants, and to call daily and order the household until all wheels were on their tracks. Mrs. Hofer delightedly agreed to be the social sponsor of Lady Victoria Gwynne, and issued invitations at once for a tea and a dinner, and Gwynne, who had been half indifferent to rebuilding on the San Francisco property, immediately began holding long interviews with bankers, lawyers, architects, and contractors. The law required him to give but 30 days' notice to his tenants, well-to-do workmen, and if all went well the building might be finished in 7 months. Lady Victoria evinced something like a renewed interest in life when told that by the following winter her income would be increased, and trebled as soon as the large revenue from the building had paid off the mortgage. Her son offered to place his own share at her disposal until her debts were paid, but to this she would not listen. He found her maternal affection undimmed, but other changes in her, which he was far too masculine to understand, and after she was fairly settled and apparently content, he dismissed feminine idiosyncrasies from his overburdened mind. He had neglected his studies long enough, and it was time to begin his amateur practice in Judge Leslie's office, to say nothing of the bi-weekly lecture at the State University at Berkeley, which, with the journeys, consumed the day. Isabel's feminine soul took a far more abiding interest in the subtle changes of that complicated modern evolution whose special arrangement of particles was labelled Victoria Gwynne. She bore little external traces of her illness, and when Isabel congratulated her upon so complete a recovery, she looked as blank as if memory had failed her. Isabel had encountered this truly British attitude before, and experienced none of the irritation of several of the Englishwoman's new acquaintances when insisting upon the beneficence of the San Francisco climate. But it was not long before Isabel discerned that under that sphinx-like exterior the older woman was intensely nervous, that once or twice even her splendid breeding could not control an outburst of irritability. Her eyes, too, had a curious, hard, opaque look, as if the old voluptuous fires had burned out, and she seemed ever on her guard. What her future plans were no man could guess. She might have settled down for life on Russian Hill, so completely did she make the new environment fit her imperious person. She even remarked casually to Isabel that of course she should entertain in the course of the winter, but at one of the hotels. She would never ask people to climb those stairs on a possibly rainy night. But it was evident that her entertaining would be merely on the principle of noblesse oblige. Her lack of interest in the doings of a civilization so different from her own was patent, and it was doubtful if she would have even accepted the attention showered upon her had she not feared the alternative of an unbroken ennui. Isabel felt vaguely sorry for her and puzzled deeply, but she could do no more than provide her with entertainment and the abundant comforts and luxuries of the city. To express any deeper and more womanly sympathy to that proud nature would have been a liberty Isabel would have been the last to take. But she retained her own rooms and went down with Gwynne once a week, when they both devoted themselves to Lady Victoria's amusement. It was at least gratifying that the French restaurants and many of the unique Bohemian resorts entertained her more than society, and she found the Stones amusing, and frankly made use of Paula, who did all her shopping, receiving many a careless present. Meanwhile Gwynne, when not reading, or practising, or attending lectures, or endeavoring to hurry forward his new enterprise in the city, took long buggy rides with Tom Colton about the country, and made acquaintance with many farmers, as well as with the guileful depths of the ambitious young politician. Colton, although for the present dependent upon only the voters of his district, was by no means confined his attentions even to those of his county. The time would come when he would need a wide popularity, and with his cool, far-sighted tactics he was already sowing its seeds. There was an immense and varied material to work on. Not only were his own county and the two adjoining as large as a state more modest than California, but, with the exception of the Asti vineyards and one or two ranches like Lumalitas, were cut up into an infinite number of farms owned by Irish, Scotch, Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Hungarians, Swiss, Germans, Italians, and a few native Americans. Asti alone, a great district devoted to the vine, and boasting the largest tank in the world, was entirely in the hands of Italians. The Swiss, for the most part, were cheese makers. The rest devoted themselves to chickens, grain, hay, wheat, and fruit. There were several orange orchards, and one violet farm. Many of these foreigners were so numerous that churches had to be built for their separate use, and service was held in their native tongue. All were willing to drop work for a few moments and talk politics with Colton, particularly if it was to abuse lawmakers and monopolists. Above all, the railroads, whose prices were exorbitant, and whose service was inadequate. In this department of monopoly, at least, they had a real grievance, and Colton never let them forget it. He made no secret of the fact that the United States Senate was his goal, and reiterated that there alone could he accomplish the legislation that would free the farmer from the costly tyranny of the corporations and give the laboring man his rightful share of profit. Some were skeptical that any mortal could accomplish all he promised, but the foreigners for the most part were gullible, and they all liked the rich man's son, with his simple ways and his blatant democracy. Of Gwynne they took little notice, but he studied them, one and all, and it was not long before he understood the materials with which he must deal in the future. The State was Republican, although San Francisco presented the remarkable spectacle of a Democratic mayor with a Republican boss controlling the labor element, which was presumably Democratic in essence, and devoted to the figurehead. But country politics were far less complicated, and it was possible that a strong Democrat with a sufficiency of inherent power could weld together the conflicting and half indifferent elements, and change the political current. Californians had gone thunderously Republican at the last presidential election, because for the moment they were dazzled by the Roosevelt star and all it seemed to portend. There could be no better augury for a really great and sincere leader, for whether or not Roosevelt was all they imagined, the point to consider was that they had been carried away by their higher enthusiasms, not by those of a mere trickster like Colton was trying to stimulate. They had rushed to the polls, and all that was best in their natures in the ascendant, eager not only for a great servant that would reform many abuses, but for one that stood at the moment before the country as the embodiment of all that was high-minded, uncompromisingly honest, and nobly patriotic in American life. It was one of the greatest personal triumphs ever accomplished, for the leaders wished nothing more ardently than his downfall. And whether or not it was to be justified by history, it must ever remain to his credit that he had hypnotized his countrymen through the higher channels of their nature. The reaction might be bitter, but memory is short, and at least he had served to demonstrate the American mind was not materialized by the lust of gain, was quite as susceptible to the loftier patriotic promptings as in the day of its revolutionary and simpler ancestors. A man like Colton might delude for a time, for the Democratic party was deplorably weak in leaders, and the Republican bosses, in California as elsewhere, had made the State a byword for shameless corruption, and their iron heel ground hard even in that land of climate and plenty. Colton might be useful to rouse Californians to a sense of their wrongs and opportunities, but Gwynne doubted if he could hold them. He promised too much. The time would come when they would turn to a strong man who talked less and did more, who gradually imbued them with the conviction of absolute honesty, distinguished ability, and as much disinterestedness as it is reasonable to expect of any mortal striving for the great prizes of life. One day there was a mass meeting suddenly called to express sympathy with the orange growers of the South, who had dumped 12 carloads of early oranges into the San Francisco Bay rather than submit to the increased rates of the transcontinental railroads. Gwynne saw this opportunity and summoned his powers. There was a moment of doubt, of hesitancy, of reflection that he was rusty, and that the subject was of no special interest to him. Then, at the eager insistence of Colton, he walked rapidly to the front of the platform with all the actor's exalted nervous delight in a new rôle. In a few moments there was no subject on earth so interesting to him as the iniquities of the railroads and the wrongs of the orange growers. He awoke from his torpor so triumphantly that his amazed audience, as of old, felt the deep flattery of its power over him, and he made a speech which was like the rushing of risen waters through a broken dam. Not that he permitted himself to be carried away wholly. He deliberately refrained from indiscriminate philippics, from rousing their ire too far, grasped the opportunity to see what could be done by appealing to their reason through their higher emotions, and begged them to meet constantly, and consider the question of electing men that were not mere politicians, that would deliver the state from the mediæval tyranny that oppressed it; advised his hearers to employ the best legal counsel they could get, and to give their leisure moments to the study of practical politics, instead of indolently submitting all great questions to the hands of men as unscrupulous as the state bosses and corporations. With his peculiar gift he made each breathless man in the auditorium feel not only that he was being personally addressed, but that his mental equipment had mysteriously been raised to the plane of the speaker's. When Gwynne finished, amid applause as great as any he had evoked in England after the expounding of great issues dear to his heart, he turned to find Colton regarding him with sharp eyes and lowering brow. He immediately took his arm and led him without. "I am glad a climax has come so soon," he said. "Otherwise I should have begun to feel like a hypocrite. Not only are your principles and mine utterly antagonistic, but you must consider me as your rival. I can do nothing definite, of course, for nearly 4 years, and meanwhile you may reach the United States Senate. If you do, I shall do my utmost to oust you. Nevertheless, if I can be of any service in sending you there, I am perfectly willing to place myself at your disposal, for the experience and insight I shall acquire in exchange. And as you are no worse than the others, and some one must go, it might as well be you as another. But, I repeat, I shall use all my powers to oust you and take your place." Colton stood for a few moments, his hands in his pockets, regarding the ground. Then he lifted his eyes and smiled ingenuously. "You are dead straight, for a fact, and I think I have got just as good an opinion of myself as you have of yourself. You put me in the United States Senate with that tongue of yours God, you can talk and I'll take the chances of even you getting me out. It will take more than eloquence to upset a great state machine. And before I get through I'll have the Democratic machine stronger than the Republican is to day. You can't get anywhere in this country without the machine, and the man in control stays in control unless he falls down, and this I don't propose to do. I'll swap frankness and tell you right here that when I'm boss I may let you come to Congress as my colleague, but that you've got to do as I say when you get there. What do you say to that?" "I'll take all the chances. At least we understand each other. I work for you now, and I break the power of both you and your infernal machine when I am a citizen of the United States." "Shake," said Colton, and they shook. Chapter 26 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 26. Isabel sat idly on the veranda of her old hotel, as was her habit in the evening hour. There had been no heavy rains as yet to freshen the hills and swell the tides until the salt waters scalded the juices from the marsh grass, turning it from green to bronze and red, and the barometer was stationary. A cool wind came in from the sea with the flood, and Isabel enjoyed the beauty that was hers all the more luxuriously in her thick shawl of white wool. A great part of the valley north and south was within the range of her vision, and it was suffused with gold under a sky that looked like an inverted crucible pouring down its treasures in the prodigal fashion of the land. Facing her house and on the opposite side of the marsh, at its widest here, was a high wall of rock from which the valley carved backward on either side, tapering to the great level in the north, but on the south halting abruptly before the mass of mountains following the coast–line, and topped by the angular shoulders of Tamalpais, coal–black to–night against the intense gold of the west. She had not seen Gwynne for several days, and half expected that he would come to–night.
These were busy days, and she saw less of him than formerly, although he snatched an hour for shooting whenever he could, and occasionally rode over for supper, and they saw much of each other during the weekly visit to the city. Their relations were easy and sexless. He refused to talk of chickens, but they had many other interests in common. She had by no means forgotten his outbreak in the launch, and had scowled at her arms for quite a week as she brushed her hair for bed, but that episode was now several weeks old, and she had ceased to harbour resentment. But she was subtly out of conceit with herself and life, resentful that she missed anyone, after her long triumph in freedom from human ties; also resentful of the respect and interest with which Gwynne had inspired her, particularly since his summary expulsion of her will from the battle–ground where it was becoming accustomed to easy triumphs. She had no love for him, and she was as satisfied with the life she had chosen as ever, but she was beginning to feel a sense of approaching confusion, where adjustment would once more be necessary. The future looked longer, and she was losing her pleasant sense of finality. She had guessed long ago that the only chance of escaping the terrible restlessness that pursues so many women, like enemies in the unseen world converted into furies, was to caress and hug the present, fool the ego into the belief that it wanted nothing beyond the imminent future, certain of realization which should be as all-possessing as the present. But she had been wise enough to do little analysis, either of her depths or her life, and her time was full enough. "Are you asleep?" asked a polite voice. Gwynne swung himself over the low railing of the verandah. "I did not hear your horse." It would be long before he could surprise her into any sort of emotion again. "Good reason. I walked. I read coolly until I had an alarming vision of the Constitution of the United States writ black upon the sunset, so I thought it was high time to walk it off. Naturally, my footsteps led me here." "That was nice of them. Mac will drive you home, or you can have my horse." "It is like you to plan my departure before I have fairly arrived. May I sit down?" Isabel shivered. The glow had gone. There was only the intense dark fiery blue behind the stars, silver and crystal and green. One rarely sees a golden star in California. There were scattered lights in Rosewater and on the hillside, and the night boat winding through the marsh was a mere chain of coloured lights. Here and there a lamp on a head–mast looked like a fallen star. "That is the way I generally feel after the glow has disappeared," said Gwynne, abruptly. "Let us go in." There were blazing logs on the hearth, and a comfortable chair on either side. The room looked very red and warm and seductive. As they passed the table, Isabel half lifted one of her English reviews, for which she subscribed. "There is an allusion to you here," she said. "I meant to send it to you. I fancy they want you back. It is very complimentary." But Gwynne concealed the promptings of vanity and took one of the chairs at the fireside, asking permission to light his pipe. She noted, as she settled herself opposite, that there was less of repose in his long figure than formerly, something of repressed activity, and his rather heavy eyes were colder and more alert. "It all seems 1,000 years ago," he said. "I am John Gwynne. I doubt if I shall ever love your California, but I am interested. This mass of typical Europeans, not yet Americanized, no common brain to work on, no one set of racial peculiarities. And the law has me fast. I have become frightfully ambitious. Talk about your Hamilton. I too walk the floor till the small hours, repeating pages aloud. My Jap thinks me mad, and no doubt is only induced to remain at his post by the excellence of my tobacco, and the fact that his education is unhindered by much service. While I am packing my own brain cells, I infer that he is attending a night school in St. Peter, for I hear him returning at all hours, and he certainly shows no trace of other dissipation. We have never exchanged 10 sentences,
but perhaps we act as a mutual stimulus." "Don't you love California the least little bit?" asked Isabel, wistfully. "Or San Francisco?" "I have liked San Francisco too well upon several occasions, when I have run down to spend the night at the Hofers', or have fallen in with Stone on my way back from Berkeley, and been induced to stay over. Hofer and that set seem to be content with living well. They are too serious for dissipation. But Stone! Of course such men die young, but they are useful in exciting the mind to wonder and awe. I don't think I am in any danger of becoming San Franciscan to the point of feeding her insatiable furnaces with all the fires of my being, but there is no denying her fascination, and it has given me a very considerable pleasure to yield to it. Whether I shall practise law there, change my base, I have not yet had time to think it out. A country lawyer's is certainly no career. This is a good place to begin politically. San Francisco is too hard a nut to crack at present. If I should become powerful in the state, the independent leader they need, then I might transfer my attentions to that unhappy town. Even Hofer and all the rest of the devoted band seem to be practically helpless since the re-election of the mayor. What could I do at present?" "With a big legal reputation made in San Francisco you could travel very fast and far, and would be learning every thread of every rope, become what is technically known as 'on,' and then when the time came— I hate so much waiting. The shortest cut is here in the country. I shall manage these men far better than Colton, who is the crudest type of American politician. Nothing could be simpler than his program: abuse, promise. Nothing simpler than his ambition: all for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. I have yet to hear him utter a sentiment that betrays any love of his country or desire to serve her, any real public spirit. Those are the sentiments I am trying to cultivate for this accidental land of my birth, for without them ambition is inexcusable and endeavor a hollow sham." "And can't you?" Isabel left her chair and stood by the mantelpiece. It was the first time he had spoken of himself with any approach to confidence since the day of his arrival. "Sometimes I repent the share I had in your coming to America. Not that I flatter myself I had much to do with it," she added hastily, "but my being there may have turned the scale. You might have gone off to rule a South American republic. I should have done nothing so asinine, and you had everything to do with my coming here. Not that I hold you responsible. You gave a hint, and I took it." "And you don't regret it?" "Why waste time in regret? I can go back any moment. Not that I have the least intention of doing anything of the sort." He was pleasantly tired in mind and body, and the warm homelike room caressed his senses. He settled himself more deeply in Hiram Otis's old chair, and looked up at Isabel. She had laid aside the white shawl, but wore a red Indian scarf over her black gown. The gown was cut out in a square at the neck. She always dressed for her lonely supper, and she had put a red rose in her hair, in the fashion of her California grandmothers. With her face turned from the light, her eyes with their large pupils looked black. "I shall stay in California, like or no like," continued Gwynne, "but I did not walk 5 miles to talk politics with a woman after a day of law and the citizens of Rosewater. Where did you get that curious old-fashioned scarf?" "I found it in a trunk of my mother's. Doubtless it belonged to her mother. I also found this." She indicated a fine gold chain and heart of garnets that lay on her white neck. The humor in his eyes had quickened into admiration. He reflected that the various streams in her composition might not be so completely blended as would appear upon that normally placid surface. The feeling of uneasiness which he had peremptorily dismissed stole over him once more. She looked wholly Spanish, and put out the light of every brunette he knew. Dolly Boutts, whom he still admired at a distance, although he fled at her approach, was a bouncing peasant by contrast. And several well-bred and entertaining young women of the same warm hues that he had met during the past few weeks in San Francisco
suddenly seemed to be the merest climatic accidents beside this girl who unrolled the pages of California's older past, and afforded him a fleeting vision of those lovely doñas and fiery caballeros for whom life was an eternal playground. That they were his progenitors as well as hers he found it difficult to realize. He seemed to have inherited so little of them. But they had flown generously to Isabel's making, and to-night she gave him that same impression of historic background as when she turned the severity of her profile up on him and suggested a doughtier race. "It was about the same time," he said abruptly. "What?" "While our Spanish ancestors were playing at this end of the continent, our American forefathers were bracing themselves against England. It was in 1776 that the Presidio and Mission of San Francisco were founded, was it not? Curious coincidence. Perhaps that is what gives you your sense of destiny." "I have no sense of destiny." "Oh, but you have. Now I know that you are quite Spanish to night. It is your more ordinary mood of calm, unvarnished, not to say brutal, directness that gives you your greatest charm as a comrade, even while you repel as a woman." "Do I repel as a woman?" Isabel had placed one foot on the fender, one hand on the mantelpiece, and as she leaned slightly towards him, the red glow of the lamps and the mellow old scarf softening her features, the small square of neck dazzlingly white, and the position revealing the lines of her figure against the high flames of the logs, she looked more lovely than he had ever seen her. Like all racial beauties, bred by selection, she needed the arts of dress and furnishings to frame her. It is only your accidental or peasant beauty that can defy clothes, and Isabel's looks in ordinary ranch and riding costume made no impression on Gwynne whatever. But to-night her appeal was very direct, although he had not the least idea whether she was posing or was entirely natural in an unusual mood. He had no intention of being made a fool of, however, and answered with the responsive glow in his eyes due a pretty and charming woman. "Sometimes. Not to-night. If you would remain Spanish with no revolutionary lapses, I make no doubt I should fall in love with you, and then perhaps you would fall in love with me merely because of my own lack of picturesqueness, and we should live happily ever after." "What a bore!" Isabel sniffed and moved her gaze to the fire, but she did not alter her attitude. "Are you really happy?" asked Gwynne curiously. "Of course. So much so that it begins to worry me a little. My puritanical instincts dictate that I have no right to be quite happy. What slaves we are to the old poisons in our blood! I live by the light of my reason, and all is well until one of those mouldy instincts, like a buried disease germ, wraps all round its tomb. Then I feel nothing but a graveyard of all my ancestors. I don't let them out, and my reason continues its rule. But they keep me from being, well, entirely happy, and I resent that." "I should say it was not the Puritans but your common womanly instincts that were thumping round their cells. You have no right to be happy except as nature intended when she deliberately equipped you, and that is in making some man happy." "That is one of those superstitions I am trying to live down while I am still young. Your mother is unhappy, under all her pride, because she has outlived youth and beauty and all they meant to her. She made them her gods, and now they have gone, and she doesn't know which way to turn. Ennui devours her, and she is too old to turn her brains to account, too cynical for the average resource of religion, and too steeped, dyed, solidified in one kind of womanism to turn at this late date to any other. But there are so many resources for the woman of to-day. The poor despised pioneers have done that for us. Of course it has not killed our natural instincts, and if I had not fallen in love when I did, no doubt I should still be looking about for an opportunity. It is my good fortune that I was delivered so soon. I wish all women born to enjoy life in its variety could be freed of that terrible burden of sex as early as I was." "I suppose you would like to rid men of it, too." "I do not waste any thought on men. So far as I have observed, they are able to take care of themselves."
A woman incapable of passion is neither more nor less than a failure." "I have seen so many commonplace women capable of it. Look at Mrs. Haight and Paula." "I never look at Mrs. Haight. But as for Mrs. Stone, I can quite conceive that if she had better taste she would be almost charming. She embodies youth properly equipped." "For reproduction, you mean. That is the reason that the silliest, the meanest, the most poisonous girl can always find a husband if she is healthy. It is no wonder that some of us want a new standard." Gwynne laughed. "Schopenhauer suits you better when you are out on the marsh in rubber boots and a shooting jacket. Do you realize that if you persist in this determination to camp permanently in the outer and frigid zone, you will never be the center of a life drama? That, I take it, is what every woman desires most. You had a sort of curtain raiser. To my mind, hardly that. First love is merely the more picturesque successor of measles and whooping cough. In marriage it may develop into something worth while, but in itself amounts to nothing, except as material for poets. But the real drama, that is in the permanent relation. This relation is the motive power of the great known dramas of the world. Life is packed with little unheard of dramas of precisely the same sort, the eternal duet of sex. Nothing else keeps it going. Now it is positive that a woman cannot have a drama all by herself. Not a drama in the old style, but that is what we are trying to avoid. Are there not other faculties? What has civilization done for the world if it is to be everlastingly sex-ridden? What is the meaning of this multitude of faculties that progress has developed? What is the meaning of life itself? Oh, are you aiming to read the riddle of life? I mean to pass my own life in the effort. Men have failed. It is our turn. But if I say any more I suppose you will pinch me again." "No," said Gwynne, smiling. "I feel much more like kissing you. Ah!" He had the satisfaction of seeing her eyes blaze. His pipe was finished. He clasped his hands behind his head and almost lay down in his deep chair. "I am just tired enough to be completely happy, and if I can look at you I am willing to listen like a lamb all night." "And be convinced of nothing." Isabel tossed her head and returned to her chair. It faced him, and he could still look at her. They watched each other from opposite sides of the hearth with something of the unblinking wariness of a dog and a cat. And no doubt, had they possessed caudal appendages, they would have lashed them slowly. "I don't say that," he replied in a moment. "I believe I intimated that I came here to night with a purpose. I was to tell you that I have thought more or less about what you said in the boat that morning, and that I can understand, if I cannot agree with you. No doubt the times have bred a certain class of women too good for mere matrimony. I have seen many that were miserably thrown away, although I will confess that the only remedy that occurred to me was a better man. But if you and your like are there really any others? If you, let us say, are groping towards some new solution of life, some happiness recipe that will benefit the few that deserve it, far be it from a mere man to well, pinch you. You individually, have so many highly developed faculties that I can conceive your finding sufficient occupation through them, a filling up of time. And no doubt idleness and the vain groping after sex happiness are the principal reasons for the failure of so many women. But work does not give happiness. It merely diminishes the capacity and opportunities for unhappiness. I take it that you, with all your gifts and the immense amount of thought you have bestowed on the subject, are striving for something higher than that. Besides, I had your lucid exposition of your mission. I now have an additional reason for remaining in California, to watch the new century plant flower. Like other commonplace mortals, however, my instincts fight for the only solution of happiness I know anything about. I still think that as the wife of some ambitious public man you would find a far better market for your gifts than to stand as a sort of statue of independence on top of Russian Hill with only San Francisco to admire. And if you passionately love the man now you are spoiling everything. But it is handsome of you to admit that I am not a fool, and that you have thought my theories worth turning over in your busy mind is a compliment I duly appreciate. Even a sneer cannot spoil your loveliness to-night, so I don't mind the sarcasm in the least. But it is true that in my few unoccupied intervals, as, for instance, when 𝒅𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔌𝔀𝔌 is shaving me, and I have, by the excess of politeness, made sure that he will not cut my throat, I have had visions of you on that ungainly pedestal, with all San Francisco kneeling at the base. It is quite conceivable. I am a born leader myself. I recognize certain attributes in you. The town is on the qui vive to know you. Mrs. Hofer is determined that you shall be the sensation of her ball, and no doubt that will be the commencement of your illustrious career. When you are really grown into your pedestal like one of Rodin's statues, you are certain to have a most illustrious and distinctive career, and accomplish much good, but you will be terribly lonely. I should not have time, and if I am a born leader, how, pray, could I yoke comfortably with any man? I should despise a slave, and the same roof will not shelter two leaders. I am not so sure of that, if both were working to the same end. It takes two halves to make a whole. If women have so far been the subordinate sex, no doubt it is merely the result of those physical disabilities which enabled man to gain the ascendancy during the long centuries of struggle with nature. But your sex is rapidly altering all that. We shall see woman's suffrage in our time, and be better for it. I have never been opposed to it, and that is proof enough of the progress the idea has made, for I am arbitrary and masculine enough. Then, no doubt, women will be as much partners as wives, and I grant the relationship might be vastly more interesting than marriage in the old style, and I will even concede that it may be the only sort of marriage for a man of my type, with a pretty woman, of course. Hanged if I could marry the finest woman in the world if she were ugly. And if this be true, if men really need women enough to make such a concession as I am making this moment, then I fancy that women will retain enough of their original generosity to meet our demands. You do not need any woman. In England I fancied that your mother meant a great deal to you, but I don't believe you have missed her at all, or that you will mourn when she returns to England. I was more than ready to take her place. You actually stirred my maternal instincts when you arrived, you looked so forlorn. But you spurned me, and now you have grown too independent even to illustrate your own theories. I did not spurn you. Some day I may tell you why I did not come to you in my dark hours, but not now. Why not now? Because I do not choose to, and seductive as you look, I am not to be made a fool of to gratify one of your whims, of which you are quite as full as the least emancipated woman I ever saw. To this Isabel deigned no reply, and a silence ensued. She transferred her gaze to the fire, and her mind revolved in search of new arguments, but it was tired and worked slowly. She concluded to change the subject and offer to read him the article in the Review, so complimentary to himself, but she turned her head to discover that he was sound asleep. She laughed, half vexed, half amused. Then she laid a rug lightly over his knees and softly replenished the fire. The room was deliciously warm, her own chair very comfortable. She, too, fell asleep. She was rudely awakened. Gwynne was shaking her by the shoulder, and his face was white with consternation. "Good God!" he exclaimed. "Do you know what time it is? It is 2:00. Why did you let me sleep? Those old tabbies!" "They must be asleep, too," said Isabel indifferently. "Come out, and I will hold the lantern while you saddle Kaiser." Chapter 26. Part 2, Chapter 27 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 27. Mrs. Haight was hastily putting her parlor in order for the 10:00 500 Club. She was without a servant, having had 4 hired girls and 3 Japs in the past month. During the last 3 days she had cooked for herself and Mr. Haight, done all the work,
and attended 7 card parties. Mr. Haight, who had not had his dinner the night before until 9 o'clock, and whose steak this morning had been burned and his coffee muddy, had gone down town in a huff, threatening to move to the hotel unless his wife found a servant or her sanity. Mrs. Haight, who wore a red flannel wrapper trimmed with black lace, which she believed became her style, took up the sofa cushions on the divan, where she longed to receive her guests reclining in oriental voluptuousness, but had never dared, and dusted the table as if she were slapping an enemy's face. The bed was not made, nor likely to be before night, and she too knew the penalties of burned steak and bad coffee, enhanced by the irritability of the insomniac. She had her redeeming virtues, no doubt. All have, even burglars and murderers, until they slip into the region of pathology. But this morning she looked and felt like a she-wolf, and few mammals are so dangerous, particularly a she-wolf that has never suckled young. Her expected guests arrived promptly, glowing with the light, dry cold, some wearing furs because they became the season, others thin cloth jackets over their shirt-waists. One had bundled herself into a brochet shawl and run over hatless. Each, as she entered the parlour, cast a critical eye upon the silver spoon standing in lonely glory on the mantelpiece, and nodded or scowled according to her bent. Mrs. Haight was far too cunning to detain them from the tables they fairly rushed at as the last member arrived, and it was not until they had scrapped, and wrestled and stormed at and abused each other for at least 2 hours, not until their ugly passions were in full possession, and they threw down their cards with loud indignation, that a substitute should be allowed to compete for a prize anyhow, the substitute having won the spoon, that the hostess, with the peculiar slow fires in her eyes that marks the beast of prey in sight of its quarry, suddenly let it be understood that the high tension was to be relieved with a choice bit of scandal. It was some time since they had had one, propriety, like business honesty, being almost inevitable in a community little larger than a throne. Mrs. Wheaton exclaimed, "Your eyes look like 2 burnt holes in a blanket, Minerva. What is it? Hurry up, I must run home and supervise a new Swede that speaks 10 words of English. She asked me if I wanted young children for dinner. I suppose she meant chickens, but one never knows. And Annabel's babies are just over the fence. It's this, and it's no joking matter, Sarah Wheaton. I saw Mr. Gwynne pass this house at 3 o'clock this morning, and on Isabel Otis's horse. Now I saw him going out to Old Inn, walking, before sundown. He had plenty of time to say what he had to say and get home at a decent hour, which is long before 10:30, and that's what it's been many a night. This thing has become a scandal to the community, and I for one won't stand it any longer. It's downright immoral, and I'm not using too strong language purposely." "Oh, my!" exclaimed Dolly Boutts. "You could never make me believe anything against Isabel. He's studying terribly hard, the judge told pa, and likely as not has insomnia. Englishmen are so terribly dull to talk to, I shouldn't wonder if it was hard work for them to learn anything." "Insomnia!" cried Mrs. Haight. "I guess I have insomnia, and I guess I know what I'm talking about. What does a kid like you know of the wickedness of the world, or insomnia either? But this has gone just as far as I intend to permit it." "It certainly looks very bad," muttered Mrs. Wheaton, whose own light eyes were glowing. "What steps shall you take, Minerva? Or what should you advise me to do? I am sorry I had forgotten the girl. I should have kept the eye on her that I intended." "It's a matter for all, not for any one of us. I intend to bring it up at the club meeting this afternoon, and I expect you all to back me, for the thing's a disgrace to the community, and all our girls will be talked about. In my opinion, the best thing to do is to tell her to leave and go and live in that hotbed of wickedness, San Francisco." "Why, Minerva, you're a regular old Puritan witch hunter," exclaimed Mrs. Colton. "You never could make me believe that child had any harm in her." "It isn't what one believes, it's what is. I know. I've studied human nature.
If I don't know anything else, I know that. She'll get out of Rosewater, or I'll hit her in the weak spot. I'll write her up for the San Francisco Illuminator. They'd give hundreds, and they can have it for nothing." "Why, Minerva Haight, I'm ashamed of you!" cried Mrs. Colton. "It's like persecution, and you have no proof. Why should you know more of the world than we do, I'd like to know?" "I do, that's all. And I don't see her doing every mortal thing she wants, while others have to walk a chalked line through life. It's all or none. That's my creed. She'll soon wilt when she sees we mean business. Either go or take a chaperon, or marry the man. Whichever she prefers. I don't care, so long as she ain't allowed to do as she pleases, and no questions asked, and no penalty paid. But she'll knuckle, for it's my opinion she's just making money to spend it in San Francisco. Cut a dash there like her mother did before her. Probably wants to become a society leader and have a string of lovers. Nice product to hail from Rosewater. I think she ought to be sent back to Europe, where they don't mind such goings-on. The things you do read about the English aristocracy! It's my opinion that Lady Victoria ain't any better than she should be. She looks it, and through us, just as if we were window-panes." "You are real crude, Minerva," said Mrs. Colton, crushingly, as she rose to go. "I thought Rosewater was near enough to the metropolis for us not to be as provincial as some folks farther up the line, who haven't the same advantages." "I guess we're all crude enough, if it comes to that," retorted Mrs. Haight. "I'd like to know what's cruder than a man staying at a girl's house till 2 o'clock in the morning, and for all the high and mighty way he carries himself, and him the born image of high Otis. It's too ridiculous. I'd like to bring him down several pegs, too." "He only bears the most distant resemblance to high Otis," said Mrs. Colton, indignantly. "I never could endure High. He didn't have the manners of a car conductor, and this young man's real polite and kind, besides having a much more high-toned face. I don't believe you can run him out, either. He looks the kind to stay or go just as suits him, and I'd advise you to think this matter over before you give it publicity. I might go out and speak to Isabel quietly." "Not much she don't get off as easy as that." Mrs. Wheaton nodded approvingly. "It's a case for the club," said she. "We'll talk this out this afternoon, and decide what's best to do." And all the others, save Mrs. Colton and the loyal Dolly, cordially agreed with her. Chapter 27. Part II, Chapter 28 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 28. The Rosewater Literary, Political, and Improvement Club met on the first and fourth Thursdays of the month, in a large room on the top floor of the town hall, and across the corridor from the public library. Saving only the business section of Rosewater, rejuvenated by the fruitful Leghorn, there was no such center of activity within 40 miles. Rosewater, once as disreputable as San Francisco in the '50s, now contributed but an occasional drunkard or burglar to the languid powers on the first floor of the town hall. The reading public was largely confined to young girls with the taste for romance fresh on the palate. The new books wandered in a year after the rest of the world had forgotten them, and rarely in couples. One copy was quite able to quench the thirst for "keeping up," and was often read aloud in the intervals between cards. The standard works were well represented, however, and a reasonable amount of history. "All Rosewater's good for," quoth one of the biting wits of St. Peter, "is to die in. If you're born there, people never forget it. It sticks to you like a strawberry mark on the end of your nose. And if you live there, you might as well be dead anyhow." Rosewater retorted that if St. Peter had a better library, it was because she had nothing else to do than read, and, for all its courthouse, was nothing but a suburb of Rosewater anyway, or, at the best, a mere headquarters for drummers. On the afternoon following Mrs. Haight's card party, the large sunny room with its outlook upon marsh and hill was filled promptly at 2 o'clock, for the word had flown about town that Minerva Haight was on the warpath,
and that the scalp she pursued was Isabel Otis's. The president, as she rapped for order, betrayed no ruffling of the humorous imperturbability that had made her a power in Rosewater. Mrs. Leslie, although of the old Southern set of San Francisco, had none of the external elegancies of Mrs. Wheaton, Mrs. Boutts, and Dolly, or even of her own daughter. She was generally to be seen in a rusty black frock and bonnet, a pair of eyeglasses in black frames bestriding the bridge of her nose. But her eyes were very black and bright, her mouth was as firm as it was kind and humorous. Beside her sat the treasurer, Mrs. Wheaton, whom Mrs. Leslie understood as thoroughly as she did every member of the flock that was really hers, although in matter of mere society she disdained to lead it. Mrs. Wheaton, for all her petty airs and evil-scenting profile, was really a woman of high ideals. Her severity to others was due to the secret knowledge that these ideals were beyond her personal accomplishment, and the satisfaction to be derived from audibly rating the failings of her neighbors. Her highest ideal was self-control, particularly in relation to the weaknesses of the flesh, but after a period of stern abstinence she indulged inordinately in oysters, fried chicken with cream gravy, and ice cream with cocoanut cake. She sipped at a nightcap upon retiring. Her passion for cards had long since routed her will, but she intended to reform wholly in time, for she walked in fear of the Lord. If she judged the young harshly, she persuaded herself that she had only their well-being at heart. She was one of the pillars of the church, and gave liberally to its support. Mrs. Haight, who, as we have seen, enjoyed one of those purely fortuitous reputations for cleverness, was secretary of the combined wings of the club, and sat on Mrs. Leslie's left. Mrs. Wheaton's portly person was sheathed in purple velvet, and there were handsome strings between two of her chins. But Mrs. Haight wore a battered hat of Neapolitan straw bedecked with a ragged bunch of carnations. It sat on one side of her ill-kept head, giving her a singularly rakish and definite appearance. She was furthermore attired in an old Paisley shawl belonging to her grandmother. What better way to advertise a grandmother? Over a blue alpaca frock made by her own unskilful fingers. Mr. Haight was the most prosperous druggist in Rosewater, but his wife had sounding virtues. The other members of the club, some 60 in number, were as variously dressed as became their pockets or proclivities, decently for the most part, for there was no poverty in Rosewater. Mrs. Leslie took no notice of the charged atmosphere, but proceeded to business as methodically as if engaged in her morning housekeeping. The minutes of the last meeting were read by Mrs. Haight, in the cultivated tones of one who had recited upon the stage of her youth, "Curfew shall not ring to-night," and "The Wreck of the Hesperus." The huskily strident voice trembled slightly, but she read several pages of foolscap without a break, and finished with a flourish. Then Mrs. Leslie, in spite of scraping chairs, asked Mrs. Colton, chairman of the Improvement Inspection Committee, to read her report on the condition of the new concrete pavements, of several homesick palm trees in the public squares, and on the prospect of removing tin cans and soda-water bottles from the picnic grounds. This resort was near the marsh, and it was the pet project of the ladies of Rosewater to extend it into a boulevard as far as Point Santiago, so that public picnickers should find an additional reason for spending their money in Rosewater, and extend the fame of the town. They had endeavored to extract the funds from their stingy lords by private subscription, failing an appeal to the city fathers, who found other uses for the public funds. But even the civic Mr. Boutts was not ready for such an outlay. The women, who had accomplished so much, having literally transformed Rosewater from a broken-down pioneer country town into one of the prettiest spots in California, had by no means despaired, and when Mrs. Colton finished her report, Mrs. Leslie remarked, "Our boulevard may be nearer than you think. Mr. Gwynne has conceived a project for reclaiming the marsh lands, and converting them, by means of levees, and those tremendous dredges and pumps, into arable land, like the reclaimed islands of the San Joaquin River.
and has persuaded Tom Colton to present a bill to that effect at the next meeting of the legislature, asking for an appropriation for the levees at least. He has himself promised a handsome contribution for the boulevard, convinced that it will add materially to the wealth and importance of the town. He has even talked over Mr. Boutts, an important conversion," nodding smilingly at Mrs. Boutts, "and Isabel Otis, who has 45 acres of marsh, has promised that if the bill goes through she will also contribute $1,000. She not only realized at once that the boulevard would bring more capital to Rosewater, but she means to sow the reclaimed land with asparagus, and we all know the profit in that. Her attitude and comprehension of the matter have gratified me extremely, almost as much as her continued residence in Rosewater after all her fine experiences abroad, to say nothing of engaging personally in a lucrative business instead of playing with it and leaving the actual work to dishonest help. She is an example I wish more of our young women would follow. But as regards Mr. Gwynne, I think he deserves a vote of thanks. He comes here a total stranger with an immense estate, from which he could derive a sufficient income for his pleasures, and he has already devoted a considerable amount of his time and splendid mental abilities to the welfare of this little town. A few of our older men have some public spirit, an idea or two beyond lining their pockets, but we do not boast a single young man who cares whether we have camellias or cabbages in the public squares. I feel sure that Mr. Gwynne will supply this deficiency, and be a host in himself. I have talked with him several times, and he has said, in so many words, that as he intends to make this county his home, he purposes to accomplish something in the way of general improvement. This means that he will, for my husband says that he not only has remarkable mind and will, but that he is a young man of incorruptible honor, and I know of no combination that we need more. So, ladies, I propose that we pass a vote of thanks to Mr. Gwynne, thus not only showing our appreciation of his interest, but securing his friendship for the club." Mrs. Haight rose, sallow and trembling. She felt her sails flapping about her, but none the less she was determined to reach her goal if she had to get out and swim. She knew the president well enough to control the hissing of her venom, but as she turned to address the chair she found it impossible to imbue her tone with the suavity proper in a baleful counsel for the prosecution. "Mrs. President, ladies," she began, clearing her throat, "before passing a vote of thanks to Mr. Gwynne, I think it my duty to ask you dispassionately if you really think he is a person from whom we can afford to receive favors, and above all, if Isabel Otis should be permitted any sort of contact with the club she has scornfully refused to join. That is not the point, however. The point is that I maintain that neither of them is fit for respectable people to associate with." She felt that her summary was precipitate, and drawing herself up defiantly, looked hard at Mrs. Leslie. The president was regarding her impassively. "Why not?" she asked. "Because, as you force me to say it, Mr. Gwynne is out at Old Inn until all hours of the night. I have seen him riding home as late as 10:30 again and again, and I happen to know that before that Lady Victoria came, they were practically alone in the house on Russian Hill one whole night. Mrs. Filkins, as you know, lives on Taylor Street, and she saw Paula Stone pass her house in the afternoon, looking as mad as a hornet. She was sure she wasn't going back, and found out afterwards that she hadn't. And she saw Mr. Gwynne come down those steps at 7 o'clock the next morning, going to catch the 7:30 boat, looking as pleased with himself as Punch. But I might have stood all that for a while yet. I might have given Isabel the benefit of the doubt, since she had asked Paula to chaperon her, and might have found out too late that she had gone, for she was gallivanting herself all day. I might have overlooked his staying so often till 10:30, although I maintain that an unmarried girl living alone on a ranch without even female help is a disgrace to any community. Yes, I might have swallowed that for a while longer. But this morning, at 3 o'clock, I saw with my own eyes, ladies, Mr. Gwynne riding home from Old Inn on Isabel Otis's sorrel horse Kaiser. Now I, for one, don't stand for such goings on. I propose that instead of passing a vote of thanks to Mr. Gwynne, we pass a resolution to cut both of them, and show them what a decent community is." She sat down in her flounces, and Mrs. Wheaton rose and seconded the motion. The others looked rather frightened, although alert and interested, and Mrs. Colton rose hastily and proposed that before putting such a momentous question to the vote, the whole matter should be thoroughly investigated. "We must also have the advice of our president," she added. "For my part, although I do not approve of young unmarried women living alone, still I cannot believe such dreadful things of anybody, let alone Isabel Otis. I'm glad Anabel is not here. She would never listen to any insinuation against Isabel, and might be tempted to disrespect of her elders." "And you, Mrs. Boutts?" asked the president. "As a woman of the world, I have not that implicit faith in human nature that some people are still so happy as to cherish. My daughter, who refused to come to day, knowing the subject to be discussed, is indignant at these reports. But of course she is a mere child, and very much fascinated by Miss Otis. I do not by any means approve of the drastic methods proposed by Mrs. Haight. I should hope that California had taken some of the old puritanical spirit out of us. But I do think that Miss Otis should be given to understand that she cannot import European fashions into Rosewater, and that she must have a chaperon. Let her feel that she has acted unwisely, at the very least, by not inviting her to any of the young people's gatherings in the future. As there are no more except for card playing, and as she has recently been the only hostess at an evening party the town has boasted for 2 years, your virtuous wrath bids fair to blow past her unheeded. Mrs. Plews, will you address us?" Mrs. Plews was the wife of the pastor of the aristocratic Episcopalian church, a pretty, fluffy young woman who visited the sick and made excellent ice cream for the church festivals. "Oh, I don't know," she exclaimed, deprecatingly. "It is all too dreadful. I no longer regret that Miss Otis does not come to church. I had thought of remonstrating with her once more, but when I recalled the last time Now, it is indeed well that she has not been associating with our young folks. I'm sorry this was not known before her party. I must really talk to Mr. Plews before I can say anything further. Mrs. Toffitt, I am sure that you have something to say, and an opinion of your own." Mrs. Toffitt, a buxom, highly colored woman of 40, who, since her husband's death the year before, had continued his business, a general feed store, with striking success, and who was one of the most popular women in Rosewater, with her abounding good nature, her high spirits, and her utter independence of speech, sprang to her feet. "I have this to say," she cried. "For a lot of puritanical, prying, spying, detestable old hens, we take the cake. Isabel Otis minds her own business. Why, in heaven's name, can't we mind ours? Does she owe anybody anything? Has she taken anybody's beau away? Anybody's husband? Does she walk the streets doing nothing but show herself, or go buggy riding with one fellow after another? Does she ever refuse money for charity or for our improvements when it's asked of her? Was she a credit to the town with her record at the high school, or wasn't she? Are we proud of her travels in Europe, her high-toned connections, her business sense, the way she acted to that old reprobate of a father, or ain't we? That's what I want to know. And she's got real intellect instead of just the average American brightness. That's the secret of the whole trouble. What if she does sit up all night talking to a man who's got something besides chickens and dollars in his head? I'd do the same if I had the chance. Just make a note of that. If Mr. Gwynne likes to transfer his attentions to me, I'll sit up all night right on Minerva Haight's doorstep, and talk about any old thing he wants. If I was as young and handsome as Isabel Otis, I'd keep the best man going to myself. Bet your life on it. And I repeat, it's nobody's business." She whirled upon the pallid Minerva with a flaming face. "Nice business you're in, sitting at your window all night, watching for other people's slips. You'd make one fast enough if the Lord would let you. And that's what's the matter with you. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it." She sat down amid much laughter and applause. Mrs. Leslie rapped vigorously for order, although her mouth was twitching. "Now, ladies," she said, suavely, If you have all relieved your minds, I will say a few words. First of all, I wish to state that I shall refuse to put the matter to a vote. It is a question that does not come within the jurisdiction of the Club, which was not organized to supervise morals as well as streets and sewers. You can all act towards Isabel and Mr. Gwynne exactly as your consciences dictate. But, for my own part, I have this to say. I am astonished to find that the Club life, a life which women the world over have prided themselves upon as the greatest factor in broadening and elevating that their sex has ever known, seems to have done, in our case at least, so little to eradicate certain Oriental instincts and traditions. The cities are full of young women living alone and self-supporting. Why should not a girl have the same privilege in the country? Because she is handsome and distinguished? I fancy that a good many girls in analogous circumstances are passing unnoticed. I have not the least doubt that a very respectable percentage of very respectable young women, living alone in their city flats, sit up late and talk to men that are interesting enough to keep them awake. I am quite sure that were I young in these emancipated times, I should take full advantage of them. And emancipated is what we pretend to be, although the word itself is somewhat outmoded. A healthy sign, proving that we are no longer labelled. And if that does not mean personal liberty, freedom from the old ridiculous restrictions that were an insult to womanhood itself, what does it mean? It is a part of our mission to make woman as free and independent and happy as men, and without the slightest danger to the old high moral standards. For no woman that has had it in her to go wrong ever waited for the permission of her own sex. We are, in fact, we Club women, the great sieve that separates the wheat from the chaff. The chaff has no more use for us than we have for it, and we are too wise in our own sex to waste any time on it. The women that were born to be the playthings of men are in a class apart, to be dealt with, to be sure, by societies organized for and experienced in that purpose. And we have not even considered them in the stupendous effort we have made to secure the freedom of the higher order of women from the old miserable social thraldoms. And what have we accomplished is historic. I have seen extraordinary changes in my time. When I was young, a woman was an old maid at 25. There was no appeal. To day there are no old maids. 20 years ago, in that old exclusive set of San Francisco, led by Mrs. Yorba, Mrs. Montgomery, and for a little while by poor Mary Belmont, it was almost unheard of for a girl of the better class to walk alone on the street. If a man joined her, the city fermented. Now, what with the influx of all these new people, the social laws have been modified to such an extent that my old friends must turn in their graves, although of course, and very properly, a certain amount of chaperonage for young society girls is still demanded. But it is a mere harness of flowers, worn as a sort of joke, for most of the people in society to day have flown upward on happy golden wings from strata where as much was known of chaperons as the American newspapers know about handling British titles. But for my part, I find the whole change a vast improvement. Nothing could be duller than a girl's life in my time. And if society, the word of mere fashion, was broadened, how much more should be expected of us, who are the vanguard of our sex, who have set out to free women from every sort of senseless bondage that they had endured for centuries, and no more from the tyranny of the physically stronger sex than through their own silliness and cowardice. We are struggling to enfranchise our sex. We would like to try our hand at regulating the affairs of the nation. Here, in these smaller towns all over the country, we have proved a far greater power for improvements of all sorts than men. Rosewater owes to us, and to us alone, its beautifully paved and shaded streets. We have no difficulty in remembering what a barren mud-hole it was. The trees that shade the poor houses at the hitching rails, the beautiful squares, the tropical plants and trees, the improved sewerage system, the cleanliness of the marsh border, everything, in fact, that has transformed Rosewater from a mere set of roofs and walls into a delightfully habitable town. Moreover, we have raised both the moral and the intellectual tone, For although I at least have always discouraged too much interest in people's private affairs, the higher interests, and the increased intimacy among women, have done much to keep them out of mischief. Until this card fever descended upon the town, it was generally regarded as occupying a high place among communities of its size. Cards, however, I regard as a passing madness. It is merely that even yet we have not enough to do. And, so it seems, in spite of all that we have accomplished, in spite of our long and ofttimes disheartening struggle to lift ourselves above the average female woman, we are as ready to tear reputations to pieces as ever, to judge by mere appearances, to discount general character and behaviour, to forget our ideals, and give unlicensed rein to the mean and detestable qualities we still cherish in common with the mass of unenlightened women. I do not assert that I have never heard gossip from men, but it has always been from the men that spend their lives in club windows, never from men that had some better way of filling their time. From my husband I have never heard a scurrilous word of any one, and he has a temper of his own, too. Now, so far as I can make out, we have not only been trying to usurp the time-honoured prerogatives of men, but to attain their highest standards. While I deprecate violence of statement, I am inclined to agree with Mrs. Toffitt that a woman belonging to this club, a club which stands on high in the club life of the state, should have something better to do than spend the night at her window spying on her neighbours. If she cannot sleep she can improve her mind or sew for the poor. If a man engaged in such nefarious night work and brazenly admitted it, I will venture to say that his club, or his lodge at all events, would ask for his resignation. It would be quite in order with our avowed principles that we reprimanded Mrs. Haight instead of Miss Otis, but we will let the matter pass this time with a mere hint. One point is, by the way, that the latter not being a member of the club, it would be the height of impertinence to take her to task. But in any case, I personally refuse even to consider the question of anything being otherwise with her than it should be. There is, no doubt, some wholly commonplace explanation of Mr. Gwynne's passing through Rosewater on her horse this morning. As for their constant companionship, what more natural? They are closely related, and she has been a very necessary sister to him. Nevertheless, I shall make it my unpleasant business to tell her that we are still the same old females, still incapable of conceiving of aught but one relationship between unmarried members of opposite sexes, that our imaginations and our positive knowledge of life are alike undeveloped. Then she can take a chaperon or not as she pleases. She will always be welcome at my house, and as for my daughter, she will only laugh at this tempest of her elders in a teapot. That is all I have to say." She finished amid much applause, some shamefaced, some hearty, but there were a number of lowering brows. When adjournment was declared a few moments later, she left at once, but the others remained to talk the matter over. The ingrained love of finding our sister worse than ourselves is not to be eradicated by a few years of club life, and although the majority decided that Mrs. Leslie was quite in the right, several announced their intention to cut Isabel Otis. There was no informal resolution taken to ignore the matter, and on the whole Mrs. Haight went home with her crest up, and Mrs. Wheaton fasted for 3 days. Chapter 28. Part II, Chapter 29 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Chapter 29. Mrs. Leslie was a brave woman, but when the judge suggested that it would be better for him to talk the matter over with Gwynne, obtain his explanation, and delicately hint the attitude of the town, she was nothing loath to renounce her mission. The dear child, the friends of her mother all remembered, had once possessed a temper that only the peculiar circumstances of her life had chastened, and they had an uneasy suspicion that it still smouldered beneath the well-bred insolence with which she had so far received much friendly advice. By this time, mid-December was nigh, the judge and Gwynne had discussed many subjects besides the law. Mrs. Leslie, whose hospitable instincts were too deep to be blighted
even by the servant question, had placed a room at Gwynne's disposal to be used when it rained, or he talked so late with the judge that the long ride home was not worth while. He dined with them several times a week, and found both these simple old–fashioned people delightful. And with Judge Leslie, alone of all his neighbours, could he discuss the affairs of the great world, get away from the politics and the small local interests that absorbed every other man in Rosewater. Moreover, Judge Leslie was well acquainted with his past career, and often manifested a keen desire for details. Gwynne was not sure that these lapses were good for him, but certainly it was pleasant, stretched out there by the big fireplace in an old room full of books, English for the most part, to talk of himself and his achievements. Isabel rarely referred to his past, never encouraged him to talk about it. His mother had become as silent as a mummy. Old man Colton might have lost his memory, and for Tom Colton British politics had no existence. But Judge Leslie understood, and had much sympathy for his pupil, possibly believed in the virtue of the safety valve. Certainly Gwynne invariably went to bed after these long talks, content in mind and body, and the next day he was far too busy to trot out his ego and sit down with it. And his mind at least was happy in its new sense of expansion and acquisition, its increasing and developing powers. His studies had the further effect of moderating the purely personal viewpoint of the United States that had tormented him, and of enabling him to withdraw far enough to command glimpses of the New World as a great abstraction. And his contacts with the strange medley of small farmers and mechanics, with local politicians in back offices and saloons, even his acquaintance with the San Franciscans that were attempted to reclaim that bawdy borough, did not affect the universal idea he had at last succeeded in focusing. He had cast out disgust and disapproval as youthful and unphilosophical, resolved anew to play his part in the history of the country, letting the unborn events of his term of enforced quiescence determine what the part must be. He had not yet reached the stage of enthusiasm, but he had at least mounted to that of interest, and he had even caught himself wondering if, should a law pass in Great Britain, reducing the House of Peers to an elective body, or permitting peers of his grade to sit in the House of Commons, he would return. There was little doubt that there was more good to be accomplished in the new country. His English great-great-grandfather had been historically active in the reforms of 1832. A great-uncle had devoted his services to the passing of the Reform Act of 1867, and a cousin to the Corrupt Practices Act of 1883. Reform was in his blood, and as, after all, the United States was as much his own as Great Britain, he hoped in time to feel for it the same passion of affection he had cherished for the country that had given him fame and honours with both hands. And he knew that his other hope of being of practical service to the United States, in accordance with his own ideal, was no idle dream, for it was quite apparent from the newspapers and reviews that the best men all over the country were awake at last to the perils besetting the Republic, and that a bloodless revolution was slowly making its way over the country. He had unmitigated contempt for the revolutionist of the red shirt, insatiable for the notoriety so easily obtained by appealing to the passions of men a shade more ignorant than himself. No blood revolution was possible in the United States during its present condition of prosperity. No country can be universally roused to revolt with any weapons more deadly than words, until it has long felt the pinch of hunger in its vitals, and watched millions starve while hundreds consumed the fat of the land. No doubt there was grinding poverty in the crowded tenement districts of the Eastern States, but those men were not the stuff of which revolutionists were made, if only because they deliberately elected the rigours of the town rather than supply the crying demand of labour and servants throughout the country. It was only the idle that foregathered and talked anarchism or even socialism, not those that cared to work. Here in California there was practically no such thing as poverty, or if there was, the pauper, if fairly able of body, should be set up in a public pillory. With a scale of wages the highest in the world, a corresponding cheapness of every necessity of life, with the bare exception of coal, needed in excess during one short season of the 12-month, sun for 8 unbroken months, and a soil so fertile that in many places it yielded 2 crops a year, there would have been no discontent had it not been for the rapacity of labour unions, and the systematic agitations of men like Tom Colton. In every human heart there is the germ of discontent, no matter what the conditions, but Gwynne recognized the possibility of diverting this uneasy parasite from imaginary personal grievances to the public good, to measures which would benefit the mass, subtly elevating man's opinion of himself in the process, and so taking the first long stride in the direction of general political reform. It was only by making the masses see their own part in the abominable political corruption that made graft universal, and permitted the rapid concentration of the country's wealth into a few insolent hands, that the decapitation of the swarms of professional politicians could be accomplished. In no part of the United States could such reforms be attempted with anything like the same prospect of success as in this state with its traditions of contempt of money for its own sake, and its almost primeval sense of independence. It was true that there was no superb indifference to money in the small towns, but much of the old spirit lingered among those that had lived close to the soil, and Gwynne had never seen such uncalculating lavishness, such a humorous contempt for economy as in San Francisco. He was himself generous by instinct and habit, but this gay reckless open-handedness, whether a man had anything to spend or not, had already stirred some deeper instinct still, possibly his pioneer, perhaps his Spanish, and he had never enjoyed anything more in his life than certain nights in San Francisco, when he had sallied forth with his pockets full of gold and returned to Russian Hill on foot for want of a 5-cent piece to pay his car fare. He had himself too well in hand ever to give permanent rein to any such latent propensities, and he had no intention of impoverishing himself, but the fact that the genius of the city was in his blood warmed it to the strange, fascinating, wicked, friendly, young old city on the rim of the Pacific. As it happened, he was not in the humor for reading on the morning after the meeting of the female clans, nor were there any clients in the outer office, and he uttered some of his impressions aloud to the judge, who was sitting restlessly by the window, ostensibly watching Main Street. Gwynne had wondered at the old gentleman's sudden idleness, but fell easily into conversation this languid morning that was more like spring than belated winter. "I can understand the fascination of San Francisco for anybody," said the uneasy judge. "I wonder," with a sudden inspiration, "if it wouldn't be better for you to go into the law office of a friend of mine down there for a while. I mean," in response to Gwynne's look of astonishment, "of course I should hate to lose you, quite as much as I hated to lose my own son, and yours is the only society in which I have found any positive refreshment for years, but well, in fact, it would be as well for you to leave Rosewater for a while, until all this talk has died out." "What talk?" The judge felt what courage was left in him oozing under Gwynne's icy stare. "Oh, Lord, it's just this, Gwynne. Just fancy I am really your father. There are a lot of infernal old hens in this town. Where don't they roost, anyway? And they have been exercising themselves over your going out to Isabel's so much, especially at night. They've got the idea into their empty heads that Isabel has come back from Europe, where she lived by herself, with all sorts of free and easy notions. Perhaps the real truth is that they distrust any girl as handsome as that who won't marry. The talk didn't amount to much until yesterday morning. Ah!" Gwynne stood up and took his hat from the little private rack. "Suppose you ask Mrs. Leslie to tell her hens that I have spent a great many futile evening hours, the only ones I have at my private disposal, trying to induce Miss Otis to marry me, and that yesterday evening, after the 4th or 5th refusal, I borrowed her horse, having walked out, and rode half way to San Francisco to steady my nerves. Love and the law combined are somewhat of a load to carry. I will go out now and try my luck again. Perhaps this talk will influence her a bit. In fact, I promise that it shall." Chapter 30 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This Public Domain.
Lynne Thompson. Chapter 30 Gwynne found Isabel just stepping out of her launch, after a business morning in Rosewater, and was hospitably invited to dismount and remain for luncheon. "Would you mind asking your Jap to make us some sandwiches and come with me up to my mountain shanty?" he asked. "I have rather a headache, and I want a long ride. Besides, it is high time I went. I should look over the roads, which they tell me are very bad after the heavy rains. I want to go into camp there in the early spring. Have invited Hofer and 1 or 2 others for salmon fishing. I have now sent 3 letters to the tenant, 1 clink, by teamsters, and he has never replied. For all I know, he may have burned the house down and decamped. So, altogether, this seems to me the time to go, and it would be very jolly to have you with me." "I'd like nothing better," said Isabel, delightedly, "after talking eggs and chickens all morning. And I haven't been up to Mountain House for years. It used to belong to Uncle Hiram, you know. He always fished there in the spring, and took me with him. Then Mr. Colton bought it in. I won't be 10 minutes." "Now I know why you wear that hideous divided habit and ride astride," said Gwynne, as they started. "I have been half way up the mountain once or twice, to say nothing of the Marin Hills, and I have never seen such roads. They are a disgrace to the State. Why on earth doesn't the legislature take them in hand?" "Now I know you are in a bad humor," said Isabel, laughing. "You grumbled at everything when you first came to California, and now that you have become philosophical like the rest of us, you only anathematize when you are put out. I saw something was wrong the moment you arrived. What is it?" "I'll tell you later. This is our only chance for a sharp trot." It was quite 2 miles to the ascending road at the foot of the mountain range that divided the great valley. It rose gently for a time, then suddenly became steep. Lumpy and slanting, already dangerously narrow in many places, for there had been a few days of hard rain, it led along the edge of canons and chasms, creeks and little valleys as round as a bowl. Here and there was a farmhouse or a country home on a slope, set in the midst of fields just turning green. The first stretch of road, cut roughly in the mountainside and then left to take care of itself, was on county property, but after an hour's climb along the flank of the mountain they reached the part of the great mass included in Lumalitas, where the road, although still public, had been mended now and again by tenants that had used the camp in the fishing season. "It is even worse than I thought," grumbled Gwynne. "I wonder if Tom Colton could be induced to put in a bill at the next legislature. It would be a good opportunity for him to make a promise with some hope of fulfillment." "The trouble is, the farmers don't care," said Isabel, shrugging her shoulders. "There are only a few of them in the mountains, and they have jogged up and down these bad roads so many years that they accept them as a matter of course. I don't know that I mind this myself. It certainly is more picturesque than if it had become popular with automobilists of much influence in legislative councils. At present you have to ride with your eyes on the road to make sure it is there." "We can take turns, and it certainly is beautiful. Oh, beautiful!" But when the road improved for quite half a mile, he too gave himself up to the sensation of being lost in the heart of a mountain. The valley was far behind them and out of sight. There were groves of ancient oaks in the hollows, turbulent streams foaming over masses of rocks that had fallen from the cliffs above. Sometimes they looked down 1,000 sheer feet into a bit of wilderness as unbroken as if on each side of the range man had not snatched the fertile land from the savage a century before. The air grew colder, and Isabel put on her covert coat. But it was a clear, sparkling day, and when they reached the summit they could see San Francisco, a smoky mirage 40 miles to the south, the ferry boats crawling like beetles across the bay, the surf of the ocean on the rocks beyond the Golden Gate, a vast sweep of gray ocean, and the bulk of Tamalpais that from this high point looked as if it heaved itself free of the mass of mountains and forests about it. 2,000 feet below, their own valley, with its marsh and fertile ranches, looked like a dark ribbon between the hills, Rosewater like a toy village. They trotted their horses for a few moments on the level, and then rode down into the little valley where an unsuccessful farmer of solitary habit had some time since rented a few acres of land surrounding Mountain House, with the understanding that the best rooms were to be at the disposal of the lord of 𝔅𝔏𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 during the fishing and hunting seasons. The log house, or camp, was very solid, and had been built by the first James Otis, who was a mighty hunter; and the salmon fishing in the creek, at present containing but a few feet of water, was so fine that hardly a spring had passed without a visit from the tenants of 𝔅𝔏𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫, who were constrained by the terms of the lease to keep the house in repair. Of late this had been the duty of the sub lessee, and as no teams passed this isolated dwelling, and as he had not seen fit to answer his landlord's communications, even verbally, by the boy from one of the lower ranches who had carried up the missives, all Gwynne knew was that Mr. Clink was alive, and that the ranch was free of winter débris. They found the gentleman sitting on a stump. He had a hand on either knee, and his small watery unblinking eyes were fixed on space. A beard, narrow and grizzled and stained, rested on his lean front, or stirred gently in the breeze. He neither rose nor otherwise noticed the approach of his visitors. Gwynne called, shouted, approached the verge of profanity, but he might as well have addressed the silent forest. Isabel elevated her nose. "To use the vernacular, he is on a long, slow, melancholy jag. I will go in and see how he keeps the house. It needs an airing at least. Every window is closed, and probably has been all winter." She remained indoors half an hour, putting things to right with many mysterious touches known only to her sex. When she returned to Gwynne she found him sunning himself on the porch with his back to Mr. Clink, who stolidly regarded an old stump of geranium. "It is clean enough," she said, "but when you come, bring new blankets, or send them and your provisions the day before you bring your guests. I will come up with them and see that everything is in order. I might also turn the hose on Clink, if he has chosen that occasion to drench himself inside. At all events, bring a cook. You can have Chuma. These people never can cook anything but fried meat and potatoes." Drifted leaves lay on the porch a foot deep. Isabel found a broom and swept vigorously, snubbing Gwynne's offer to do it himself. He watched her, crossly reflecting that she was never so unattractive as in that dust–colored divided habit, and wishing that he had waited for the evening hour. Even if infrequently seductive, she was always lovely in a becoming gown. Finally, her labors over, she dusted an aged rocking–chair and sat down, fanning herself with her hat. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes sparkling, but she turned to look at the beautiful creek that had torn its way through the forest, and Gwynne suddenly felt that he hated her profile. During the last few weeks he had lost that sense of a constant and secret contest of wills, perhaps because his own had proved the stronger in the final engagement; perhaps, who knew, because she possessed all the infernal subtlety of the Spaniard. But her profile suggested relentless power, and he still had a secret hankering for the old–fashioned submissive female, liberal and indulgent to the sex as he was. He had reflected that he had met so many handsome finely developed girls, with a sufficiency of animated brightness, but well within the type, during the past few weeks, that it was rather odd he had not been captured, particularly as several of the most ripping would add materially to his fortunes. But he had come to the conclusion some time since, when, he hardly knew, that he would prefer to remain unmarried and enjoy the intimate companionship of a congenial and interesting creature like Isabel, whom he never quite understood. He cursed the stale old conventions that interfered with his desires. Isabel turned suddenly and smiled. "How fierce you look!" she said. "What is the matter?" "Everything. Some one, Mrs. Haight, I suppose, saw me riding home on your horse at 3 o'clock yesterday morning, and the whole town is by the ears. Judge Leslie undertook to break the news to me, and I told him I had gone out to propose, and then ridden about the country to calm my raging fires. I feel that I owe it to you to propose in good earnest, and such as I am, you are welcome to me." I never heard such a graceful proposal. I wouldn't marry you if Rosewater stood on its head." "I was rather brutal about it, and I must honestly confess that I'm not particularly keen on marrying you, but I think we'll have to marry, or be deuced uncomfortable." "Oh, nothing to what we should be if married, and Rosewater to me is a mere market for chickens and eggs. The only punishment they could inflict on me would be to burn down the hatcheries. I hate to bother with incubators." Gwynne stood up and knocked the ashes out of his pipe. "We must be serious," he said. "They are really malignant about it. I have felt it in the air for some time. Every time I pass that she devil, Mrs. Haight, on Main Street, her eyes contract with a sort of malicious warning. 'Just you wait,' is the way she would phrase it, and I always feel her at her window when I ride home late. No woman of your age and beauty can defy public opinion alone. The world, and scandal spreads like a plague. San Francisco is only 40 miles from Rosewater. The world can hurt you in 1,000 ways, ruin your life. I really am only too willing to protect you, and I hope that you will marry me. I am sure we should get along after a bit." That was better. "But I will not be driven into matrimony by gossip, or even scandal. That is no part of my scheme of life, and I know Rosewater better than you do. Mrs. Leslie, Annabel, Mrs. Colton, many of the most powerful, would never believe a word against me." "Not at first, but malicious tongues will wear the gloss from the best befriended reputation in time. The kindest natures are conventional, and susceptible to all that take, or seem to take, a place in the ranks of established facts." "I won't do it," said Isabel, stubbornly, and as she turned her profile to him he almost swore aloud. "I shall conquer, or prove the whole modern game of woman a sham, a fool's paradise. I told you that I had set myself to drag strength out of the unknown forces. Well, I propose to use it now, and in your behalf as much as mine. I can take care of myself. I even think I could face the prospect of becoming your husband with a reasonable amount of equanimity." She was looking straight at him again, her face deeply flushed, her eyes shining. "It never occurred to me before, but I believe that if you would permit yourself to develop, you might become the most fascinating woman in the world. And if you did, I swear that you should be happy." "I am happy, and in my own way. I get something out of every moment. Do you think I am going to run the risk of losing all that for anything so dubious as this old game of sex?" "Very good game if it is played properly. I have a mind to teach you." "Well, you will not." "I think I shall. It is either marry you or leave California." "That is a threat unworthy of you." "No threat at all. If you will not permit me to protect you in one way, I must in another. I leave and throw everything over with great éclat. You have discarded me, and I cannot stand the proximity." "They might merely think that you were running away from me." "I should take good care they think what I choose. Women are more romantic and sentimental than malignant, the bulk. All they want is a starter." "But you need not leave California. You can move to San Francisco." "Now you are talking like a child. I shall return to England. As to my American career, my only chance lies here. I hate the rest of the country, and the best material is in California anyhow. Yesterday I received a letter from my solicitor, enclosing one from Jimmy, who informed me that I was on every tongue, that the public curiosity was piqued, that the newspapers were demanding that I should return and accept my responsibilities, and that without doubt a place would be made for me in the new Liberal cabinet. It is a propitious moment for return. If there is a time when a Liberal peer can make any running, it is when his party is in power." There was a pause for several moments. Gwynne filled and lit another pipe. Isabel stared at a ring she twisted about her finger. Mr. Clink at the geranium stump. A low dull roar in the forest tops was unceasing. But for other sound of life they might have swung off into space. Finally Isabel spoke. "I won't marry you," she said, "but all ends will be served if we announce an engagement. We can state that we think it best not to marry until your law studies are concluded. It can be postponed once or twice on other pretexts, then fall through. By that time gossip will be forgotten. People will have lost interest in us. In San Francisco they are not likely to hear of this at all, or if they do, it will not matter, and if you fall in love with any of the cotillon beauties, I will release you in due form and give you my blessing." "I have not the least intention of undertaking life with a cotillon beauty. Your compromise will do for the present, but you will understand that my proposal is a bona fide one, should you arrive at a more rational frame of mind." "I shan't fall a victim to any irrational state of mind. I won't marry. Why, even people that like me too much interfere with my sense of liberty." Gwynne laughed. "We had better be starting," he said. CHAPTER 31 of Ancestors, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Lynne Thompson. CHAPTER 31 They parted at the foot of the mountain, and as Isabel approached her own house she saw Anabel Colton's trap tied to the garden gate. She set her teeth and slackened the pace of her horse, but Anabel and Miss Boutts had seen her, and leaned over the edge of the veranda, calling to her impatiently. She gave her horse a cut with the whip and rode rapidly to the stable. When she finally reached the veranda she greeted her friends courteously enough, and then, as she noted their expression of defiant loyalty, remarked sweetly: "Of course you have been expecting to hear that I am engaged to Mr. Gwynne, but I only really made up my mind to day." "Isabel!" Both fell on her neck, Dolly with tears, and she responded with what enthusiasm was in her, and gently deposited them into two of the veranda chairs. With a very faint simulation of the engaged girl, she answered their rapid fire questions, and even informed Anabel that she would prefer silver to china when the day for presents arrived, and promised that she should come to the rehearsal of the ceremony, since, unfortunately, the young matron's own happy state debarred her from officiating at the altar. But she was averse from lying, even by implication, and was glad to see them go. After they had returned for the last time to blow her a kiss, she went within, slammed all the doors on the lower floor, stamped her feet, and hurled a book across the room. Finally she swore. After that she felt better, and sat down to read a letter from Mrs. Hofer that awaited her. "I can't do anything with your Lady Victoria," the lively young matron ran on after a few preliminary enthusiasms. "She went everywhere at first, but just sat around looking like a battered statue out of the Vatican with some concession in the way of clothes not so much. Literally she made no effort whatever, and you know American men won't stand that. Perhaps that's the reason she suddenly called off and refused to go anywhere. But what can she expect? American women may talk too much, but at any rate they are the sort American men know like a book, and our knights have no use for inanimate beauties a good many years younger than my Lady Victoria. Now she appears to do nothing but stalk rather. She goes over these hills as if she had on 7-league boots. One would think she was possessed by the Furies, or perhaps she is afraid of getting fat. I am simply dying to see you again. If you don't mind, I like you better than any one I ever met. You combine everything, and although you make me feel as fresh as paint and as Irish as Paddy Murphy's pig, still you always put me in a better humor with myself than ever. How do you do it? You suggest all sorts of things that I can't define at all. Comes of living alone and making a success of it, I suppose, getting ahead of mere femininity and all the pettinesses of life. That's flying rather high for me, so I'd better come down. Please make Mr. Gwynne come to my party. I intend that party to be the greatest thing ever given in California, since the old Monte Cristo Ralston days, anyhow, and have all sorts of surprises that I won't tell even you. The ballroom is quite finished and is a perfect success. It is too fine to think that you will make your formal début in it. Everybody is coming. Mr. Gwynne simply must. I know of about a dozen girls who would have given him the cotillon if he had asked them, and even now, when they are all engaged, I know of at least 2 who would not hesitate to throw their men over. We all like him tremendously, the men as well as the women. Mr. Hofer and I, do you know, we have just a dark suspicion. Where is Elton Gwynne, anyway? That would be too good to be true. He could own the town. We know an individual when we see one, and wouldn't we appreciate the compliment? We'd like him all the better for having accepted him when he was plain John Gwynne, and we'd like ourselves better still. You know how we make up our own minds out here. Look at the famous actors and singers we've rejected, and the reputations we've made. Not like New York, that never expresses an opinion until a sort of consensus has sweated up to the surface. I hate New York. Can't you come down and pay me a visit of a week? I should love it. Call me up on the telephone." Isabel pondered over this missive for a few moments, and then reread parts of a long letter she had received the day before from Flora Thangue. "I almost wish Jack would return, although at first I approved of his going. His case seemed so desperate, but since the elections there has been so much talk of him, so many prophecies as to what he will do when he returns. They believe him to be travelling in South America. So much seems to be expected of him, especially now that the Liberals are in, and there is so much dissatisfaction with the Cabinet. I really believe he would be the one to keep the party in power, and that his becoming Prime Minister would be a question of only a few years. Not such a bad outlook. But I don't care to say all this to Jack, or even to Vicky. You are responsible for the present state of affairs, and I am sure you realize what a tremendous responsibility it is. Besides, you know every side of the question over there, as I do not. Think it over, dear Isabel. Julia Kaye, I happen to know, has been trying to get his address. So far she has not landed another big fish, and no doubt thinks that Jack's disgust and enthusiasm have both worn themselves out by this time. Don't send him back, but bring him back. Of course he has fallen in love with you. Besides, you could accomplish any mortal thing you put your will to. Do, please, think it all over. A few years' delay and he might return and find it too late. The public memory is short. There are rivals. The one he had most to fear from has an under-secretaryship, and lets no one forget him. There will be a deep resentment at too long an absence, especially if he should become an American citizen meanwhile. They would never forgive that. About Vicky, I wish I could have gone with her, but she did not feel that she could afford to take me, and Vicky's spasms of economy are not to be discouraged. But, thank heaven, she has you and Jack. Perhaps all she really needed was a change. She was always an individual, but she got to be distinctly peculiar after you left. Nerves, I suppose. Only instead of being merely irritable like other women, she sealed herself up like a Mahatma preparing for astral flight. I only wish she was one. Women of her class no longer take to religion when the fires are dead, but they certainly need a substitute, and I should think theosophy would be as good as any. It is such a delightful mixture of vagueness and cocksureness, and even more picturesque than Romanism. It is time for me to follow the fashion and write a book, and I think I'll paint the mysterious delights of India as a late summer resort. I am so sick of all these public mausoleums for youth. It would be a positive relief to think of all our erstwhile beauties stretched out in some frescoed cave, with their ears and eyes and noses sealed up with wax, while their ever youthful spirits sallied forth for new conquests on the astral plane. But Vicky never made up. One must say that much for her. Only this terrible fetish of youth. Heavens! The tragedies my sympathetic soul has endeavored to see as tragedies only. Not that growing old seems to be the worst of it. The underlying tragedy is that they can't care enough, and this they take to be the real end of youth, and patter up and down the old worn-out track of device, trying to fool themselves as well as others. But Vicky, as I said, is an individual. A touch or two more, and she might have been a genius. She is like the mass of women in many things, heaven knows, but her divergencies are the more startling, and the point of divergence lies down in the roots of her pride. She suddenly felt the complete loss, the final departure of youth, and she accepted it like a fallen goddess, and refused even the sudden and startling renewal of Sir Cadge Vanneck's devotions. She had nothing left to give him, and although her pride may have urged her to show the world that she still could capture a man like that, I think he really bored her to death, and she was satisfied to parade him for a time and then publicly throw him over. And she once loved him, I am certain of it. That is tragedy, if you like. I fancy she has desperate moments, but she will pull through in her own way. Don't delude yourself with the notion that she is sitting down in sackcloth and ashes with her past. Those women don't repent, for they never admit that the laws of common mortals apply to them. What is their royal pleasure to do, they do, and when it is over, a square inch of their memory might have gone with it. To mull themselves, commit some flagrant error that lands them in the divorce court, or high and dry in the outskirts, that is another matter. They repent then, sans doute, and get no mercy. We overlook everything at this apex of civilization but stupidity. We respect the high-handed, but not the light-headed. That is one reason those long-winded novels of sin and repentance, generally over one slip and when the man has wearied, leave us cold. We know too much. It seems such a loss of fuss about so little. If some of these good, painstaking and—let us whisper it—bourgeoise novelists had seen 1/10 of the pagan disregard for all they cherish most highly that I have seen, and if they could only be made to comprehend, which they never could, how absolutely admirable these same women are in many other respects, such capacity for deep undying friendship, such uncalculating loyalty, such racial possibilities of heroism, well, they would do a great deal harder thinking than they have had to do yet, if they attempted to readjust their traditions to the actual facts of life. But the old traditions get back at our women all the same, although they don't suspect it. They pay the penalty in that, late. Sometimes not so late. Intolerable, maddening ennui. Heavens, how many women I have heard wish they were dead. Thank God I am a virgin. Of course, dear Isabel, I would not write like this about Vicky to any one on earth but yourself. But she is on your hands, so to speak, and I feel you should have some sort of comprehension of her. To understand her fully is impossible. She is unhappy, that is the main thing. What with all I have intimated, and the great change in her fortunes, I can hardly imagine Vicky without ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 and the reflected glory of Elton Gwynne. And, no doubt, she finds California an exile, and has realized by this time that she can be of little use to Jack. Better make a fortune for her in your wonderful American way, and bring them both home. Chapter 32 of Ancestors, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. This recording is in the public domain. Lynne Thompson. Chapter 32. Isabel called up Mrs. Hofer on the telephone, and after being switched off and on half a dozen times, and crossed wires, and all the other mishaps peculiar to the California telephone service had reduced both to a state of furious indifference, Mrs. Hofer accepted Miss Otis's inability to go down to San Francisco until the day of the party, and her promise to pay the visit during Christmas week with equal philosophy. The party was to be on the night of the 24th, and Isabel did not see Gwynne again until the evening of the same day. Judge Leslie went to Santa Barbara to spend the holidays with his son, and his pupil to Burlingame and Menlo Park for a week. After the polo and various other sports at the former resort, with a set that bore an outline resemblance to the leisure class of his own country, the gay life at the club and the multitude of pretty girls always flitting amid compact masses of flowers, he found the now unfashionable borough of Menlo Park somewhat dull. Although he had a good snipe shooting on the marsh with his host, Mr. Trennahan. The whole valley, however, had a peculiar charm for him. When riding alone past the fields of ancient oaks with the great mountains on either side, almost a sense of possession. For all this magnificent and richly varied sweep of land, now cut up into a few large estates and an infinite number of small ones, into towns and villages, hamlets and even cities, had once been the Rancho El Pilar, and the property of his Mexican ancestor, Don José Argüello. He knew that in those old days it must have looked like a vast English park, and he felt some resentment that his ancestors had not had the wit to hold fast to it, until his time came to inherit. Mrs. Trennahan's father, Don Roberto Yorba, had bought a square mile from one of the Argüello heirs, and a few rich men of his time had followed his example, and slept in their country houses during 6 months of the year, while their women yawned the days away, deriving their principal solace in contemplation of their unchallenged exclusiveness. Stray members of those old families were left, and were, if anything, more exclusive than their parents, disdaining the light–hearted people of Burlingame, unburdened with traditions. This was still the set that never even powdered, faithful to the ancient code that it was not respectable, and who spent the greater part of the year in the country, finding their pleasures in the climate soporific, excellent old Chinese or Spanish cooks, and in reminiscences of the time when the fine estates had not been cut up into little suburban homesteads, for heaven only knew whom. Mrs. Trennahan had sold her father's place and bought a superb estate in the foothills, where she entertained in the simple fashion of the '80s. Trennahan still took the haughty spirit of his chosen borough with all his old humour, but he liked no place so well, even in California. A New Yorker is always a New Yorker, however long he may live in California, but he becomes more and more attached to the independent life, and even climate, above all to the cooking, and Trennahan was no exception. He had found Magdaléna the most comfortable of companions. She had presented him with 2 fine boys, who were preparing for college at present, and a lovely daughter, and he was, in a leisurely way, collecting earthquake data for future publication, and amused himself with a seismograph, which worried Magdaléna, who thought the instrument much too intimate with earthquakes to be a safe piece of household furniture. Gwynne liked them both as well as any people he had met in California, and engaged the beautiful Inez, who would seem to have embodied all her mother's old passionate longing for physical loveliness, to dance several times with him at the great ball which was to be the medium of her introduction to society. "I'm still old–fashioned," Mrs. Trennahan confided to Gwynne, with a sigh. "I never have liked new people, and I never shall. Mr. Trennahan has not laughed it out of me. But what will you? They are 7/8 strong in San Francisco. I have a daughter who naturally demands the rights of her youth. So I make the best of a bad bargain, but I protest." When Gwynne arrived at the house on Russian Hill late in the evening it occurred to him to tap on Isabel's door and tell her that he had obeyed her orders, recalled all the traditions down in their common ancestor's old domain, and got the feel of the place. He had never crossed the threshold of this room, although he had brushed his hair many times in the spotless bower by the marsh, and he was surprised, after a moment's colloquy through the panels, by an invitation to enter. He was still more surprised to find Isabel sitting before her dressing–table in full regalia, although they were not to start for the party until 11 o'clock. She wore the white tulle gown with the dark blue lilies in which she had created a sensation at Arcot, and looked more radiant than he had ever seen her. Her eyes were like stars, her cheeks were pink, her red lips were parted, the upper trembling with excitement. "Come, look!" she cried. "See what your mother has given me. I had to dress at once to see the whole effect." She lifted and fingered rapturously a row of splendid pearls that lay on her neck. "Did you ever see anything so beautiful? All my life I have wanted a string of pearls, real pearls that you read about, although I thought myself fortunate to have that old string of Baja California pearls, and never expected anything better. At first I wouldn't take them, but Cousin Victoria said they were her mother's, a gift from her father when she married, so that I ought to inherit them anyhow, and might as well have them while I was still young. She vowed she should never wear them again, as her skin was no longer white enough for pearls. I can't believe it." Gwynne looked at her curiously. "I had no idea you cared for those things. I could have given you pearls. Your pose has always been to scorn the common weaknesses of your sex." "You are just a dense man. I have all my sex's love of personal adornment, if you like to call that a weakness. Do you suppose I admire myself in that riding habit or those overalls? Don't I always dress for supper, even when alone? Have I not a lot of lovely gowns? Look at this one. I'm so glad I never wore it again until to night. As for jewels, I adore them, and when I am a millionaire I shall have little shovels full, like those you see in jewellers' windows, just to handle, and the more lovely combinations to wear. But I don't ruin my complexion pining for what I can't have, or have lost. Of course poor mamma had beautiful jewels, but they went the way of all things." Gwynne looked at his watch. "I shall get a bite in town," he said. "The shops will be open till midnight. Hofer will endorse a check for me. I have sold 3 farms in the past week, and have a pot of money in the bank. There is something else I want you to wear to night. I won't take jewels from you. You are not only my fiancé, but my cousin." "Nonsense!" "I shall be back in about 2 hours. Mind you are sitting just there when I arrive." And he went swiftly out and closed the door. She shrugged her shoulders, and her eyes danced with anticipation. After all, she could return his present when the farce was over, and she was in a mood to have the world poured into her lap. She dined alone with her Puritan and Spanish ancestors, and when the brief meal was over, went up and exhibited herself to Lady Victoria, who was in a state of silent fury at being the victim of a headache. She complimented Isabel upon her appearance, however, and added: "I hope this pretended engagement will end in reality. You are of our blood. I recognize it more and more. I'm thankful he escaped Julia Kaye. You could be, all I am afraid I compelled myself to believe she was." "Do you want him to go back to England?" asked Isabel. "I had a letter from Flora the other day, and she thinks it is my mission to restore him to his country." "I don't care. What difference does it make? I want him to be happy, and he can have a career anywhere. In your case beauty is not a curse, and I should be glad to see you concentrate your gifts where you can find and give real happiness. Now, enjoy yourself like a girl to night, and don't bother about Jack or any one else, certainly not about me," as Isabel stood looking down upon her with a puckered brow. Lady Victoria, in a négligée of salmon pink under a red light, and reclining on her divan with a box of cigarettes beside her, and a French novel in her hand, looked little less handsome than when she had captivated Isabel's girlish fancy a year ago. It was only the utter weariness of the eyes and the subtle hardening of the whole mask of the always immobile face that betrayed the sudden rupture with a long complacent youth. But she looked at Isabel's glorious youth without a pang of envy in her cynical, if not yet philosophical, soul, and said again, with emphasis: "Marry him. You can do it. Any woman can marry any man she wants. That is the reason we are never really happy. We never love men as we imagine that we could love. We have fevers for them that last a few weeks, and then we become maternal and endure them. We might love a demigod, never a man as we know him. Perhaps in some other world. Who knows?" Isabel pricked up her ears. Was Lady Victoria meditating the consolations of the Church, or of Flora's more modern substitute? What a solution! But she dared not ask. She was still a little afraid of her complicated relative. She begged her not to read too late, and went out, promising to conciliate the offended Mrs. Hofer. As she walked down the hall she stooped absently and picked up a scrap of paper, hardly aware that she held it in her hand until she sat down once more before her mirror. Then she glanced at it. To her surprise it was an advertisement of a prize fight, cut from a newspaper, and on the margin an illiterate hand had scrawled 9 o'clock sharp. She wondered which of the servants was indulging in the distractions of the ring. All except Lady Victoria's maids were Japs. Could the Frenchwoman have found a lover who had introduced her to the forbidden pleasures of the town? Obviously it was not Gwynne's, for the date was 2 days old, and he had been in Menlo Park at the time. But she had more interesting things to ponder over. Being a good housekeeper, she folded the scrap and hid it under one of the little silver trays, intending to give it in the morning to Lady Victoria, who was the temporary mistress of the mansion. Then she fell to counting her pearls, wound them twice about her throat, decided that she preferred the single long ellipse falling among the blue flowers on her bosom, marvelled, in an abandon of femininity, at the dazzling whiteness of her skin. She was beautiful, no doubt of that. It might be as Lady Victoria and Flora Thangue asserted, that any future she chose was hers to command; and, as the latter had intimated, to be an English peeress, with her husband at the head of the state, was no mean destiny. To night her almost fanatical love of California was dormant. She felt wholly personal. Whatever the future, she wanted to be the most admired girl at this party to night, to dominate its long heralded splendors as a great soprano rises high and triumphant above the orchestra thunders of a Wagner opera. Old instincts were stirring subtly. She had the rest of her life for great ideals. To night she would be an old time belle, as ℍ𝔀𝐽𝐻 had been just a century ago, as Guadalupe Hathaway, Mrs. Hunt McLean, Nina Randolph, and the three Macs had been in the city's youth, as Helena Belmont had been but 20 years before. She recalled the oft told story of the night of Mrs. Yorba's great ball, in the house next to the one which was to be the theatre of her own début, when Magdalena Yorba, Tiny Montgomery, Isla Brannan, and the wonderful Helena had been introduced to San Francisco, and the most distracting belle the town had ever known had turned the heads of 50 men. It was far easier to be a belle in that simpler time than to day, when the San Franciscan vied with the New Yorker in the magnificence of furnishing and attire, and a mere million was no longer a fortune. And the city more than maintained its old standard of beauty, for its population had nearly doubled. The handsome girls of the upper class had learned the art of dress, and even among the shop girls there was a surfeit of pretty faces and fine busts. As to the demi monde, it was the pick of America, for obvious reason. But Isabel was an ardent dreamer, and as she sat in her silent old home high above the city's unresting life, she imagined herself into a blissful picture where she should realize to the full all the desires dear to the heart of a girl. It was true that she had created a furore that night in Arcot, but her triumph had been extinguished by fright and the tragedies that came in its train. And no triumph abroad ever quite equals the conquest of your own territory. Isabel concluded that if it were a matter of a single season, she would rather reign in San Francisco than in London. But her dreams were cut short by Gwynne's rapid step on the plank walk, and a moment later he was tapping on her door. She looked up at him with undisguised expectancy. "I'm going to enjoy it," she said. "I shall accept it. I don't care." "I should hope so, after all the trouble I have had." He sat down in a low chair beside the dressing table and facing her. "Hofer had been turned out of the house and had taken refuge at the Mission. I took an automobile and rushed out there, only to find that he and his friends had concluded to come in and dine at one of the restaurants. Definite, but I know their taste pretty well, and finally tracked them down. By that time I was starved, and when the dinner was over Hofer went with me himself to the jeweller's." "What is it?" asked Isabel impatiently, her eyes on a long box Gwynne had taken from his pocket. But Gwynne seldom had an opportunity to tease her. He drew his finger along the heavy coil of hair that rose from the very nape of her neck, and pushed forward a soft little mass onto the brow. "I have always wanted to see something here," he said. "I remember once seeing a lovely print of the Empress Elizabeth of Austria, who wore her hair somewhat as you do." "Not a bit of it. Her hair was generally half way down her back." "Well, the effect was the same. And in this print she had a row of daisies or stars, I never could remember which." "You haven't brought me daisies," said Isabel in disgust. Gwynne pressed the little gilt knob, and as the lid flew up, Isabel cried out with delight: "You shouldn't! But I don't care. I said I wouldn't. I never expected anything so gorgeous, though." She caught the box from his hand and fastened the diamond stars in the line he had indicated. There were 5, graduated in size, and they gave her beauty its final touch of poetry and light. Isabel gazed at her dazzling reflection with parted lips and dancing eyes, then turned impulsively, flung her arms about Gwynne's neck, and kissed him. He pushed her away roughly. "Don't do that again," he said. "I am not your brother, nor one of your girl friends. Can I look about? I have always had a curiosity to see this room. I had an idea that it was different from the one at the ranch." "You can look at what you like," said Isabel indifferently. "I shall look at my stars." "Madre de Dios, as our Spanish ancestors would have said. Ay yi! Valgame Dios! Dios de mi alma! Dios de mi vida! I never was so happy in my life." Gwynne walked about the large old fashioned room with its bow window and alcove for the bed. He had half expected that the room he had so often passed with reluctant steps would be furnished in blue or pink, but it was as red as that of the traditional queen. Isabel had brought up all the old crimson damask curtains that had been fashionable in her grandmother's time, and covered the windows and walls of her bedroom, even the head of the mahogany four–poster in which her mother and herself had been born. The carpet was new, but a dull crimson, like the faded hangings, and the dressing–table, with its quantity of chased silver, one of the few inheritances she had managed to retain, was the only spot of light in the rather sombre room. It was all white muslin and bright crimson silk. There was an old–fashioned settle against the wall, and 3 stiff chairs. Gwynne liked the room, and had a vague feeling that he knew Isabel a little better. Certainly it expressed a side of her of which he had caught but an occasional glimpse. He pulled the curtains apart, and shading his eyes from the light of the room looked down towards the city. It had vanished under a sea of white fog that broke against the ledge of Nob Hill. A cable–car might have been a comet flashing along the edge of a void. "I wonder," he said, "I wonder, should San Francisco disappear, be burned by that fire you are always expecting, or if the bay should shoal, or the Golden Gate rush together so that she would have no reason for existence, and gradually be devoured by time, I suppose the fog and the winds would still be faithful. I can imagine the fogs rolling in and embracing her, and the winds raging about every forgotten corner, centuries after there was anybody left to curse either." "Was it Mrs. Kaye or Lady Cecilia Spence that said you just missed being a poet? I hope some slumbering ancestor is not struggling for resurrection out here. I much prefer that you should be a statesman. I intend to be, nor have I any desire to turn poet. I have seen too many in London. But this city, ugly as it is, appeals in its own way to the imagination. More, for some unknown reason, than the most poetic I ever saw in the old worlds. There is something almost uncanny about it. While it is raw and crude and practically in its infancy, it at the same time suggests an unthinkable antiquity. Perhaps, who knows, it had a civilization contemporary with the Montezumas, or with Atlantis, and it is the ghosts of the old unrecorded peoples that linger and give one a fairly haunted feeling when one climbs these hills alone at night." "Much better you keep your hand on your pistol and your eye out for footpads, and one dreamer in the family is enough. I hope I have not infected you." She forsook her glowing image and looked at him inquisitively. He wandered about the room again, and paused to look at a row of daguerreotypes on a shelf, dead and forgotten Belmonts. "You do dream a good deal," he said. "Judging by your varying styles of beauty, as well as other things, you must be possessed by a dozen different sorts of old Johnnies trying to mutter something up out of the dark." "I'm going to be nothing but a dreamer for a whole week." "If that means you will forget chickens and dress yourself decently, I shall do what I can to heighten the illusion. Should you like me to make love to you?" he asked, turning to her with a quickening interest. "That might wake me up," said Isabel, politely. "This week is crowded with parties and things. I am to visit Mrs. Hofer and go to all of them. You won't see much of me until New Year's Eve, when I come home and we dine at a Bohemian restaurant with Lyster and Paula, and watch the street crowds after. But I do not look so far ahead. If I am a success to night, I am going to make believe that I am an old–time belle like Helena Belmont, or my poor little mother for that matter. And I shall feel just like her when I start, for Angélique will pin up my skirts under a long cloak, and pull carriage boots over my slippers, so that nothing will be spoiled going down those steps. I suppose I can't hope to be quite such a belle as if I had lived in those less sophisticated days, but who knows? I can forget Rosewater and Bohemia. I shan't even think of the Stones until New Year's Eve. I sent them their Christmas presents this morning, on purpose. I am going to be frivolous, coquette, and imagine myself a girl of the old Southern set, when there were no new people, and I'm going to make them think I am a great beauty, whether I am or not. I remember mamma used to say to me, 'Cultivate the beauty air. That often is more effective than beauty itself.' Tiny Montgomery was a beauty according to every known standard, but she had no dash, and was never looked at when Helena Belmont was in the room. So to night you will see me sail into that ballroom as if I already had the town at my feet. By the way, the last time I began to feel like a real girl again was that night at Arcot, and I did feel 18, triumphant, happy, until I got back and saw Lord Zeal in the library. I have never forgotten his face." "Nor have I," said Gwynne, dryly, but he turned pale. "I suppose you haven't had the least suspicion what he came to tell me that night?" "I thought to say good bye without letting you know. It isn't possible that he told you he intended to kill himself?" "He told me a good deal more. He had shot Brathland, murdered him in plain English. You may fancy the night I had with him." Isabel stared up at him, the radiance gone from her face. "And you have been carrying that about in addition to everything else?" "It was brutal to tell you this to night. I can't imagine why I did, particularly as I have never told even my mother, who, like everybody else, not necessarily in the secret, thinks that Zeal killed himself in despair over his failing health. But yes, I remember that dress now. I rarely notice the details of women's clothes, but I remember admiring those blue lilies on that airy white stuff. I suppose you suddenly brought the whole thing back as vividly as if we were at Capheaton instead of out here on the edge of creation. You must forgive me and forget it." "Yes, I will. I'll forget everything for a week." She wheeled about and rubbed her cheeks. Gwynne stooped suddenly and kissed the little black mole on her shoulder. "This is all I shall ask in return for the baubles," he murmured, and then as he met a blazing eye, "Could I do less than restore your lovely color? But I must fly and get into my togs." CHAPTER 33